find it funny that we live in a time where we can play games like Mortal Kombat X that have extreme gore and extreme just violence. And then we can turn around and we accept games like Shovel Knight, a basic indie game with bright colors. This is an interesting time to play games because we accept all types of games for the most part. I think the one type of game, the one type of content, really in any media, that still gets a lot of controversy is sexual content. And let me go on the record and say that I am not sexist. I am not. I'm not homophobic or anything like that. I think be happy the way that you want to be happy. It doesn't really bother me. It's none of my business. With that said, though, today's topic is boobies. Senran Kagura, Estival versus. What do I even say about this game? For one, I want to go ahead and put this out here. Look past the fact that this game is full of anime cleavage. I want you to look past the fact that this is a game full of boobies, and that's something that you might not be able to do. But in all actuality, this game is a fantastic hack and slash game. It's actually one of my favorite PS4 games, and I have a great time playing this game. So Senran Kagura Estival Versus is a hack and slash game where you take control of busty anime girls and beat the crap out of other busty anime girls. What is there not to like? It has great presentation, great controls, awesome characters with awesome weapons. My favorite character is the girl with the squirt guns that can kill enemies with a dolphin. It's just an all-around fun time. I don't really know the story. There is a story, but I just find myself skipping the cutscenes because I don't really care, because I'm playing a hack and slash game just to do that hack and slash. And the last hack and slash game I really got into was Hyrule Warriors, and this feels a lot like a Warriors or a Sengoku Basara game where you just take on waves and waves and waves of enemies, and it's super fun. And it's kind of relaxing in a way, you know, coming home from work some days, it's fun just to pop in this game and just kill waves of just enemies. So as you play as your little anime girl with her boobies hanging out, you eventually transform into your ultimate form, which shows an anime girl getting naked and turning into whatever. This game is so over sexualized. It's actually kind of hilarious. Like, it's actually almost it's actually almost a parody of itself in some ways, because it is way too sexualized. But it knows it, and it has fun with it. But yeah, the game's fantastic. I know a lot of people really, you're not going to be able to look past the sexualization of these characters. It's something that I don't really have a problem with. Like I said, I don't get how we have games where we can just dismember and murder tons of people, but hey, show some titties and oh my gosh, hide the children. You know what I mean? It's crazy how that's just not even for games. That's just all across media. And if you have a problem with that, do not play this game. Do not play Estival Versus. And like I said, this is up there in my top 5 PS4 games. I know that might be crazy for some of you, but I'm not really a modern type of gamer. I play games like Earth Defense Force, Senran, Kagura, and Bloodborne, but I haven't played games like Overwatch or Rocket League yet. So this is the kind of stuff that I get into. And I haven't really heard a lot of people talk about this. A Classic Game Room did a video on this game, and I liked his review, but I don't know. This is a game and a series that I just got into due to this game, because this game is fucking awesome. So. I think the only downside I could think of is there's no co-op. I like playing these kind of games with split-screen co-op, but I think it's still a lot of fun. There's tons of missions. There's tons of characters, tons of missions. It'll keep you busy for a while. And there's even DLC characters. I don't have all the DLC characters yet. I know one of them is, I think her name's Ayane or Ayame, whatever, from Dead or Alive. I know she's a DLC character. So there's like a ton of DLC characters and a ton of just characters you get with the game, and you can just have tons and it's hours and hours of fun. Just as long as you're okay with the over-sexualization of these anime girls. Here's the version of the game that I got. Senran Kagura Estival Versus Endless Summer Edition. It comes in a big old shiny box with some anime girls on it. Yeah. So you open it up here. And of course you got the game itself in a nice standard PS4 case. That's always nice. Then, this package actually comes with quite a bit. Get this really thick, really nice art book that I really enjoy. It has some nice art from the game. I think it's a really nice little edition. I mean, granted, it is very sexual. It is really nice artwork. I mean, that's cool. Can't go wrong with boobies. That. Then you also get, which I haven't opened this yet, a soundtrack, which is cool. This game does have cool music. It has 34 tracks on one CD and 36 tracks on another CD. That's a lot of music. So there's that. Then, last but not least, which I also haven't opened these, you get some kind of this deck of cards with different characters on it. Like there's Yumi, and it's all shiny, and there she is in her nice little outfit there. And it gives you stats and everything else, and yeah. So as you can see, which I bought this for $39, you get quite a bit with the game. Along with the game, you get an art book, a soundtrack, and these little cards. That's pretty awesome. So if you ever see this version of the game, go for this version, because this stuff's really cool.
Today's thrilling episode is brought to you in part by Bludger's Teeth Grit for mouth barnacles. I'm Charles Martinet, and now it's time for Bit.Trip presents Runner 2, Future Legend of Rhythm Alien.
Listen, when you open your game with the voice of Charles Martinet, who voices Mario, you automatically get my attention. Welcome to my review of Bit.Trip presents Runner 2, future legend of Rhythm Alien.
His courageous contingent of charismatic compatriots was in hot pursuit of the fiendish Timbletot as they chased him into a realm above realms called the Hypersphere. It is at this moment, as if from nowhere, that a nefarious reality unfusion beam blindsides these 5 fearless friends. The always imperturbable Commander Video, shielding his elite assemblage of exceptional allies, takes the brunt of the blast and is sucked into an unknown dimension, a land of wondrous imagination found only at the apex of light and matter, a wavelength of the optical spectrum opened by the maniacal Timbletot to trap and enslave our gallant protagonist. Confused and companionless, our hero ponders his current position. The only thing that remains clear to him now is that he has fallen prey to a vulgar scheme full of villainy, which he must vanquish.
If you don't know what Bit.Trip Runner or the whole Bit.Trip series is, go back and watch my Bit.Trip series review. The original Bit.Trip series was a series of classically styled games with a narrative like no other game franchise. It was something that I compared to being an example of video games as art. So with that high of a caliber that the first series set, how would they possibly keep going? With Bit.Trip Presents Runner 2, future legend of Rhythm Alien, of course. Bit.Trip Presents Runner 2, Future Legend of Rhythm Alien is a sequel to the original Runner game, which Bit.Trip Runner is a simple 2D platformer where you run and jump to the beat. When I say simple, I mean simple to learn. This game gets incredibly difficult and it is super addicting. One of my favorite things about this game is while the original Bit.Trip series had a very almost 8-bit, almost Atari style graphics, just these very simple beeps and boops, the Runner 2 game is more of a 3D style with the weird and wacky zany art, and it's very funny. Where the original, I wouldn't say the original series was trying to be serious, but where the original series was competent, this one is just kind of like out there and really bizarre, and I love it.
Once again in a fishy predicament, our daring friend cools it off and waits for this cetaceous old saw to sing. Into the Emerald Brine.
So as the good old Commander Video, you have to run and jump through these levels. There are 4 worlds in total with a bunch of stages in each, and they get super challenging. It's so fun just to memorize these stages and whatever else. And there's a ton of unlockable characters too, and tons of secrets to find. It's like a big budget 2D platformer, only it's an endless runner. I fully recommend this game. In fact, I fully recommend the whole Bit.Trip series. Bit.Trip Runner 3 was just announced for the Switch, and that's like one of the only reasons why I really want to eventually get a Switch is because Bit.Trip Runner, because I'm a huge Bit.Trip fan. But Runner 2 is really, it's available on all types of platforms. I know I have it here on the PS4. I also had it on the PS3 for a while. It's on the Wii U, which I have it on the Wii U, and there's even a mobile phone version, which I also have. If you haven't gotten into Bit.Trip and you haven't had fun with Commander Video, this is definitely a good place to start because they took the original Runner formula and modernized it a bit. There's checkpoints, there's a lot more to do, And I do feel like Runner 2 is a lot easier than the original Runner, because the original Runner got really brutal.
Slurped from the sheltered backwoods of the supernature, Commander Video's acceptance of his plight strains as the tide of his journey recedes into the mounting sads.
So yes, this is kind of like a rhythm game mixed with a 2D platformer. The music is fantastic, and the presentation is charming. The style in this game is really quirky and weird, but I love it so much. Bit.Trip presents Runner 2 Future Legend of Rhythm Alien, one of the best names for a game in history, gets my recommendation. That shouldn't come to no surprise. If you know me, you should know that I'm a pretty big Bit.Trip fan.
Turbo Zone!
Turbo! What's happening, Turbo Heads? It's Alex and Teddy here in the Turbo Zone, ready to venture off into
The Atari Zone!
Woo! We're taking a little field trip
To the Atari. Playing
back in the day.
Playing my Atari.
Yeah,
the
Atari. Atari Warriors.
Oh!
Like that?
Oh, that's nice.
So we are going back in the day, in the modern day, on the PlayStation 4 through At Games, very own Flashback Classics.
Atari Flashback Classics Volume 1. There are two of these things. We're just gonna touch the first one today.
Taito Legend style, going
Taito Legend.
deep.
Yeah.
Yes.
We're
Exactly, yes. 3D tic-tac-toe.
3D tic-tac-toe, let's go.
Let's go tic-tac-toe.
Let's go tic-tac-toe. This game's weird. It's got like
Very.
layers. Like you have to like match up the tic-tac-toe upward along with the grids. It's really strange.
It looks weird. It's a cool concept, but I think it's great that we get to play a multiplayer.
Yeah, we were playing.
Otherwise, this would be just garbage.
We were playing online. This game does have online support, as you can see here with Air Sea Battle.
Air Sea Battle. That's one word. It's a lot more fun.
Air Sea Battle.
With two people.
Air Sea Battle.
Air Sea Battle. As you see,
fast.
we're really trying our hardest to hit these helicopters and get the high score. It's cool to try and time it out. I think it can be a little tough at times to predict, but
yeah,
I mean, altogether solid.
The shooting's a little off, but it was fun. Here's backgammon.
Now talk about off. This is a little more than a little off. This is awful.
Yeah,
this is so bad.
Hey, did you ever want to play backgammon on a 4-bit console? No? Well, too bad.
Well, here it is.
This is what they should give prison inmates to torture them, you know.
Oh my gosh, can't imagine. Like, I mean, you can't even control this. You see, like, this little piece is like flying around the screen. That's me trying to place it somewhere. Now this
B-ball.
This is a game for pros.
This
is like
playing some people outside of school with a couple of guys. They were up to no good. Started making trouble in my neighborhood. It's a Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. But anyway, this game is fun.
Yeah, it is. You really got to be a pro to sink baskets. But as you see, I'm not. I enjoyed it. It's
charming.
You know, it's just classic. Action.
Yeah.
I have more fun with this than I do other sports games. Whoa, butterfly.
Okay, blackjack. Do you ever play cards on a 4-bit console? No. Well, here you go.
Even better, gambling with big money. I'm underwhelmed by this game.
Yeah, this There's a lot of padding in this collection. That's something we'll talk about later. But there's a lot of padding here with these kind of like filler games that really shouldn't.
All the
be
charm
here.
that basketball had is gone.
It's gone with blackjack. But we got bowling.
We sure do.
Bowling.
And surprisingly decent. You know,
Yeah,
you might expect Atari bowling to be like,
It's fun.
But I mean, this is interesting.
They worked
I like
with,
the late curve.
Yeah, like they worked with what they had. I like the guy who flashes when he wins.
Yeah.
He has a seizure.
I mean, this is better than a lot of other bowling sims I know. I wouldn't say it's Wii Sports quality, but it's up there.
It's better than Brunswick Bowling. It's way better than Alien Monster Bowling League.
It's also way better than Canyon Bomber.
Canyon Bomber. This game is not fun.
Wait, real quick. Imitate the sound effects.
That's all you hear the whole time. It's so bad, and like
dropping cat bombs.
Yeah, all you do is try to clear the canyon. It's like there's not even like a challenge. You just push the button over and over.
And it comes
again.
right back. Like it just the canyon grows.
It was not fun. We did not have a fun time with that.
No, definitely not.
Oh, centipede. Good old centipede. What's there to say about centipede?
Yes, there are 2 versions of this on the console. One is the arcade game, which we'll talk about later. But this Atari one, you want to talk about?
Yeah, the Atari one's a lot of fun. I like this one a lot more than the arcade version. I think it's just, I don't know, it's a lot smoother, it's a lot simpler, it has a clean look, the sounds are just awesome. It's just, it's a fun time. It's classic.
Yeah, there's kind of a logic to it too that's not in the arcade game, like how fast the spider moves or where it moves. It's not like just rapid.
Speaking of rapid, here's Circus Atari.
Everyone's favorite.
Where 2 men on a seesaw hit things in the air.
You just wrote a great story for the manual. You should write stories.
This game is this is one of the games that use the paddle controller, and transitioning to the PS4 controller feels really bad. They did not do a good job with that.
Yeah, the other guy on the seesaw, he feels really bad right about now.
Combat.
Combat Wombat.
Combat. Good old combat. Tanks.
Yeah.
Shoot.
Indeed.
Yeah, this game is the classic one-on-one game.
Yeah.
You like,
I agree. I mean, it's pretty faithful for a tank control kind of game.
Mm-hmm.
You know, one control stick to move, the other to tilt, and you can even curve your shots. So I don't know. I don't really have much to say on it, but I had fun.
It was fun. It's good, simple fun. Unlike this. Combat 2 Electric Boogaloo is not fun. They tried way too much with this one. They took away the simplicity, and it feels like they tried way too hard.
This is like, I want to be Combat 2, but it's really not.
I'm Combat 2. Yeah, no, it feels like they were trying too hard with this one, and it
hurt
did not,
me to play this.
Yeah, this one's fun though. Desert Falcon.
Yeah, I like this. I was having fun with this.
Yeah, where you fly the bird.
I didn't do too good in this recording, but this is a fun little shooter game with a nice twist. You're a bird, and you get collectibles. And if we don't have the music here, but there's like some Lawrence of Arabia music.
Yeah, it's cool to hear music on the Atari because you don't really hear that much. You know, like usually it's just like simple beeps and boops. One of beeps, one of boops. But
one of.
but this has like nice little theme music to it. Dodge them. Dodge this one.
What about it?
Dodge this game.
I couldn't. Yes, absolutely. This is bad. It's just a bad game.
It's like looks like
they're gonna be
to be Pac-Man, but yeah. Well, yeah. See, that's the thing with this collection though is that like I don't feel like there was a lot of quality control because they just put whatever on here for a lot of it, including this game.
This one can stay in the past because I'm really not trying to have it.
This one, though, this is Fatal Run, and it is
Fatal
Fun.
Oh. It's good. I mean, it's a good looking game. It looks like almost like a Super Hang-On kind of thing with the backgrounds moving.
Yeah, like it's the best they could have made with a joystick and a button. Like you gotta, yeah, like it's. I couldn't see this being any better.
Yeah, I also don't see it winning any awards, but it's interesting.
It's football with our glitchy gremlins. Look at them go.
They're the best of the bunch.
This looks terrible, but this is actually the best football game on the whole thing. Which there's 3 of them.
There are, and just wait, there's more.
Yeah, this This is as good as it gets.
The simpler it is, the better. I mean, this one actually was pretty fun because it worked. And that's as much as we can really say for it.
Yeah, I mean...
unlike a lot of football games I've played.
Here is home run. Good old baseball. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out to the show.
It's a real whack out of the park.
Are there any angels in the outfield?
Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jacks.
Insert baseball jokes here.
Pretty much.
That's all we got. It's a fun game. It's a fun game.
Same thing with football. You know, if you like simple, you like this.
Yeah. Is human cannonball.
Human cannonball.
We have to like line up the shot and get the guy in the basket, which we're doing a good job at.
We're doing a real good job at it. I think we were still figuring out the controls, but
yeah, that's true.
I like it for like the sciences aspect. Like you gotta like measure everything. A much different game than your typical action Atari.
We killed many a men.
Ouch.
Ouch. Millipede. Woo. Do you prefer Centipede or Millipede when it comes to the Atari versions?
The Atari version.
Yeah, just the Atari version. We're not talking about the arcade ones yet. So,
it's a tough call. I don't see them being as separate. I actually like Millipede, but I was having fun. I think Centipede lasts a little longer with your durations. Millipede moves a little fast.
Yeah.
But I like them both. I think I would play both of them side by side.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't think you should choose, but I think it's fun. Speaking of choosing...
But if you do have a choice, you should choose not.
You should choose not to go miniature golf.
Where
you play as a miniature blue cube, and you run far away from the ball, and then you run up to it and smack it as hard as you can.
Just like in real life.
Just like in actual miniature golf.
It's a thing.
It's not very good.
That looks like a great course. Would you play on that course?
The W course? It's a Wario course.
Yeah, it's a Mario course.
Pong sport.
Pong sports. It's a real sport.
It's just Pong.
Don't you know? Just Pong. Just Pong sports.
Like, where's the sports?
It's riveting. I think this is an intense game going on.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. This is like another example of the the paddle controllers being converted over to the PS4 badly.
Yeah, Pong is hit or miss kind of thing.
Speaking of hit or miss, Quad Run.
This is the miss.
Quad Run.
Quadron.
I like the 10 goons there.
Yeah, whatever that means.
Well, yeah, I don't know how to play this. I wish I had the manual for this one.
What does this mean? Is there like a hidden message? I actually read the manual on the Flashback collection, but I didn't understand.
You couldn't make any sense of it. It was like it's like some of the language. You're like, I still don't get this. I still don't understand what I'm doing.
Yeah.
What is this? Radar?
What is this called?
Is this radar lock? No. Is this? Which is this one?
Yes.
Okay.
Radar.
I get this one mixed up with the other one. This one was a unique idea.
We did some co-op in it, which is interesting because he's flying, I'm shooting.
Yeah, so like local co-op, like that's a cool idea for the Atari.
Yeah,
the game itself,
and this almost looks like an Afterburner wannabe, but it struggles.
It almost looks like it could be fun.
In the barbecue.
This one looks like it could be fun too, with names like Iron Fist, Lefty O'Leary, Macho Man.
Lefty O'Leary.
Jab and Jab.
And I mean, human models like this, they actually look well crafted compared to like the basketball models.
Yeah, but then you get into the game itself, and it's kind of shit. they
kind of.
They just kind of grind up against each other. They're like, next time I'm gonna fight, I'm just gonna get as close to him as possible.
Like in football. What is this one? Pro football?
Real sports football.
It's really a sport. But this one is less real than the original football.
I mean, I guess it's real in the fact that I couldn't play it. I mean, I also couldn't play real football, so I guess there's that.
Yeah, that's real.
That's as real as it gets.
But it shouldn't be that tough. I mean, you couldn't even like pass the ball. It was, and we kept seeing the same exact like back and forth, like throwing the ball down the field.
Soccer though, this one, like even though this footage doesn't show it off that well, this game is actually pretty fun. This footage.
And pay attention to the guy on the bottom.
Yeah, this footage is just. We were having fun with the glitch there, where the guy just runs and runs and runs. That's hilarious. But the game
there's
itself,
nice physics to this. Yeah, like passing the ball to your team players.
it's definitely the best of the real sports games.
I would think so.
So it's as real as it gets.
Is he gonna shoot? Go!
Oh man, in the bathtub. Okay, so we got real sports volleyball. They're definitely playing volleyball.
Yeah, it's a sport. It's a real sport. You
real-
know what? It's even more real that they're totally synchronized.
We need like fake sports. Like, where's our fake sports games? Like, they have real sports. I want fake sports.
Yeah, I mean, I don't appreciate the realism here.
Yeah, like we need like fake stuff.
Like there would be dragons in the back and
Fantasy sports. Here is Save Mary.
talk about reality.
Save her! Oh shit! Save Mary! Who is Mary? It's her. You have to drop these little blocks to help Mary not drown. And I could not play this game. I kept killing Mary. Every time. Like that.
Poor soul.
Poor Mary. She's dead.
I wonder what the cartridge artwork looks like.
You know, that's a good question. I don't think I've ever seen this one out in the wild or anything before.
Like Bessie Ross, like with open up.
This is a filler game. See,
Bad,
this is an
bad. example
example of the game just giving us something that you're never gonna play this. Like it's so like primitive and just not fun. Like and like I'm okay with like classic games, but like it's just like I wouldn't play a PS4 version of slots. Why the hell would I play an Atari version of slots? Yeah.
There's no character to it at all. Like they didn't even try. They put numbers and bars and cars.
Speaking of not trying, hey,
you can't do anything. You
this
can't
is
even play
this is Slot Racer. You could
Whatever
tell.
that means.
You know what? No, like seriously, if you would have called this game something else, I don't think anybody would have noticed. like honestly, you can switch up the names. Like I don't understand the name. I don't understand the game.
You don't control anything. You can't move. Like your character moves on his own. The pellet moves on his own, and then suddenly, woo! Like little ambulance truck there to save you from.
This is
the heart attack about owning the
Sprint
game.
Master.
Okay.
Sprint Master.
We're doing a great job.
We are masters of Sprint.
Apparently.
Look at us go.
Sprint apprentices. Oh, there you go. Whoa!
This one's
kind of exciting.
Yeah, this one's almost fun.
You have to know the signs. Like you have to speed up and slow down strategically. But it's kind of
it's a little janky.
Yeah, janky's the great word for it.
This is dang it, I forget the name of this one.
It's forgettable.
Forgettable, the game.
It's very forgettable.
I have the name up right now so they can read it. It's this game.
Yeah, it's really not much of a game.
It's the space game.
Yeah.
It's not very.
It's
good,
like the
though.
precursor to Mario Galaxy Co-op.
I couldn't figure out how to play this one either.
Yeah, this one. What's going on?
You just get lost. Here's a steeplechase.
They really like the gambling thing in this game.
Yeah. They had a problem. Gambling problem. The Atari. I always picture like a bunch of grown men around the Atari with like cigars and stuff, like betting money on these horses.
Really? I couldn't imagine that.
That'd be awesome, right?
That would be. But I mean, who would bet on the computer players?
I don't know. Well, like they can get like 4 players to do it. Whoa. Stunt cycle.
Stunt cycle?
Dude, you like this one?
Yeah, this one is fun.
You have to ride your big wheel. He looks like he's in a big wheel, like those really like the like little bikes, like pedaling, like little toddler bikes.
I don't understand how it goes from right to left though. Like, I mean, technically it should be just one.
It's supposed to be like
long course.
Yeah, well, that's what it's supposed to be like. I think.
It's like he's racing in the underworld. Whoa!
Super baseball. It's super forgettable.
It's super shouldn't be on this collection.
Yeah. There's my guy, the little white guy, and then there's the little yellow guys, the teddy guys, and we also could not figure this one out for the life of us.
This was a nightmare.
Yes, that's the thing with like some of these games. It's just like they haven't aged well at all, and like you just feel like you're stuck in like some kind of hell. Like this one, like you just feel like you're stuck in like like unexplained Atari hell. Like this is a punishment. like they should give this game 2 prisoners and like try to figure this game out. Like that's just fucking that's torture.
It's a disgrace to the word super that they put it in front of these games.
Yeah, exactly. Like this one looks neat from the perspective. I like the gold way down there, but wow, it's not very good.
No physics. No, you can't pass, and I don't know.
Speaking of not very good, Sword Quest.
Shout out to any Sword Quest fan ever.
Yes, if you're watching this and you like Sword Quest, can you explain to us how to play Sword Quest? Because I don't know. There's 3 of these. There's 3 of these in a row here, and I'm not going to talk about each one because they're the fucking same game.
Well, this is the worst offender, though. This is nothing. This isn't anything.
They do get better, but only because they have little distractions. Like this one.
There it goes down the rabbit hole.
Like this one has the rabbit hole that is fucking Sword Quest games on this collection. Yeah. So if
what is this? What are you? Are you a frame of the screen and capturing little?
I don't know.
Little birds.
If anybody knows what's going on in these games, please let me know. Help.
Desert Hump? I don't know.
Help me. I don't understand. I'm scared. I'm constantly scared when I'm playing these games.
This one's even more scary.
Oh,
you can't die.
Yeah, no. I've tried.
You might want to die.
Here's the thing, though, is he's been in 3 games now. If he hasn't found that damn sword by now, I would have given up.
Yeah.
He's questing for the sword or whatever.
Well, this one feels like the most adventurous, but it just fails on so many fundamental levels.
It doesn't work.
You can't get past that 3rd log.
Yeah. Speaking of failing, here's the Atari 2600 version of Tempest, which we have dubbed Underwear Tempest. Because it looks like you're playing
underwear.
Because it looks like you're playing on a pair of underwear.
Soggy underwear. Yeah, this one's bad. This is just bad.
I mean,
is that a shape? It looks like a crooked C.
They're trying so hard to recreate a 3D game on the Atari, and it's not gonna work. This game works.
But this game,
Warlords.
The Warlords. I like the title.
This game's awesome.
This is the quintessential multiplayer game. I don't know if this game sports 4-player at all. Even though
it does. It does. There was a multi-tap thing for the Atari.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so you can't
but this one was a lot of fun, even just between us two and knocking out the computer players and then trying to go for each other.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. We spent a lot of time on this one.
Yeah.
We played 3 rounds of that one. Here's Yar.
This is the last of the Atari games. This is a bona fide classic that you have to play.
Yar's Revenge. Even though the capture here is a little iffy, capturing Yar's Revenge on anything is weird. I don't know why. But, yeah, this game is awesome. This is the...
It takes some getting used to, and you have to see it in order to understand it if you don't get it.
Yeah,
but I mean, there is a fun science to it.
Yeah, no, it's definitely creative. It shows how creative they were on the Atari. And now we're into the arcade games. Black Widow.
And this is I've never heard of this in my life, but I wish I had, because this is incredible twin stick.
Oh, it's so fun.
Spider action.
Spider-Man does whatever Robotron can.
Yeah, exactly. Super trippy. I love the vector style, the flickery colors, and just the concept, the bugs.
Yes. I love the art style. I love vector graphics in general, though. Here's a game that I don't think is very good. Lunar
You
Lander.
have to have a lot of patience to enjoy this.
Yeah, I don't understand.
And I'm not talking about doctors.
I don't understand how this was an arcade title. Who would fucking sit there at the cabinet and just hold on, I have to land this thing. With a beer in your hand, you feel like a surgeon.
They should pay you. They should pay you to play.
Yeah, exactly. Why would, this isn't fun. This one is not fun. Not at all. This one, is pretty good. This is just
what's it called?
Space Duel, and which we played this one co-op some. This one is just asteroids, which is weird because the second volume actually has 2 versions of asteroids. So if you have both volumes, you have 3 versions of asteroids. No, 4, because we have the Atari version. You have 4 versions of asteroids.
This one is I don't think it's quite as good as Asteroids, although you do have co-op.
We just call this one
the
ass.
shape's just black character.
Centipede.
Arcade Centipede. This one moves a little faster, and here you'll see the spider. You can't really predict its actions.
Yeah, it's classic though.
But I still like the game. It's smooth. And it looks great on a TV.
Yeah, no, it looks so nice, and I love the art design on the side there with the centipede. And
the shot fire is a little delayed in its input somehow, but it's just so
pleasing.
Very playable.
Yeah, it's just such a pleasing game. It's just you can sink a lot of time into that one.
Yeah, totally.
This one though, I am bad at arcade millipede. This game's hard.
You gotta have a bunch of sodas in your system in order to really you just knock this one
Cocaine.
out.
You gotta do some meth. Be really hyped up.
Well, we're not advising you.
No, I'm oh man, no. This game though is
this one's a lot of fun. It's intense.
And I don't mean camping. Here's Tempest. Oh, I almost forgot the name of my favorite game on the whole collection. It's Tempest.
That's not very turbo, Alex. But this game is so turbo.
This is actually like one of the see, this style is like what I love so much.
This is Atari magic.
Oh, it's so good. It feels nice to play. It looks nice. This is worth the collection right here.
And if you play the Atari one first, you will guaranteed be impressed.
Here's Liberator. I wish somebody would liberate me and put me out of misery while playing this game.
This one hurts. It's interesting. I wish we had a trackball for it.
Yeah.
Shame on the modern consoles. But
where's my PS4 trackball, Sony?
Yeah.
But this one's it feels like it could be something, but no.
It looks good. I like the Earth.
Yeah, well, no, like that's impressive. But like, here's Pong.
Yeah.
You know, you gotta include Pong. I can't expect anything less. But as you can see here,
the fake Pong.
Yeah, the computer isn't even getting the thing, but it still feels weird because you're supposed to have the paddles. So that still doesn't translate. I wish they could have like used the touchpad on the PS4. Like that would have been cool, right?
Yeah, I would have liked that.
Or like maybe like use the motion of the PS4, how like it has the movement controls in there.
That could be fun.
And
the arcade version of Warlords, which I think is actually a little more underwhelming compared to the Atari version.
Well,
I don't know if underwhelming is the right word, but I mean, as far as presentation goes, it's not as impressive.
Well, like the Atari version has that like simple and clean design with the colors and shapes, and this one just looks like there's too much artwork going on here.
It's a little more fast-paced, and your guy is smaller too. And yeah, the artwork is muddy.
But that was it. That was every game on Volume 1.
Yes, and I will have many flashbacks in the days to come. But in terms of the overall collection, what do you think?
I think, which we've talked about this a bunch. I think that Volume 1 is worth it for some of the arcade titles and a few of the 2600 games alone. I mean, they're only asking $20. But when you talk about this, I was looking at the second volume, and the second volume, which we'll go over later on. I'm not going to touch on what it has on it, but I noticed the same issue where it has some really stellar games, and then it has like a lot of filler crap.
Yeah, I'd say about half of this collection is underwhelming.
Yeah,
and
like
if you're coming in with a fresh perspective, like you've never played any of these games, you're gonna look at this list and you're gonna be like, what? What do I do? Where do I start?
Yeah, well, like they could have easily taken the filler crap from this disc, the filler crap from the disc 2, and just made one disc with tons of stellar games, and they didn't do that. Filler? No, yes, just filler. No, they could have really set it down the road. No, they could have had something really good here. And like, I'm not saying this is a bad collection. I'm just saying that at points it feels a little underwhelming. But the inclusion of the online multiplayer aspect and the local multiplayer and the leaderboards, along with the fact that you get a ton of games, that does make up for a lot of it. And plus the presentation is just really stylized and neat. I mean, what do you feel about the collection? Do you think it's worth it?
Yeah. Overall, I was really happy, especially to play it over PS Plus. I don't really have anyone at home to play the stuff with. It was actually really fun, even going through some of the bad games. I don't think there should be so many, especially ones that border on the line of unplayable. But it is a good perspective or a retrospective of the Atari era and some games that make up, you know, what the 80s were like. So, I mean, I appreciate it for what it was, and it looks incredible on HDTV, which I know is a problem for a lot of the older console units. They don't have the right hookups for that. And the leaderboards, you know, that's nice icing on the cake. And the overlays, you know, arcade cabinet overlays, seeing the arcade cabinets before you go into the game. I think, you know, we talked about this too, it's missing some of the things other compilations that we enjoy have, you know, behind the scenes stuff, which I don't see as being so much to add. For $20, I think it's a good purchase. I think it could be great. It's not quite there, but it's also not bad at all. Not bad by any means.
Well, like, this is by At Games, and we were talking about them before, which that's a video for a different day, but At Games is really... At Games makes most of their profit off of nostalgia. You know, so, you know, this is a game that I feel like a lot of people that grew up in that era will see this and be like, oh, I remember the Atari games, and, you know, and pick it up. I don't think it's really for the hardcore enthusiasts. Like, most Atari enthusiasts would probably have most of these titles. Yeah.
I mean, for At Games, they could have shit the bed a lot harder.
Yeah, no, that's true. The sound quality could have been off, and then they could have just, like, fucking had a tiny ass screen in the middle of the screen, and that would have been At Games, they're very not good. So this, you know what, for At Games standards, this is a pretty decent package.
Yeah.
But
in any case,
I don't know. I was
sorry,
like,
go ahead.
Sorry, you know, I was just, you know, like last night. I do think, like, personally, I do think, you know, get both collections, but I do think this one is worth it just for, like, the arcade versions of, like, Tempest and, like, Centipede alone, and, like, Black Widow.
Absolutely. You could sink so much time into those games. Just keep going back and trying to top your high scores. I mean, it really captures that essence of what made that era so much fun, and still makes it fun today.
Do you think the arcade overlords will be proud of this collection?
I think warlords are proud. Arcade overlords, I think they give their approval to At Games.
Okay. You win this round, At Games. We're watching you.
Yes. Got you under the microscope. In any case, that's it for Flashbacks Volume 1. Let us know what you think. If you think this is worthy of the flashbacks.
Turbo flashback. Whatever.
Turbo.
The Arcade Overlords.
Turbo's back.
Back again. Yeah, and we'll try to come back with Volume 2 at some point.
Absolutely.
With that said,
as well as the Taito.
Yeah. Along with the first title, because we noticed that the Taito Legends 2 gets a lot of positive response. That's why we wanted to do something, you know, like this again. So maybe we'll come back with Taito 1. Who knows? Who knows what the future holds? So.
No, it was only the Turbo Overlords. Turbo Arcade Overlords.
The Arcade
Turbobot.
Overlords. Turbobot 9000!
Okay, I get it. You're tired of buying a game. You're tired of walking into the store, buying yourself a video game, expecting to play pool. I get it. You sit down, you're gonna play pool, you're having fun, and all of a sudden, there's a fucking dragon. So you have to stab it with the pool cue. I get it. I'm tired of finding games where I just want to play pool, and it's not that. I need a game that is just pool. I need a game that is nothing but pool. Something that would be purely pool. And where else can I find that but pure pool? Pure Pool on the PlayStation 4 is exactly as it sounds. It's literally a game where you just play pool. I have the physical release of this game at the time that I bought it back in 2015. It cost me like $17. I don't know what it goes for now. It's not much though. But this is literally just a pool game. And you know, that sounds kind of boring for a PS4 game, but I'll be honest, this game plays pretty freaking great. I mean, it's really smooth. It feels really comforting. This is a fun game just to come home, sit down, and just you can play for a while without having to get stressed. There's no overwhelming fights. There's no like that. It's just pure pool, and the game doesn't feel very game-like, if that makes sense. Most pool games that I've played in the past, which I have played other pool games like Virtual Pool on the PS1, most pool games have a very video game element to them. This one doesn't. It feels very natural to pull back on the stick, lunge forward, and, you know, hit the cue ball and whatever else. It feels very nice to play. There is one addition here that does make it feel more, I guess, arcade-like, and that is whenever you're aiming your cue ball, it shows what direction the ball that you hit is going to go. So that helps you line up your shots, and that makes the game really accessible for literally like anybody. It reminds me of a golf game, how in a golf game you kind of have lines to show where your ball's going to go. It's the same concept here. And this game has a surprising amount of content. It has a single-player career mode with tons of tournaments. It has challenge modes, has local multiplayer, online multiplayer, or you can even just, if you don't want to do anything, you can just sit down and you can just shoot the pool for no reason. See how many balls you can get into the pots and everything else. There's tons of modes, tons of possibilities with this game, and it just feels really nice. And I love the presentation. The game looks great because, it's a pool game. Then I had to, make a whole lot of fucking nice graphics. Make a nice cool looking pool table with some pool stuff. But even like the music. The music's very jazzy. It's very nice. I will give it this though. The music, there's different tracks, but they all sound like the same track to me. Maybe that's because I'm not really a jazz guy. But it is soothing to play. And whenever you're in one of those really tough tournaments, it can feel really nice to have that music behind you. Which, might I add, the CPUs in this game can kick your ass. I'm not even that far. I think I've just gotten to the second tournament set now. But if you're not like some of the matches, if you're not on point with with the CPUs, it's gonna kick your ass. But you can play this local and online multiplayer, so you don't even have to play against CPUs. That could be a non-issue for you. So Pure Pool. Is it good? Yeah, I would say so. I really enjoy this game. I mean, it's not like the best game ever. I say if you have a PS4, definitely go for like Earth Defense Force 4.1 or Bloodborne or Senran Kagura first. But hey, if you're in the market for something like this, Pure Pool could be for you. And I'm just going to go ahead and give the developers of this game ideas for their next game. So you have Pure Pool. They also had a game called Pure Chess, which I've played Pure Chess with my good friend Teddy Kong from Majority, and we had a fun time with that one. But we need more Pure games. So what other things can we make pure? How about Pure Croquet? Or maybe Pure Tic-Tac-Toe. Maybe we could even do Pure Tiddlywinks. I think that would be the good one. Pure Tiddlywinks. Come on, guys. I need this. I need this in my life. Or you could even, make a follow-up to Pure Pool and call it Pure Pool, where you go swimming in a swimming pool. That could be a cool one. There's all kinds of directions you can go with the Pure series. I'm just saying, Pure Pool. It's a fantastic game on the PS4. If you like pool, if you like games, give this game a go. Video games are pretty difficult. Video game difficulty, through the years, I've noticed, for the most part, have gotten fairly easy. I mean, yes, we do have games like Dark Souls that really challenge the player and push them forward. But how many games have you sat down and played that just they rush you through some kind of basic tutorial, like here's how you move, here's how you do this, and then from there the game is just a walk in the park with checkpoints everywhere, with
with life packs, whatever. Some games even, you know, if you just stand in place, you somehow heal your life. Gaming has gotten a whole lot easier over the years, which is something that I don't think is necessarily bad, but it's worth looking at, because whenever a game like Ninja Senkai or Ninja Senki, however you say it, DX comes out, it's worth a look. Ninja Senkai, Senki, Senko, whatever you want to call this game. I don't want to mispronounce it because I've been notoriously bad at mispronouncing Japanese names. So Ninka Senki, Ninka Jinki is a old school 8-bit style platformer game. It's very, very reminiscent of Mega Man, which is something that is not so uncommon nowadays. You know, whenever we have games like Shovel Knight and Retro City Rampage and Bit.Trip to really take us back to those old school games, this kind of 8-bit style is a dime a dozen. But what I think Ninja Senker here does a whole lot different than the other indie games is it's very basic. It takes on the Mega Man formula, and in fact, this can show Mighty Number 9 what it should have been striving to be. Because while this game is not complex, while there's not other weapons, it gets the basic gameplay of a Mega Man style game down really well. So in Ninja Senko here, you play as a ninja. Your girlfriend gets killed or whatever, and you have to get revenge. That's the basic plot. The levels, you run, you jump, and you kill, and you collect coins, and that is it. You're trying to get to the end of the stage. Some stages have boss fights, but that's literally it. The fun of this game is the challenge, which the challenge is really hard at points, but it's manageable, because this game insists that you play like a ninja, and in that way the game is very faithful to its theme, which is the old ancient Japan theme with all these mythological creatures and stuff, and all kinds of cool, awesome art design. I love the art design, like the art design in this game. But yes, so to play this game, you have to really get a core memorization of the levels down. And the level does this at points by introducing you to an enemy towards the beginning of the stage. It'll be in a very easy to spot location. Then throughout the stage, it'll ramp it up harder and harder toward the enemies in different locations, and the attack patterns get harder to avoid. But if you're paying attention, you're going to be able to get past the enemies. And some of the level kind of even repeats itself to see if you catch on to where an enemy will be located. So yes, if you're paying attention, you're going to be able to get past these really tough enemies. So no, I don't feel like the placement of anything in this game is cheap, because it's laid out in such a way where you're going to be learning as you go through the stages. Speaking of stages, there are 16 here. I'm only showing off the first 8, mainly because I'm not that good at this game, so I only recorded the first 8. But it's a really good game, though. Like, it's a really good downloadable indie-style platformer. I'm not sure how much it costs. I actually have this because it was free for PS Plus users a while back, so I still had it downloaded, and I felt like playing it. So hey, here's a review of this awesome game. Now, the DX would refer to the fact that this is an updated version of an older game. The developers went back to the Ninja Senko game from a long time ago and updated it for the newer, Steam and PS4 and stuff. But I haven't played the older one, so I don't have any comments on what the changes are. I'm only familiar, really familiar with this one. But this game, while being simple, it does have an awesome art style, and it has a fantastic soundtrack. The soundtrack in this game is, It's so good. Like, just listen to it on your own time. It's a really good soundtrack. So, Ninja Senki, would I recommend this game? Definitely. Definitely if you're into old school games and if you like a challenge, because once again, this game takes the old school approach of, it's not going to teach you through text, it's not going to teach you through basic gameplay tutorials, it's going to teach you by doing. It's going to have the levels laid out in such a way where if you're paying attention, you're going to be learning as you're going through the stages, and it really feels good to be able to just learn what, all the enemy patterns, learn the layouts, and just zoom through this game like a ninja.
Hey, plumber boy, mustache man, your worst nightmare has arrived.
Pack up your stuff. I got a little surprise for you here.
Check it out. What do you think about that? We got real-time, 3D, lush organic environments. How's that make you feel, buddy?
Feel a little like your days are numbered?
I'm gonna have to ask you to leave.
You're hurting my elbow.
Back in the 90s, Crash Bandicoot was a huge deal. He was the mascot of the original PlayStation. He was a platforming icon, a video game icon. And over the years, Crash faded away. Hardcore fans like myself kept up with his exploits, but after Naughty Dog let the property go, Crash just kind of fell into mediocrity. Well, I'm glad to announce that Crash Bandicoot is back.
Cortex, we haven't determined the cause of past failures.
Moron! This Bandicoot will be my general, and he will lead my Cortex commandos to world domination. This time, I shall reign triumphant.
Oh my god, the Crash Bandicoot Insane Trilogy is literally insane. I was expecting something that was faithful to the original games, but had its own playstyle or felt a little different. I was not expecting this. The Crash Insane Trilogy feels almost exactly like playing the original games, if not a little improved for the case of Crash 1. And the visuals look stunning. They look absolutely stunning. This is one of the best looking PS4 games I've ever played, and it's Crash Bandicoot. And the fact that you're getting all three of the original games, which all three games are superb. My favorite's Warped, which is the game that I've played the most on this collection, is Warped. But you also get Crash 1 and 2. All three of those games are legendary platformer titles. They are all three really good games. Crash 1, I would say, is the lesser of the three, but that's not saying much because it was their first outing. Crash 2 and 3 are better, but overall, they're still all great games. And seeing them with this amount of attention to detail and polish is incredible.
What have we got?
If you've ever played Crash Bandicoot before, it's a hallway platformer. You go level to level. You start from A, get to point B. There you go. That's the basic. But there's more stuff outside of that. Some of the games have vehicle segments. You collect crystals. You break boxes. It's a fun franchise. I know there's probably a lot of kids out there who've never played a Crash Bandicoot game because Crash Bandicoot, like I said, just kind of fell off the radar. I think the last Crash game that I thought was faithful to the original franchise was Crash Twinsanity, which I did a review on last year. But the last Crash game was like 2008, and this is 2017, so there's still that's almost a 10-year gap. So there's going to be kids that have never played a Crash game that I'm glad to say can get into Crash with this title. It's a fantastic way to get into Crash Bandicoot because it's a love letter. It is such, I'm gushing. This game almost made me cry. Granted, I've only gotten a little ways into Crash 1 and Crash 2, but Crash Warped is one of my favorite games of all time. And to see it with this amount of detail and this much polish, it's amazing. You never see remasters like this. Most remasters try to go for a just like lazy port, like Skyrim on the PS4, or whatever else, or they up the graphics a little bit, like they just up the resolution. This game, from what I could tell, I don't know if it actually, like, I don't, because I don't know much about the actual development of this game. I know it's by Vicarious Visions, who I think they did a lot of the Crash games that were kind of mediocre, like they did like Nitro Kart and stuff, and then they did Skylanders, I believe. So I don't really know if they used the original PS1 games as a basis, but no other game that I've seen takes the original game and gives it this much detail, this much polish. Not since like the Resident Evil remake on the GameCube, really. Like, this is incredible. And I like how they kept it. They kept it faithful. They didn't kiddify it. They didn't make it where it's aimed towards kids, just kids. They kept it for the fans. This is really a game for Crash fans. Like myself, I adore Crash Bandicoot. It's one of my favorite franchises. Even though, like I said, it does get so mediocre at some points, but the games that are good are fucking good. So I can forgive that here and there. And the Insane Trilogy, I just can't. I can't say enough how awesome this game is. Like, if you own a PS4, go buy it. Like, I don't give a fuck what you play. This is in my top 5. Like, it's up there with Senran Kagura and Earth Defense Force. I think this is better than the Ratchet and Clank game, and I loved the Ratchet and Clank reboot. But Ratchet and Clank didn't really need a reboot. Crash Bandicoot did, and I think this is really ushering in the new wave of 3D platformers. I didn't like Yooka-Laylee was awesome, but I don't think that game really ushered it in like it should have. But this game definitely feels like what Yooka-Laylee should have felt like. Granted, I did still like Yooka-Laylee, but I really feel like this game just captures the magic of that 90s platformer charm.
Break out the butter. I'm gonna make toast.
And this opens the gate for tons of other options. For one being new Crash games. Hopefully this game sells great, because I would love to see new Crash games. That would make me so happy. And also it opens the gate for other franchises like Spyro the Dragon or fucking Croc or whatever, whoever else, I don't know. Old school franchises to be brought back. Hey, Microsoft, you see this? People like these platformers? Give us a Banjo-Kazooie remake or something. Like, this opens the door. In my eyes, this opens the door to so many possibilities of developers who own these classic platforming IPs to see that, hey, this one did really well at the reboot. Okay, well, why don't we throw our hat in with whatever the hell we own? Sony can do Ape Escape. I love Ape Escape. Just, we need more games like this. Because it's just, this game takes me back to a simpler time, and I love it so much. There's not much I can say in the way of bad. I mean, the only thing I can really complain about is like some of the game's physics still feel a little off at points, like the ice physics or the water physics. But that's how they were in the PS1 titles, so I can't really complain. In fact, they even added the feature to where you can play as Coco Bandicoot in all 3 games, if you really want to, for some reason. That's awesome that they added that in there. I like the new re-recorded dialogue with the current voice actors. I think the current Cortex, I think his name's Lex Lang. The current Cortex is great. He's been my favorite since Twinsanity, and I really like the way that this game's presented. Oh my gosh, I was expecting to like this game, but I wasn't expecting this. I wasn't expecting to fall in love with this. This is my favorite PS4 game, by far. And if you got $40 and you're looking for a good time, the Crash Bandicoot Insane Trilogy is definitely worth your money. Indie games on the PlayStation 4 come in all sorts of shapes and sizes. Sometimes you have something as brilliant as Shovel Knight. Sometimes you have something as creative as Bit.Trip. Or sometimes you have something as simple as "Don't die, Mr. Robot!" Don't Die, Mr. Robot is a indie game for the PlayStation 4 with one of the one of the most simple premises I have seen in a very long time. You literally just take this little block with eyes and you keep him alive. That's it. Sometimes you may collect some coins, but you're on a grid in a square and you just move him around. That's it. It sounds really simple. Like, how do you make this into a full game? And somehow, Don't Die, Mr. Robot does it. One thing I will start off by saying is that I don't know how I feel about the game's presentation. I really like the music, and I really like the backgrounds and the text font, but the character himself and the enemies that come on screen, they kind of, I don't know if this was intentional or not, but I feel like they kind of look like Microsoft clip art. Like they look like something you would find on like some kind of Microsoft like Office application or something. They look kind of generic, but maybe that's the style it's going for. It doesn't look bad. I just think this game would have benefited from more of maybe an 8-bit retro style or something else. But then again, every game nowadays like every indie game goes for that kind of style. So, yeah, you know what? Maybe this style isn't bad. I'm not really sure how I feel about it. But style aside, the point you're playing this, while you're playing Don't Die, Mr. Robot, is for the gameplay. It is super, super addictive. It's a super simple concept, and somehow they stretched it into a bunch of different objectives. Some missions you'll be just dodging enemies. Some missions you have to use collect coins. Sometimes you have to collect fruit that will kill the enemies. Each level changes it up a little bit here and there, which keeps it fresh. So you can play this game for a pretty long time. Don't Die, Mr. Robot also has a name called Don't Die, Mr. Robot. It's a really interesting name. I mean, you wouldn't see that. That's the kind of name that definitely would not have. It wouldn't fly back in back in 2008. A lot of this, the stuff in this game, wouldn't fly back then. It almost, in some ways, I can imagine playing this game on a tablet device. It almost feels like a quick little mobile game, and maybe it is. I have no history behind this game. I got it free with PlayStation Plus because literally, this month, Until Dawn was free, which I already own. The Game of Thrones Telltale game was free, and I don't care. So this was the only thing they had to offer me for free this month that I really wanted to give a try. And yeah, Don't Die, Mr. Robot is a pretty fun time. Whenever people ask me to recommend them a game for the PlayStation 4, my first choice is always Earth Defense Force 4.1.
To save our Mother Earth from any alien attack, from vicious giant insects who have once again come back, we'll unleash all our forces, we won't cut them any slack. The EDF deploys. Our soldiers are prepared for any alien threats. The Navy launches ships, and the Air Force sends their jets. And nothing can withstand our fixed bayonets. The EDF deploys. Hit it, boys! Have now dwindled as we pull back to regroup. The enemy has multiplied and formed a massive group. We better beat those bugs before we're all turned to soup. The EDF deploys. The EDF deploys.
EDF 4.1, Shadow of New Despair, is a fantastic game on the PlayStation 4. And while on surface level, it may have very minimalistic graphics, may look like graphics you would see on possibly a PS3 console, that's because it is. 4.1 is a remastering for the PS4 of the PS3 and Xbox 360 title Earth Defense Force 2025. Now, 2025 had a few issues when it first came out. It had terrible slowdown and draw distance and such. And this port, it almost feels like a completely different game because those problems are gone entirely. Like, the issues that the PS3 and 360 versions had feel like they were never there in the first place with this port because it uses the PS4 hardware in such a fantastic way. Now, whenever you think of a PS4 game, most people think of games with like amazing visuals or this grand story, cinematic feel. That's what people go into PS4 looking for. This game uses the PS4 in a more interesting way. Instead of having the most amazing, great graphics, instead of having the deepest story, it uses the PS4 for scope. This game will have tons, just maybe even hundreds of enemies on screen at once. It'll have huge mech battles, huge alien motherships fly in. The scope of this game is just amazing. And that's something that they got away with because they used very minimalistic graphics. So while the character models and stuff don't really look great, they're serviceable, the game's fantastic because of the scope. Earth Defense Force, if you don't know what the series is, you play as the Earth Defense Force. Surprise. And you shoot giant bugs, giant aliens, giant dragons, giant everything that are coming from space to kill the Earth. That is basically the story. This game does actually have a story. Surprisingly enough, it's really only in the game's manual. Do you remember those days whenever stories were in manuals? The game itself doesn't really lay you out with the story. There is some narration during the battles, but you're not really here for the story. You're here to shoot the fucking bugs. And shooting in this game is fantastic. I mean, this game, for one, the main game gives you like 100 missions, and then you get there's like 2 DLC packs for $10 each that come with like 26 and 23 missions. That's like about like 150 missions. I've clocked almost I think I'm at like 41 hours into this game, and I've been playing it for like a good year, and I'm still not even like done with the game. I still have quite a bit to go. I'm at like mission 85, I think, and then I still have like both of the DLC packs to go, and that's not even counting the fact that like there's 4 classes. I play as the WingDiver class, but there's also the Ranger class, the Fencer class, and the Air Raider class, which all play completely differently, and all have their own stats to build up. So once I get done with the WingDiver class, which I have her built up quite a bit, I can go back through with the other classes, get them built up. It's a huge game. This game will keep you occupied for a very long time.
Just like we planned. Understood. I will protect my family. That is correct. We hit it. I don't want to die.
Which is great because the game nowadays is like cheap. I think you can find it for like $17. Like that's a fucking steal, guys. And like this game has fantastic multiplayer. Like the co-op's great, the single player is great, the online is great. Like there's nothing to really hate about this game. It's so campy, it's so cheesy. It's supposed to feel like a B movie at times. It's so good.
It's never ending. I will protect you, son. Did you see that? I did it! Go!
That's why Earth Defense Force 4.1 Shadow of New Despair is probably my most recommended PS4 game. I don't know if it's really my favorite PS4 game, but it's the one that I go back to the most. It's the one that I've sunk the most time into and see myself playing for a while, because I mean, you know, like I said, I've had this game for over a year and it's still fun.
Yes, sir.
All Balam units, commence operation.
Yes, sir.
Lock turrets and shift into anti-impact mode. Advance to melee range. We'll take them out hand to hand. Make it quick.
Plus, who doesn't love shooting the shit out of giant bugs, giant aliens? It's a real power trip whenever, you know, you get going, you know, and you get these fantastic lasers and fantastic whatever. Who said that games need to have cinematic stories? Who said that games need to have amazing visuals? Like, who cares? I don't care, you know, if the game doesn't have a story about a father protecting its child or whatever fucking God of War is doing now. I care that the game is fun, and Earth Defense Force 4.1 is fucking fun.
Got a lot of giant insects coming in.
Enemy is close.
Our turrets are locked for hand to hand. We can't fight them.
Yes, sir.
I never liked bugs.
This is Balam 2. I can't hold on anymore.
This is One Piece. Turning blood.
So, I just had my birthday. And on my birthday, I got some birthday money. Now, with this birthday money, being an adult, I have bills. I have things I have to take care of. I have groceries to buy. You know, I have to make sure I can feed myself, keep myself warm. But sometimes, I'm able to splurge. And at this point in time, I had birthday money. So I went to GameStop. While at GameStop, I was browsing the pre-owned games section, just looking for something to play. And I was in the mood for a fighting game. I have Street Fighter V, I have Mortal Kombat XL, but I was in the mood for something else. So while looking around, I found for $17 One Piece Burning Blood. One Piece Burning Blood is, of course, a fighting game based on the One Piece manga and anime series. Now, I am fairly familiar with the One Piece series. I haven't kept up with it as of late, but I am familiar with a lot of the characters, and I watched it a lot in the earlier years. So I was excited, to see this fighter on the shelf for pretty cheap with the One Piece license, because I like One Piece. I like the character designs. I thought it was a cool universe. I like pirates. So I picked it up and I gave it a try. One Piece Burning Blood is an over-the-shoulder brawler. It is fairly... It's more technical than I really expected, to be completely honest, because I've played other anime-type games. For example, I also have J-Star's Victory Versus Plus on the PS4, which I will review if you guys want me to. But so I don't know. Like J-Stars is pretty simple. It's pretty by the numbers. So that's kind of what I went into this expecting, and I was actually kind of surprised, because not only do each characters, which is like over 40 characters, not only does each character in the game play differently, but the game doesn't rely on cheap special moves. I've played a lot of these kind of games, these kind of anime games, that if you find one character with a really, really good special move, you can just pretty much just win the fight with that. And I found it to be a lot different in this game. Your characters do have special attacks that you can pull out on the fly, but a lot of the time, while using those special attacks, it leaves you open and vulnerable. So really, you don't want to rely on them too much, because you'll end up getting your ass beaten. It was actually pretty cool. There's like a guard break mechanic. It was a lot more technical than I expected, and it was a pleasant surprise. Because like I said, I'm a fan of games like Street Fighter V. So to see something with a little more pizzazz than just mash this button to win was kind of cool. The game is presented as a One Piece game. It has the cell shading. The characters look great. At this point in time, the characters can look as close to the anime as they need to, because of the technology of the PS4. It's pretty amazing. And what's also amazing is that this game, well, it has a story mode. I did beat the story mode, even though I just got this game. Story mode's only like about 4 hours long, to be honest. But it presents the Paramount War arc of the series, and while I can't show footage of the cutscenes because they actually block that off from recording, there is like anime-styled cutscenes, but with the 3D styling to tell the story, and it was actually really cool to watch. So yeah, this game does have a story mode. It has a wanted mission mode where you take on these wanted posters and beat the pirates on the posters. There's a free battle. There's an online mode. There's a online capture the flag pirate mode. There's a lot here, and there's a lot of characters, and there's a lot of support characters to unlock. This is a pretty beefy fighting game. If I had one complaint overall so far, it's that you had to unlock 2-player. I got this, and I was going to play it with Damon, who likes One Piece. So we sat down and we were trying to play, and we couldn't figure out how to play 2-player, even though the box said it was 2-player. So we looked it up, and you had to beat the first arc of the first episode of the story, before 2-player was available, which is very backwards to me. Whenever people play a fighting game, buy a fighting game, a lot of the time they just want to jump into 2-player. I do that. Yes, I'll go back and play the story, but a lot of the time when I'm popping in a brand new fighting game, I just want to play 2-player. And the fact that you have to unlock 2-player is it's kind of backwards. That's like having to unlock online multiplayer for a Call of Duty game. It just doesn't make any sense. But overall, One Piece Burning Blood I find is a really fun and enjoyable fighter. Like I said, it is more technical than I did expect, which was a pleasant surprise. But it's nothing like Street Fighter. It's nothing like King of Fighters. It's nothing like Mortal Kombat even. This game is still at its core an anime brawler. And if you're a fan of more technical fighting games like Street Fighter V, don't go into this expecting that. Yes, there are elements here that do feel close to those kind of games, but overall you can still win while not having the best experience in the world. I mean, there were times in the story where I got stuck and I had to mash and be kind of cheap to win because I just couldn't get past the fight. But so don't go into this expecting it. Just go into it expecting a little more than you would from a normal anime game. I hear a lot of people compare this to the more recent Naruto games. I don't really play those. I'm not really that big into Naruto, so I never really touched those. But I like One Piece, and I like this. And I hope Namco Bandai continues to make One Piece fighting games, because I know they have the Pirate Warriors games, but I like fighting games, and I like One Piece, and I find this game to be really enjoyable. I am a Sonic the Hedgehog fan. Now, when I say that, a lot of people just automatically assume and group me in with the really extreme part of the Sonic the Hedgehog fan base, which you shouldn't do. While I am a huge Sonic fan, I'll be the first to admit that there are some really bad Sonic games out there. I'm not a defender of the awful games. Yes, I've played them all, because once again, I am a fan of the franchise. I'm going to play literally everything that comes out. But with that said, it doesn't mean I have to like every bit of it. And the 3D games, I have liked the 3D games here and there. The Sonic Adventure games were fun. I liked Sonic Heroes. I liked parts of Sonic Unleashed. I really liked Sonic Colors and Sonic Generations. But overall, over the past 15 years, Sonic has never lived up to what he was at his prime. And that's where Sonic Mania comes into play. Sonic Mania is a return to form for the classic Sonic franchise, for the roots of Sonic. If you were around back in the 90s and you played games like Sonic 1, Sonic 2, Sonic 3, Sonic & Knuckles, Sonic CD, this is a game for you, because it's styled after the classic Genesis franchise. Now, the Sega Genesis is my favorite console of all time. So to see this, honestly, the first time I played it, I was almost in shock because it feels so good. It feels so close to playing the classic Sonic games. And my favorite Genesis game and my favorite Sonic game has always been Sonic 2. But I'll tell you what, I don't know for sure. I'll have to see how well it holds up, but I have a feeling that Sonic Mania is going to take that spot. Because Sonic Mania is a celebration of what made Sonic good. Sonic Mania takes the classic Sonic franchise. It takes aspects of Sonic 1, Sonic 2, Sonic 3, Knuckles, Sonic CD, mixes them all together with some new stuff to keep it fresh. The plot takes place after Sonic 3 and Knuckles, effectively making this the real Sonic 4. There's some stuff with time stones, and the gang gets thrown all throughout Sonic, up to that point. So you'll be revisiting areas like Green Hill Zone and Chemical Plant, the obvious stuff, and you'll also be revisiting areas that I didn't really expect, like Oil Ocean Zone, or Flying Battery Zone. Those are really cool surprises, and whenever you revisit the older stages, the first act is usually pretty similar to the classic stage, and then the second act throws in this whole new idea. It's almost like the developers were like, hey, this stage was cool, right? Well, we can make it even fucking better by adding stuff that I didn't expect, and it was such a breath of fresh air. On top of that, there are a bunch of new zones and levels to have fun with. If you want to, there's like a cowboy saloon desert themed area that's based off of the canceled stage from Sonic 2. I think it was Dusty Desert, I think it is, or something like that. There's a garden looking area. There's a Studiopolis, which has been all over the promotional material for this game. There's all kinds of new stages here too, and I found that every boss encounter, whether it's an old stage or a new stage, every boss encounter felt fresh and new. There were points during the boss encounters where, some of them did stop me and were hard, but most of them, I started playing and I thought I knew what I was getting myself into. The boss started up, and then it threw a curveball at me every fucking time, and it was amazing. I haven't felt this in a very long time. This isn't a case where I can look at Sonic Mania and say, hey, Sonic Mania is good if you like this type of Sonic game, if you like this type of Sonic game. This is a case which is very rare for the Sonic franchise, where I can look at Sonic Mania and say, hey, if you want fucking good game, here's a fucking good game, because that's what Sonic Mania is. It's a reminder for all those people out there that always talk shit, that always say, hey, Sonic was never good. Sonic was always bad. Sonic always had bad games. Sonic was always a terrible franchise. This game looks at them and says, yeah, fucking right, because the classic Sonic franchise it's why Sonic's iconic. They were some of the best 2D platformers of all time, and still are to this day, and Sonic Mania is here to join them. I loved a lot of the fan service in this game. There are a lot of fan servicey parts. I'm not going to spoil them for you, but there were some characters that I didn't expect to see. There were some references to other Sonic games, like there was a Sonic CD reference. There's a Knuckles Chaotix reference. There's a bunch of other Sonic references. References. I can't speak today, man. I'm so fucking excited because Sonic Mania. This year alone has been fantastic, because this year I've gotten some of my favorite franchises back. Like Resident Evil 7 started off the year, and that was awesome. We got the Crash Insane Trilogy was awesome. Sonic Mania is, oh my god, I can't even imagine. This is This is one of my favorite games. This might be one of my favorite games in a long time. And I see myself playing this for a long time. My only complaint is that I cannot buy this game for the Sega Genesis. And I can't play it with the Sega Genesis controller. But other than that, I loved every aspect of this game. I loved how much detail there is. This game didn't feel like it was made to sell Sonic. This game felt like it was made because the people who made it loved Sonic. And you can really tell. If you've ever enjoyed a Sonic game, old or new, if you ever wanted to play a Sonic game, if you've never played the classic Sonic games, Sonic Mania, it's $20. Get downloaded. I have it on PS4 here. It's on the Switch. It's on the Xbox One. Just fucking download it. Just go download it. Like right now. Like what are you doing watching? Turn off this video and go download it. Like what are you waiting for? Sonic Mania is one of the best games I've played in a very long time. It feels so good, and I hope Sega learns from this. I hope Sega sees how well this game is doing and realizes that they're sitting on a gold mine, because the Sega Genesis, Sega Saturn, Sega Dreamcast libraries gave us fantastic games, like the classic Sonic franchise. And if this classic Sonic can come back with such a big bang, then why can't other classic Sega franchises like Golden Axe, Streets of Rage, give me some fucking Knights, give me something? Because Sonic Mania proves that this type of classic game is not dead. This type of classic Sonic game is not dead. Sonic is still great. And just because, the Sonic franchise has a stumble here and there, doesn't mean that it's gonna die. Because clearly Sega knows that there's an audience. And Sega, I hope you do. I want just more of this. I mean, I know Sonic Forces is coming out, and I am excited for Sonic Forces because I like Sonic Generations and I like that gameplay. But at the same time, I don't know if Sonic Forces can top this, because this game is fantastic. Geeks and gamers, it's my favorite time of month. The time of month where we get brand new games for our PlayStation Plus subscriptions. And this PS Plus is interesting because every month they give you a couple of pretty good AAA type games, like Just Cause 3 or Infamous Second Son or Little Big Planet. But what I end up always getting drawn to are the little like indie style games that they always have with the free games. They always throw a couple of these things in, and I always end up playing those more than the big releases. So for the month of September 2017, we are doomed. We Are Doomed is an indie-style game for the PS4 and PS Vita. I'm playing it here on the PS4 because I do not have a PS Vita. I do imagine playing this on PS Vita would be fun, but it's also pretty fun here on the PS4. We Are Doomed is a twin-stick style shooter, similar to games like Super Stardust HD or Geometry Wars, or those types of twin-stick shooters. Now, twin-stick shooters are a lot of fun, and this game I do find to be a lot of fun. It's pretty basic. You just try to survive. There's two modes. There's endless mode and there's wave mode. That has to be my only complaint with this game, is that there's only really two modes to play. But the game itself is pretty fun, and I think that alone it does have a place here. We Are Doomed is a good game. Where it is kind of lacking content, I think it makes up for in how addictive the gameplay is and the game style. The game has a very interesting style. Everything's made up of pretty angular shapes, and it all comes together to look pretty cool. Sometimes I do think whenever the screen gets crowded with the graphics, it does look a little like a clusterfuck, like an absolute clusterfuck. But that's never really the case. Unless there are just tons of things going on at once. Mostly whenever you're playing the game's gonna look pretty good, and the game plays really well. It's a pretty basic twin-stick shooter game. There's not really much else I can say about this type of stuff. If you like games like Robotron 2084, this is the kind of game you're gonna like. Smash TV, this is the kind of game you're gonna like. Geometry Wars 3, which I fucking love Geometry Wars 3. I haven't reviewed it, but you can go watch the review by my good buddy Teddy over at Majora T. He's done a pretty good review of that game. These kind of twin-stick shooters are... I wish we had a lot more of these. I don't see a lot of these coming out, or maybe they are coming out and I'm just missing them. Actually, you know what? If you've played a pretty good twin-stick shooter, like in recent memory, why don't you just tell me in the comments? Why don't you let me know? Because I'll be out to find some more twin-stick shooters. We Are Doomed on the PlayStation 4 is a good download. If you have PS Plus, this is a good one. There's a few other games out this month, like Infamous Second Son and Strike Vector EX and stuff. But if you're like me and you're really into these kind of indie type games, these simple arcade pick-em-up games, easy to play stuff, go ahead, because this is one of my favorite things about the PS4. The PS4 is so interesting because sometimes I do get some AAA games. There are games that come out that I'm really excited about, but more often than not, I end up playing this kind of stuff, and that's what's so interesting. Because unlike the PS3 and the Xbox 360 and stuff, these kind of games really didn't exist. There were a few later on in the lifespan whenever indie games really started to pick up, but there for a while it was mainly just random shooters. Random first-person shooters. So to see these kind of indie games flourish, and to see this kind of creativity be brought to the forefront of console gaming, makes me super happy. We Are Doomed is a good game. Are we doomed? Maybe. I mean, Doom is a good game. I don't see what it has to do with anything going on here, but we are doomed. We are fucking doomed, guys. We're doomed. That's it. That's the bottom line. The game's telling us. The game's a metaphor for our civilization. We're doomed. We're all gonna fucking die one day, and that's how life goes. We're doomed. Ayane is a girl from the Dead or Alive franchise. I'm very familiar with the Dead or Alive franchise, and I was surprised to see Ayane here in Senran Kagura Estival Versus, one of my favorite games on the PS4. She is a downloadable character. To be honest, it's not really that bizarre to see her in this kind of game, since, Dead or Alive and Senran Kagura both kind of share these sexual themes. But, I don't know, I just didn't expect to see her. Dead or Alive has more of a, I wouldn't say realistic, but more of a realistic aesthetic than Senran Kagura, which, is very anime. But to see Ayane here in Senran Kagura is kind of cool to see her in the anime art style. She is a DLC fighter. along with a bunch of other DLC characters. And I thought it'd be cool to review her, because I know a lot of people aren't into DLC. I'm not into DLC. It takes me a very long time to buy any DLC. I'm very stingy when it comes to downloadable content. But with a character like this, I find that characters are, a good, are fairly good with, like DLC. So is Ayane any good? In Senran Kagura Estival Versus, I'm playing the PS4 version here, and yeah, I like her. I like her a lot. I find her to be a very fun character to play with. One thing that does kind of set her apart from the other girls is most of the characters in Senran Kagura have a shinobi transformation that kind of activates and gives them essentially 2 health bars, one pre-transformation and one after transformation. So if you're low in your first health bar and you have enough scrolls, you can transform into your super mode and get your health back. Ayane doesn't really have that convenience since she's already a ninja. She doesn't have a transformation, and also I don't think who is it, Koei Tecmo, who owns Dead or Alive? I don't think they would be okay with Ayane stripping naked and transforming anyway. So this is one of the characters that does not get naked. She does lose some of their clothing in battle, but she does not get naked. But she's a very fun character to play with. She's very fast, very fluent. I mean, like, one of her special moves, she can, like, summon a car to come in and crash onto the playing field. She's a very fun character to play with. I've had her for a while, but this is the first time I've ever actually really sat down and tried her out. Playing her here on a few of the extra missions in it that are included in the game. And, yeah, she's fun. I think she was like $5 or something like that, maybe a little less. I don't recall. It's been a while since I've bought the DLC for that game. But yeah, no, she's a pretty fun character to play with. She fits in with the Senran Kagura like universe very well because she's already a ninja, so it makes perfect sense. There are some other Dead or Alive girls that I wish would have transferred over here, but Ayane's a good choice. She's actually one of my favorite characters in the Dead or Alive franchise when it comes to the actual fighting games. I haven't played the extreme beach volleyball games. I don't know shit about those, but I do like the fighting games, and I think she's a cool character. And also, I've just been playing Estival Versus again. I'm so excited because today is September the 13th. And on September 26th, North America finally gets Senran Kagura Peach Beach Splash, which I am getting the special edition, and I will be doing an unboxing of that, so don't you worry. That unboxing will be coming, and the review of the game will come shortly after that. But to get hyped, I'm just finishing up some of the side missions and stuff that I had left to play on Estival Versus, and I thought, hey, I've already did a full review of this game. I said it was one of my favorite PS4 games, so I figured why not review one of the DLC characters. For those of you who are on edge about buying the DLC characters, Ayane is a good choice. Plus, I mean, she drops a car on her enemies. Like, what other character in the game drops a motherfucking car on their enemies? It's pretty rad. It's finally time, geeks and gamers. Senran Kagura Peach Beach Splash has just hit the PS4, and I am here to bring you my thoughts. Yeah, just a little warning, this game is a little sexual. By a little sexual, I mean there's titties bouncing around, pretty much fucking everywhere. So if you're not comfortable with that, I would click out of the review. Sorry, not really that sorry. You should lighten up a bit. Senran Kagura Peach Beach Splash. Fuck yes. If you don't know what the Senran Kagura series is, it's a series about busty ninja girls, busty anime ninja girls. And Senran Kagura Estival Versus was the first game in the series I played. I'm slowly catching up, but I loved that game to pieces, and I was super excited to see Peach Beach Splash come to PS4. And I pre-ordered and got my copy. I got the no shirt, no shoes, all service edition, which I did an unboxing of. It came with a lot of cool stuff. And yeah, so what is Peach Beach Splash? Peach Beach Splash is a continuation of the Senran Kagura series, where you take control of a busty ninja girl and you shoot water guns at other busty ninja girls. I don't know what else you would want in life. It's a busty anime girl water gun game. That's pretty amazing. It's really cool to see this game come out in the US market, especially among all of the really epic, story-driven, fucking dark, gritty games, you know, that happen nowadays. It's really cool to see that this still has a place in the market. And this series has actually been becoming pretty, I wouldn't say really popular, but it's picking up a following here in the US, and I'm definitely a huge fan. Senran Kagura Peach Beach Splash, from a story perspective, doesn't really have a whole lot. I did beat the story mode. Granted, this only came out 2 days ago, and I beat the story mode. The game's really not that long story-wise. The story mode was fun. It was very lighthearted. You played through one of 4 scenarios, you know, of the different girls in their different schools, and then you play a final chapter, and that's the story. It was a pretty funny story overall. I mean, there was like some themes of like, I don't know, there were like some like emotional themes in the story, but it wasn't anything too impactful, you know, because it's a fucking water gun game. So the story doesn't really matter. All you need to know is all these ninja girls are together on this one island to win a competition called Peach Beach Splash, which is a water gun tournament.
そうか、ならいい。ところでお前は誰だ？
ヘビ女の皆さん、はじめまして。あやめです。よろしくお願いします。何がおかしいのですか？はあ、すまない。明らかに足手まといな感じだからな。
Now, with the game being about the water gun tournament, it's obviously very different from the previous game, where Estival Versus was a hack and slash, Dynasty Warriors style game. This is more a third-person shooter. I like to compare it to Splatoon, even though there are a lot of differences between this and Splatoon. The overall theme and way you play the game feels a lot like Splatoon, with how charming it is, how, you know, the whole thing works with the guns. It just feels very similar, and, you know, in a lot of aspects. But the game, don't get me wrong, the game is not a Splatoon copy. There are a lot of things that make this game very unique. The game does have a story mode. The game has tons of extra side missions, which I'm just now getting to playing. So I just beat the story mode, and I'm starting on those. There's a lot of single-player content in this game. And then there's obviously, with any shooter, the main catch of the game is going to be the online. Now, I'm going to go ahead and get this out of the way. this is the only area in which I had any issues. The online, maybe it's just because it's the first couple of days the game's been out, but I've had a few issues. I have been able to connect and play online, and I've had a few fun matches, but I've only played this game for I'll say a total of about 6 hours, and within that 6 hours, I had 2 online matches just drop connection. And I know it's not my internet, because I have really good internet. I play Street Fighter V online all the time. So it has to be something on the game's end, and that's a little disappointing, because it is an online shooter. But whenever I did get a match going online, it was very fun, because there are different game modes. There's like a deathmatch mode, of course. There's a capture the flag mode called Capture the Bra. There's a mode with finishers, where you like see which team can get the most finishers. There are fun online modes. And the characters are fairly customizable. One of the things that kind of threw me off was in, say, Estival Versus, all the girls felt really different with their moves. And where this is a shooter, it's really hard to do that. So the game is really customizable. So really, you just want to pick your favorite character. Sadly, most of this footage, I'm using a bunch of different characters, or I think I'm using... I don't know, but because I didn't actually unlock my favorite character till the end of the story mode. But so pick your favorite character. You select your weapon layout and your card layout, and that's it. But that's where it gets really interesting. Is because other than switching weapons, you have these cards in between missions, and like in the store, you can get these packs of like trading cards. And you open them up, and it has different stuff on them, and they do different things, for you during battle. Like new cards can give you new moves you can assign to your D-pad, new little characters to follow you around, new stuff. But also, if you get duplicate cards, you could turn those cards into XP to level up everything. So I found the way that the game does its leveling up system to be very customizable. So really what you want to do is choose your favorite character, choose your favorite gun, and then choose your favorite card layout, and then just start leveling that up. My favorite gun was it was the big gun that looks like a roll of sushi, because that was amazing. So that's pretty much how you want to play the game. Just find the best layout that's good for you. And what's cool is that you can save your deck of cards, so that whenever you have to play, like during the story mode or during other missions and stuff, whenever you have to play as a certain character, you can just assign your deck, right then and there, so you have your your loadout ready to go. The game was very fun, and it is very sexual. If you're coming here and you're trying to look past the boobies, and you're trying to look past how silly this game is, you're going to be wasting your time, because this game is all about that. This game is all about being a hypersexualized, crazy fun time, which there's nothing wrong with. While yes, it does get a little over the top at times. I mean, the special moves you can perform on enemies, you can like shoot off their tops and stuff, and it's pretty outlandish. But where it is so overly sexual, it kind of becomes an inside joke with itself, because it's kind of too sexual. But I don't mind it. I never had any issues with the style of the game. It is fairly, the game does look fairly good. And like I said, I am glad to see this. It's very weird to see a shooter come out of Japan, and this is exactly what I thought a shooter out of Japan would be, other than like EDF. But it's a water gun game. I mean, who really makes an anime water gun game? That's pretty amazing. So yeah, if you are a fan of Senran Kagura, here you go. Here's an amazing title for you to play. And if you're not a fan, I don't really see this one turning you into a fan. I don't really see this one changing your mind at all. But who knows? I mean, right now it just came out, so if you're like on edge about this, I would say maybe wait a little bit. But definitely, if you're a fan, or if you're looking for something else to play, this is a good place to start. Or if you're just a fan of shooters, I think this game is a really good shooter. With as much as it looks like a silly booby game, there is some depth with the customizable layout and the XP system, in the game. So give it a shot, because who knows, you may like it. I mean, that's what I did with the first game. Well, not the first game, but that's what I did with Estival Versus. I just bought it one day, out of a whim, and I loved it. And now this is one of my favorite series. So who knows? Maybe you'll like it. Maybe you won't like it. I don't know. But I mean, Senran Kagura Peach Beach Splash has anime girls squirting each other and bathing suits with water guns. So that's pretty amazing.
The alchemy of wealth from air will bring a second blight upon mankind. This fog of death will cloak the land, and those men who are not prepared will succumb to its foul clutches. For God shows no mercy on those who heed not his words. Thus will the end come, and the world, made unworthy in his eyes, will be purified by black angels, so that he may begin anew.
Hello, geeks and gamers, and welcome to the first review of the 2017 Terror Zone. Terror Zone is, of course, the rebranding of Turbo Zone during the month of October to make things a little more spoopy. And today I'm reviewing a game called ZOMBI. Zombie spelled incorrectly. No, that is not a misspelling error on my title. That is the actual name of the game. ZOMBI, if you didn't know, was known as ZOMBI U and was a launch game on the Nintendo Wii U. So, after that game happened on the Wii U, they later brought it to the PS4 as just ZOMBI. They took off the U and just called it ZOMBI without an E. The name is pretty stupid, yes, but the game itself is a totally different story. So let's hop on into ZOMBI here and see what it's all about.
Hey, over here. Come down into the station.
Yes, you.
I've got eyes on you. Follow my voice. In the tube. Don't just stand there gawping. Hurry!
ZOMBI and ZOMBI U are one and the same. So if you're interested in playing this version or the Wii U version, this one review could do it for you. So you don't have to worry about any differences. The only difference is that the Wii U, of course, has the touchscreen controls where you can go through your backpack and stuff, and the PS4 does not. But that in no way really changes the gameplay experience. The game is the same game through and through. So what is ZOMBI and or ZOMBI U? ZOMBI is a game, a survival horror game. ZOMBI U actually was a survival horror game that came out on the Wii U towards the launch of the system. Now, it was pretty cool because the Wii U well, at first was trying to be more geared towards an older audience. So to see this game come to the Wii U was awesome. It came to us from Ubisoft, and I think that they did a really good job. I think people kind of ignored it. So I like the fact that this has come to the PS4, simply because I feel like a lot of the people that would really appreciate this game don't play Wii U. So the fact that it is here, I think, is helping to breathe a whole new life into the game.
John Dee predicted the plague and the Great Fire of London that stopped it, and he saw plague victims in his own lifetime. Even tried to find a cure, the panacea. But it's a myth. You can see as well as anyone, there's no cure for this.
So what is the game? The game is a zombie survival horror game based in London. You play as a nameless survivor as you find yourself surrounded by zombies. A prepper leads you into his little base thing and shows you the way to stay alive. And from there, he helps you uncover the truth. I'm not going to tell you any more about the story because I don't want to ruin it. But what's interesting about Zombie or Zombie U is not the story itself, but how the game is played. Where you play as a nameless nobody, you don't really feel like you're any particular character, and that's done for a reason. So whenever you're playing Zombie, you kind of like play through first person. You get guns, you get ammunition, you get health stuff you need for the game. Just normal, survival horror affair. But what happens in the normal mode, at least, is that when you get to a certain point and you die, all the stuff you have up to that point is gone, because that character that you're playing as, that lone survivor, he's dead. You get one shot with that character. What happens in normal mode is that you will then play as a totally different survivor. And from there, if you want to get all that stuff that you lost back, you're going to have to find where you died and kill the zombified version of your former self. I think that's a super neat idea because it raises the stakes a whole lot. And what's even cooler is that this game even has a survival mode where you just play as one character, and if that character dies, it's over. That's it. It's true survival, and that really ups the ante with the horror aspect of this game.
Shit, it was rigged to the alarm. Get inside before every blighter from miles around comes running.
So, of course, being a first-person zombie game, a lot of people might go into this expecting your run-of-the-mill zombie shooter, and you should not do that, because that is not at all what this game is. This game is actually pretty slow with its pacing. And I really like that aspect of the game because it allows you to plan ahead. You have limited space in your backpack, and down at the bottom you have a little PDA system thing where you can kind of scan the environment. And whenever you scan the environment, it'll show on your radar that there's things nearby, like either zombies or animals. You never know if it's going to be a zombie or if it's going to be a rat. So you're always on edge. And that kind of causes you to kind of prep yourself. You'll come to find that you do not want to actually try to take down every zombie in the game. You want to try to take things slow. Work smarter, not harder. So if you find yourself in a big crowd of zombies, you're not going to want to shoot them all or bash them all in. You're going to want to light a flare and use that as a distraction so you can escape. Same thing for just killing zombies. You may not even want to use your gun. There's a lot of footage in this for like that I captured of the game where I was just using the melee weapon because I did not want to make noise with the gun because I didn't want the other zombies to hear. This is not your shoot 'em up zombie game. This is an actual survival game, and I really appreciate that aspect of this title. With that said, I feel like this game is a little underrated because, well, once again, the audience that probably would love this did not have a Wii U, but it is available here on the PS4, which is very, very cool. That you can go and download this. I don't know how much it is normally on the PS Store. I bought it on sale for like $5. I also have the Wii U version, which the Wii U version is at like GameStop for like $7. So either way, it's a good deal for a fun survival horror game. And of course, coming from the Wii U, it may not look like the best game ever on the PS4 graphically, but the game certainly does not look bad. I think, especially whenever you're roaming around the dark areas of London and you have to light things up with your flashlight, things can get pretty intense and things look pretty good. I mean, there's areas in the game where you turn off your flashlight and you're in pitch darkness. I really respect that. Aspect of the game that also just adds to the horror aspect of the game. So you want to learn how to kind of conserve your battery on your flashlight.
Hello, answer me.
So would I recommend Zombie? Yeah. If you're looking for a really fun, really easy to get into survival horror game, this is definitely it. Yeah, I wouldn't say it's an easy game, but I would say if you learn how to play the game smart, you're gonna have a fun time. You're gonna find where you like going out and kind of almost getting your face ripped off, because these characters that you're playing as are not super buff zombie killing people. They are just average Joes, like you and me, that would get ripped in half through any of the scenarios. I do enjoy the fact that you get a cricket bat. Shaun of the Dead is awesome. That's awesome. And London is a really cool location for this game. I found that to be really refreshing. So yeah, Zombie or Zombie U is highly recommended by me. I have more Terror Zone content coming up. So be on the lookout for that, and I'll see you guys next time.
At this rate, I'll be the only bloody survivor.
So, the other day, Geeks and Gamers, I was just shopping around on the PS4 store, looking for something to play, something that had a little bit of a spooky theme to it, and I saw this game. I saw this game called Demon's Crystals it was like $1.50. Now, $1.50 is pretty fucking cheap. So I was like, So I looked at the screenshots and stuff, and it was a top-down twin-stick shooter with a spooky theme. So I decided to pick it up, and here is my thoughts. Demon's Crystals is a top-down twin-stick shooter with a spooky theme. You take control of a spooky anime character, and you shoot spooky enemies in a spooky looking environment. Now, with that said, that's all you do. That's it. There's not really a story presented here. There is 4-player co-op, but that's the whole game is just level to level, either collecting crystals or shooting enemies by wave. That's the entire game. This game really is kind of sad because I think this game has a lot of potential. It looks like it could be a really, really fun, interesting twin-stick shooter. I like the theme and stuff. I like the music's even fun. But this game is really repetitive, like very, very repetitive. While playing this, I noticed that the game kind of feels like a Wii budget title, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. Not every game has to be a big AAA blockbuster or any kind of indie masterpiece. But it's just the fact that, like, I played, the footage you're seeing is just the beginning of the game, but I played at least 30 levels in. Well, not 30. No, hold on. I played at least, I think I stopped at like 20-something. I was getting pretty far in. But the game doesn't really change it up. The first 10 levels are the fucking same, and then you get to a boss fight, and then you're at, like, a different area for another 10 fucking levels, and it's just really, really boring. They really tried to stretch out the gameplay here into something that it couldn't have been. I feel like it should have been a lot of fun. It looks like a lot of fun, but I don't actually think I recommend this game. Unless you're really desperate for a twin-stick shooter game. Now, I mean, $1.50. That's a pretty good price, though. I mean, so judging it off of like what I paid for it, I don't know. Like, it could be a good time for $1.50. Like, how do you judge a game? Like, if you buy a game for $1.50, how do you take that into consideration when reviewing a game? Is it worth like $1.50? Probably. I mean, that's what I would pay for it. Is it worth the original asking price? I think it was like $5. Probably not. You could probably get a few other different better games for $5. Now, I'm not saying that the game's all bad. I mean, the game, is a twin-stick shooter game. There are fun power-ups and stuff. It's just the fact that the gameplay lacks any variety. The game is very, very, very repetitive. And that's mainly the big hindrance here. I guess to be honest, a lot of twin-stick shooters are repetitive. But take something like Geometry Wars 3 into consideration, and that game, while you're playing through the story mode, has a bunch of different objective types. The objective types in Demon's Crystals is just one of two. It's either clear the wave or collect the certain amount of crystals, or both at the same time. There's never any other type of gameplay variety here, and that's probably what kills the game for me. That's probably why I just don't recommend this title unless it's on sale for $1.50. So yeah, Demon's Crystals is a spooky themed game that I do not recommend unless it's on sale for $1.50. If you're looking for a twin-stick shooter, there's quite a few out on the PS4. I actually love the twin-stick shooter renaissance that's been going on. I've reviewed a couple of them, here and there, but twin-stick shooter games are so fucking fun and addictive, and I'm sad to see this one doesn't really reach the potential that it could have. I mean, you got like half-naked bat anime girls, like that's pretty hot. I'm just saying, that's pretty hot. Merry Halloween, geeks and gamers. Welcome to the last fucking review of Terror Zone. Fucking fuck, dude. What is scarier than a scary game? A terrible game. A terrible game and a great franchise. I am a huge Resident Evil fan. And I'll admit that the Resident Evil series got a little off track. Resident Evil 6 was kind of bad. Resident Evil Operation Raccoon City wasn't the greatest. There's even some early games like Resident Evil Survivor that kind of sucks. But what the actual fuck happened here, guys? This is Resident Evil. Well, not even Resident Evil. It's not even called Resident Evil. This is Umbrella Corps for the PS4. What the actual fuck am I playing? Umbrella Corps for the PS4 is a pile of shit. The end. That is the end of the review. You can exit out. That is it. That's all I have to say. I'm just gonna pad that out through a whole fucking review here. What the hell, guys? Umbrella Corps on the PS4 is a shooter themed around the evil corporation Umbrella from Resident Evil, which sounds like it could be a great idea. We know some about Umbrella, but it'd be really cool to see the inner workings of the Umbrella Corporation, especially, I did play Operation Raccoon City, and that game did kind of dive into that, and it was really fun for that aspect. So, going into this, I expected at least a little bit of that. Nope. Are there any characters in this game? Nope. Is there a story? No, not really, unless you want to, there's some, brief little synopsis before missions, but that's fucking it. This game was developed as a multiplayer Resident Evil online shooter. Therefore, the online was developed, and then they tacked on a shitty-ass single-player campaign. Here's the problem with that. I'm okay with having an online Resident Evil shooter if anybody was fucking playing this. I tried forever to get matches, and I only found 2 matches. One was just me and 3 other guys. It was pretty fucking boring. The other match, I kid you not, the other match loaded me in with 5 other people, okay? I'm going to show you the footage. This is what happened at the beginning of the fucking match.
It's survival of the fittest, or something like that, right?
Commencing operation. One left.
There, yes. My 2 teammates lit themselves on fire, and then another guy from the opposite team ran up and stabbed me in the face. Therefore, I lost. So who the fuck is playing this game? Those are a bunch of assholes right there. The best part is that they didn't know that that they're being recorded for a fucking review. They're a bunch of assholes. Do assholes just populate this game? It's fucking nonsense. The online, there is none. Nobody's playing this because it's a piece of shit. And the few people that are playing it are fucking assholes. So hey, you know what? There is a single player. How's the single player, Alex? How's the single player? You can probably guess how the fucking single player is. The single player mode, I forgot what they called it. Fucking the experiment, the fucking whatever it's called. I don't even care at this point. Is a mission per mission based single player campaign, quote unquote campaign unquote, where you play through missions. And here's how the missions goes. You load into a location, you collect 20 fucking data samples by killing 20 enemies, you move on. Sometimes you may have to gather 5 briefcases. Sometimes you may have to activate 5 checkpoints. That's the single player. You go around boring ass multiplayer maps, you shoot boring ass enemies, and you complete boring ass objectives. Who the fuck okayed this? Did anybody playtest this? Capcom, did you mean to release this way? Like, what the fuck? Like, I can't believe this is still out. Like, if I was Capcom, especially because, like, here in North America, I believe this game only got a digital release. I think over in Europe it got a physical release, which I would actually enjoy having the physical release because I am a collector and I love Resident Evil. But I can't believe this game is still even on the PS Marketplace. Like, what the actual hell? I paid money for this. I paid $10 on it. The complete edition was on sale with a bunch of DLC shit, and which was just like stuff for the multiplayer. And I got it for $10. And I tell you what, I wish I had that $10 back. I could have bought a multitude of things with that money. I could have fucking I could have went to the store. I could have bought a cake. I could have fucking bought a pair of sandals. I could have fucking paid a prostitute to suck my dick. I could have done anything else that would have been highly more entertaining than this game. I could have paid the $10 to get somebody to punch me in the face, and I still would have had a better time than playing Umbrella Corps. Man, this is fucking terrible. This game's fucking terrible. I don't even know what to say, dude. I'm really mad. I'm really fucking mad. I hope you guys have a happy fucking Halloween. Merry Halloween. Fucking don't buy this. Don't waste your money. You know, if you're thinking about buying this, I want you to go ahead and just mail me your money, and I will send you a video of me destroying that $10, because that is basically what this game is. It's just a waste of your money. It's just your money being fucking burnt up. That's all the fucking game is. Don't buy it. There's plenty of other better Resident Evil style games out there. I don't care if you're interested. I played it. You can see how much fun I'm having, which is fucking none. I could barely stand to play for this, like, to capture footage of this game. After this review, I'm never touching this piece of shit again. So, with that said, I hope you guys have a happy, merry fucking whatever Halloween, and I'll see you guys in my next video that's not going to be Terror Zone, like, related, because this is the last video of Terror Zone, obviously. I'll see you guys later.
I woke up with the sun today, rolled out of bed and said, I'm gonna have some fun today, and that's just what I did.
I am always open to trying new games. And sometimes you'll find the best surprises in the weirdest spaces. Growing up, I have always enjoyed arcade golf, but I've never really been that big into it. The only golf games that I really delved into that much was the Mario Golf series. Both Mario Golf for 64 and Mario Golf Toadstool Tour for the GameCube were two fantastic golf games. I did, however, play Hot Shots Golf 2 back on the PS2. And while it was a fun game, that was not a series that I ever kept up with. So to my surprise, I found out that they released Everybody's Golf here on the PS4, which is not really a reboot, but a brand new installment in the Hot Shots Golf series, which in Europe was called Everybody's Golf. So now, internationally, it is now Everybody's Golf.
Everybody's Golf.
Everybody's Golf, or Everybody is Golf, it's the same spelling, I believe. Everybody's Golf is a arcade-style golf game that is way better than it has any right to be. Okay, this is such a surprise, because this has become one of my favorite PS4 games, and it's a fucking golf game, guys. It's crazy. So Everybody's Golf, like I said, is a new installment in what Hot Shots Golf series. A very fun golf series. Now, what's different here about Everybody's Golf is the fact that it has an amount of polish that I've never seen in this type of sports game, and I absolutely love it. To start off, it has a robust single-player campaign where you play through tournaments, you go around a little golf island, you talk to residents, you buy stuff in a shop. It's fantastic. You even get to drive a little golf cart around. It's a great single-player mode with tons to do. I was never left bored because I had tournament after tournament, versus match, this, that, to play, one after the other. And I haven't even played it online. There's an online functionality too. But I've been so wrapped up in the single-player campaign, I've had no issue with that. I mean, you even get to make a little avatar. I made a little guy that looks like me. It's fantastic.
Whoa. Whoa. It's in.
And there's also single player. The single player, in a smart move, only uses one PS4 controller, meaning if you want to play this with 4 people, you only need to own one controller. That makes this game miles more accessible than it would have been if you needed 4 controllers. That is an ingenious idea, especially because a golf game, you don't play it once, you take turns. That's a fantastic idea, and it makes this game work really well with the multiplayer.
Nice shot.
Now, what's so great about Everybody's Golf is the gameplay. Everybody's Golf just feels really good to play. Like, it feels really close to other golf games I've played, like Mario, but just so refined. While at points it can be a little tricky to judge your hits, judge the wind, especially when putting. You have to judge how the land is like sloping. It's so good because while it is very easy to learn, it's very hard to master. This game is not a walk in the park. This game is not going to hold your hand. This game, after like the first course or so, it's going to say, hey, cool, now you know how to play. Here's some fucking challenge.
Okay.
Nice shot.
Everybody's Golf is just, like I said, it's just a fantastic game. I haven't had this much fun with a sports title in a very long time. It comes highly recommended from me. Especially if you're looking for something different to play on the PS4. It's only $40, brand new, which is a steal for this game. Now, if you're not really into golf games or to, arcade sports games, maybe this isn't something you should pick up, but I implore you, if you never played like an arcade golf game, or if you played like Mario Golf back on a 64 like I did, maybe this is something that you should look into because it is very, very good. And I'm just amazed by how vibrant and colorful this game is. This just proves that there's room for these types of games here on the PS4. And I love the fact that this is brought to us from Sony. It's a Sony franchise. It's a franchise that I didn't really expect to see on PS4. It's a franchise that I didn't even know was still around, to be honest. The last Hot Shots golf game I played was on PS2. I didn't know they still made these. It's crazy.
It's a par 3.
So yes, I would highly advise you to pick up Everybody's Golf. This game is a fantastic PS4 game. It's up there in my top 10 PS4 games. It is a phenomenal experience, and if you want some fun arcade golf action, this game has you covered. Also, shout out to my mom, who actually, as you see by the footage here, helped me get footage for this game by playing the multiplayer with me. I grew up playing games like Mario Golf with my parents. So thanks, Mom! Everybody say thanks, Mom!
Okay. Getting close.
Whew. Ah, finally. Sonic Forces has arrived. I got it here on the PS4. I've been excited for this game for quite a while now. It was announced last year, and I was excited. I'm a huge Sonic fan. So, after this year already gave us the great, fantastic Sonic Mania, it's time to dive into Sonic Forces and see what we're getting ourselves into. But you know what? Before I dive into this, I kind of want to see what other reviewers have to say about this game. I mean, Sonic's had a pretty good track record over the past few years outside of Sonic Boom. So let's pop up my laptop here and just watch a review.
Sonic, how I hate him. And all of that loathing has been focused into this invincible instrument of destruction.
Dick Wiggler here with IGN. As you might know, Sonic the Hedgehog is the worst franchise of all time. There has ever only been 2 really good Sonic games in the last 15 years. Sonic Generations and Sonic Mania. So now that Sonic Forces have arrived here in 2017, it's time to see if Sonic Forces is any good.
Rookie, just make sure you take good notes.
Sonic Forces is not Sonic Generations, therefore it is the most horrible game I have ever played. I give this game -25 out of 10.
God damn it!
Jesus Christ. Sonic Forces is here, and I'm here to bring you my thoughts on this game. Before I start, Jesus, what the hell, guys? The social media and video game reviews, everybody has a voice now, including myself. The Sonic Forces feedback has been a literal shit show. It's been one side praising the game, and one side fucking bashing the game. And it is incredible. I have never seen a split like this within the Sonic fan base in my life. And I'm here to bring you my thoughts, my honest to God thoughts on Sonic Forces.
Show up when your neighborhood turns into a desert. Who knows it's gonna be a chore.
Sonic Forces on the PS4 is a good game. Do not get that wrong. This is a good game. What I see a lot of people getting caught up here is the fact that Sonic Forces is not as good as Sonic Generations. Okay? Let's just get that out of here. Let's just clear the air. This game is not as good as Generations. But what do you expect? Generations was a fantastic game. It was a phenomenal game. I was surprised that game got the feedback that it did because, it's Sonic, and usually no matter how hard a Sonic game works, it doesn't get that kind of feedback. No game, I don't think, will ever really live up to... No 3D Sonic game, excuse me. I don't think will ever live up to the Sonic Generations hype. And, I mean, Sonic Mania came out back in August, and that game also got tons of great reviews. And I think that's part of the issue with the Sonic Forces here, is the fact that since Sonic Generations and Sonic Mania are so well loved, people were expecting this to be another game changer, and it's not. And that's okay. I say Sonic Forces is about on the same level as, say, Sonic Lost World or Sonic Colors. Those games were not the greatest games in the world, but they were still good games. I remember whenever Sonic Lost World came out, people were shitting all over that game. People did not like Lost World. And then I got a copy of Lost World and played it, and I liked that game a whole lot. And I think that's part of the... there's this, like, disconnect with me and the rest of the Sonic fan base that I don't understand a lot of the time.
This is terrible. They've made a total mess of this place. We have to stop Eggman and end this war quick.
While playing Sonic Forces, I made it a point to not watch any reviews until after I had played like a few levels in, just to kind of see how the game works. So I got Sonic Forces, I sat down and I played it the first like 3 or 4 stages. Then I started watching reviews, and I was really surprised to see how negative this game is, how the reception to this game is so negative. Sonic Forces essentially works like this. Dr. Eggman has created this new being called Infinite, who has helped him conquer the world. The gameplay centers around Sonic and Classic Sonic, much like Generations. You have 3D Sonic and Classic Sonic, but you also have a third gameplay style, which is your created character. Yes, Sonic Forces lets you create a character, which is honestly one of the coolest part of this game. There's been a lot of people talking about how they had their own Sonic characters as a kid. I never created my own Sonic characters, like as a kid. I thought that was stupid. I always just kind of drew the pre-existing Sonic characters, you know. But playing this game, though, it is a lot of fun to make your own character and see them interact with the other Sonic characters. And honestly, I think the created character levels are the best levels in the game. Because unlike the Sonic stages, they do kind of feel kind of like the same structure as a 3D Sonic stage, but they're based more around platforming and weapons, and it's really neat to see this gameplay here.
So, what's my move? It's not like I can swim out in
3D Sonic, this is probably the best he's ever controlled. With a few exceptions, I still don't really care for the 3D Sonic's 2D segments. I don't think modern Sonic needs those 2D segments. That's something that like Sonic Colors and Sonic Generations still pushed a lot, and I don't see why that's still here. But once you get used to his controls, they really aren't that bad. But the 3D segments, they are a blast. Like you go so fast, you have so much fun blasting through the enemies. It's such a fun time.
Be able to get into the factory through there. Stay alert.
This should be fun.
And Classic Sonic, this game actually ties directly into Sonic Mania, and that Classic Sonic has come over to Sonic Forces. And while his stages, yes, he doesn't control exactly like he did in Sonic Mania. That's to be expected because it's a totally different team who made this game. It's a totally different gameplay style. The classic Sonic stages are still really enjoyable 2D Sonic stages. They're still really fun to play through.
Still thrashing around, I see. Filthy little sewer rat.
And I found one of the most fun aspects of this game was actually the story. Not in a long while have I cared, not since Sonic Unleashed, have I really cared about a Sonic game story. After Unleashed, they kind of just became like haha kiddie stories where Eggman was a silly villain and Sonic and Tails made fun of him the whole time, and that was the whole game. I'm glad to see Sonic Forces actually kind of attempts to have an actual narrative. I mean, you even have a bunch of the other Sonic characters that I haven't seen in forever making returns, like Shadow, Silver, the Chaotix, Rouge the Bat. There's all kinds of cool Sonic characters here that I am glad have finally come back. I'm glad Silver the Hedgehog came back. I mean, this is his first big role in a Sonic game since Sonic 06. Yes, 06 was utter shit. Do not get me wrong. But I like the Silver character, and I'm glad that he's actually a big part of this game.
Such power exceeds even my expectations. Ha! My own genius scares me sometimes.
That means you miscalculated. That's a failure in my book.
The presentation here is phenomenal. The game looks fantastic, and I really like the levels. There's a lot of levels that harken back to the classic stages, like Green Hill Zone, the Death Egg, Chemical Plant, and then there's new stages that look really unique. And then it just feels like a mixture of, say, Sonic Adventure 2 and classic Sonic with a dash of like the Sonic Unleashed levels in there. It's really neat. It's really neat design overall.
Nice work. A fine display of skill.
Wow, you really showed him who's boss.
Come on! How am I gonna top that?
So yeah, Sonic Forces. If you are a Sonic fan, you should play this game. The problem is that every media outlet covering Sonic Forces simply is writing it off because it's just not as good as Sonic Generations, which is whatever. I mean, who the fuck cares if this game isn't as good as a previous game? It can still be a good game that stands on its own. That's what a lot of this video game culture, with a lot of the video game fucking masses, the people that play, the fans of games, they don't like change. They don't like things that are different. That's why Call of Duty, that's why Assassin's Creed, that's why other shitty games have just stayed the same for the last 10 years. Simply because gamers don't want change. Sonic Forces is a good game. Sonic Forces is a very good game. It's not my favorite Sonic game, no, but it's one that I'm glad I had the chance to experience. And like I said, if you are a Sonic the Hedgehog fan, I would play it. If you're not a Sonic fan, I don't see this winning you over. It's really a game for fans. But hey, if you're looking for a good, fun 3D platformer, it's out there for $40 brand new. It would still be worth a try.
Make them wish they'd never been born! Stay calm. What you're seeing isn't real.
It's no use. Our troops are scattering in the confusion. Ah! This is bad. Our forces were all gathered together, and now they're plunged into chaos. Puyo Tetris!
Hey, do you like Tetris? Hey, do you like Puyo Puyo? Hey, here's Puyo Puyo Tetris. Puyo Puyo Tetris is a puzzle game available here for the PlayStation 4. It's on the Switch. There's versions on PS3. This game is my favorite puzzle game of all time. Whenever this game was first released back, I believe it was back in 2013, 14, it was a Japan exclusive. It only recently got localized here in the US. Before I bought this PS4 copy in English, I actually imported a copy from Japan for the PlayStation 3. And, yeah, so I've bought this game twice. I just wanted to put that out there before I start giving this game as much praise as I possibly can. Because I want you to understand the perspective that this review's coming from. I love Puyo Puyo and I love Tetris.
This is not good. I got teleported from home, and I'm in some weird place, and I'm all alone. This is so not good.
Captain's report. A girl in a non-form fitting outfit has materialized aboard the SS Tetra. I believe she is currently performing an improvised alien comedy routine.
Beep, beep, beep.
Don't be hasty, yo. Something about this seems not normal.
Puyo Puyo Tetris is a crossover between the two puzzle giants, Tetris and Puyo Puyo. More than likely, you're more familiar with Tetris than you are Puyo Puyo. You know the rules of Tetris. The blocks fall from the top, and you clear lines. Pretty simple. Puyo Puyo is a bit different. You have different colored Puyos, which are like little jelly guys, and you match them up by four of each color, and you want to try to set off a chain reaction, one after the other, to hurt the opponent. It's a very fun, very strategic game that I absolutely love. Puyo Puyo Tetris is unique because you get both games mixed together with a ton of different modes. You can just play Puyo Puyo and Tetris, at your liking. There's a story mode. Yes, there's an actual story mode here. There's a bunch of different modes, like a modes where you swap back and forth, a modes where you play both at the same time, which is fucking ridiculous. There's all kinds of challenge modes, trial modes, an online mode, multiplayer. This game is huge, and the game only cost $20 brand new in box. Like, how the fuck? Go buy this. If you don't have this and you're a fan of puzzle games, go get it.
There's no way I'd mistake that voice. There's only one puzzle. Rapina!
Silence. The boundary shall fall. The two worlds will merge. And if you stand in my way, I shall kick you. Really super hard.
Who in the heck? I hate arrogant, spoiled, stuck-up, self-entitled girls. Ugh!
Do you see what we have to deal with now, S?
I was actually kind of surprised when I played the Japanese version. I obviously, I can't speak Japanese, so I just kind of flipped through the story cutscenes. So I didn't know what the fuck was going on when I played the Japanese version. All I know was Tetris, and that was about it. So whenever I got this version, I started playing the story, and I was actually surprised by how fun the story is. I mean, it's a story mode to a puzzle game, so it's not like the most in-depth, greatest story. You know, this isn't up there with The Last of Us or something as the fucking pinnacle of video game stories. But if you're, like the fact that it's even included here on this puzzle game, it's pretty fun for what it is. But coming into Puyo Puyo Tetris, you're probably just here to puzzle, and there's a lot of puzzle. There's a lot of puzzle, guys. Puyo Puyo Tetris is a fantastic game. I mean, I can't praise this game enough. I mean, there's not much else to say because it's a puzzle game. I mean, I don't think I had anything I didn't like with this title. No, there's nothing I can say negative about Puyo Puyo Tetris. I hope they do another one of these. I know this one was kind of a pain because for a while I believe EA had the Tetris rights here in the US, so they couldn't bring it out for a little while. But I hope Sega has a chance to make another one of these because I would love to see a follow-up to Puyo Puyo Tetris. I think this game is fantastic. I think the art design's amazing. The music is charming. The characters are fun. The story's fun. And it's just all around a really, really solid puzzle game. You know what? I do have one negative. I don't believe this is available on the PlayStation Store, like digitally, which is very strange. You'd think a puzzle game would be, but I tried to look it up before, and I couldn't find it on there. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I just didn't look hard enough, but I did not see it digitally on the store. I'm too lazy to check because I don't really fucking care. But maybe that's the only negative I have with this title is that I could not find it digitally. So physical is your only option. So if you're not into physical copies of games, I am terribly sorry. But if you want this, Go fucking buy it, guys. It's easy to find. I mean, I went to GameStop. I went to GameStop on Black Friday, and just found this game sitting there. It wasn't even on sale. It was just sitting there for $20 brand new, and I was like, well, shit. I love that game so much. I might as well buy it in English, so I can understand what everything says.
Are we all safe and sound?
You betcha! But wait!
Affirmative.
I know, right? I was surprised at first, too.
Puyo Puyo Tetris is a puzzle game where you Puyo some Tetrises, and Puyo Puyo Tetris is a puzzle game. If you like Pac-Man, raise your fucking hand. My hand's up. All your hands should be up. And if your hands aren't up, be careful, because Pac-Man's one of the arcade overlords, and he's going to come and he's going to chomp you. He's going to chomp you up. Pac-Man Championship Edition 2. Wow, I was excited for this game. The original Pac-Man Championship Edition was one of my favorite games of the last generation. I own it multiple times. I own it on PS3. I own it on the 3DS. It is such a fun and refreshing Pac-Man experience. So when I heard that Pac-Man Championship Edition 2 was coming to PS4 and it was getting a physical release, I was all on board. And just so you know, before I start talking about this game, the physical release comes packaged with Galaga, Pac-Man, and Dig Dug. So it's the closest thing we have to a physical Namco museum on the PS4. Hey, if you're into that, there you go. Championship Edition 2 is a really good game. I really like this game, but I can't say I've always liked this game. Starting out playing this game, it felt different. The game was really fast. The rules didn't really make too much sense. I did skip the tutorial, which I did go back and play that tutorial later on. The game itself just... It didn't feel like Pac-Man. It looked like Pac-Man, sounded like Pac-Man, but something was off. So I went back and played the tutorial, and I learned how the game really wants you to play. So the game isn't your standard Pac-Man maze game. Even though it is laid out in the same format, they've changed the formula up quite a bit, which is refreshing because, you know, this is a game formula that's been around for over 30 fucking years now. So the basic game, you know, goes like this. You want to focus on getting the highest score. You have a line of dots each maze, and you can kind of go through that. If you get all the dots, you get a bomb. A bomb can help you. Getting enough dots unlocks a fruit. Once you get a fruit, you can move on to the next board. Now the ghosts, there's the main 4 ghosts, and then there's smaller ghosts on the board. If you pass the smaller ghosts, they attach to the main ghost and make a ghost train. Now, if the ghost just touches you, you aren't dead yet. But if you bump into the ghost, you can anger it and it'll come after you. And then getting a power pellet will let you eat this big chain of the fucking ghost trains, and it is satisfying. Like I said, if that all sounds really confusing, that's because it is. If you play this game, you'll want to play the tutorial because at first it's kind of overwhelming. Championship Edition 2, once you get the hang of it though, it's a lot of fun. Once again, it's not really like classic Pac-Man, but it is really refreshing to see the Pac-Man in this new type of formula. I don't know if I like it more than classic Pac-Man. I don't know if I like it more than the first Championship Edition even, but I do really appreciate and kind of respect this game for doing its own thing. Now, the main mode you'll probably start out with is the Score Attack mode. Score Attack gives you a bunch of different maze variations, and each variation has I think it's 3 different difficulties and a practice mode. So there's quite a bit to do there. You'll want to go through and try to get the highest score you can on each board. And clearing all the boards unlocks a special skin for the characters. And then outside of that, there is the adventure mode. The adventure mode is really cool because you play through some different worlds and a world map, kind of like Mario style, with an end boss at the end. But it's a Maze Pac-Man game. This is a Maze Pac-Man game with an adventure mode. That's crazy. Each level has 3 different difficulties. Each difficulty will get you a star, easy, medium, or hard. We'll get you 1, 2, or 3 stars, and the stars help you unlock more stuff in the adventure mode. And once again, clearing the adventure mode gets you a cool skin for your characters. I really like the inclusion of the boss fights. They're really fun, and I didn't know they could really make boss fights work in this Pac-Man formula, and it's so much fun. Pac-Man's one of my favorite franchises of all time. I am a huge Pac-Man fan. I mean, I have Pac-Man coasters. I had a Pac-Man air freshener in my car. I have fucking Pac-Man shot glasses. I adore Pac-Man. And to see Namco still bring out as Pac-Man maze games is fantastic. And this game goes above and beyond with the soundtrack. The soundtrack is like this mix of Pac-Man type music and electronic music. It sounds strange at first, but it's really good. It works really well for a Pac-Man maze game. It's really high energy, and with how fast this game is, it's going to keep you going. It's going to keep your blood pumping. Now, after explaining how this game plays, it is kind of difficult, but that's kind of the charm of the game. Is that it's the fun of the game is comes from your skill, comes from getting good at the game, learning how to play the game, and mastering it, getting the highest scores, beating the adventure mode. It is fun. There's a lot of replay value here. I wish they would do this with other Namco franchises. I remember they did Galaga Legions DX and stuff like that, that was a really fun game. I wish they would do other franchises. I would love to see a Dig Dug or a Xevious or a Bosconian championship. Can you imagine a new Bosconian game? Alart! I would fucking melt. Say if you like Pac-Man, but you don't want to play Pac-Man, but you still want to play some Pac-Man, but it's not exactly Pac-Man. It's just different Pac-Man. Here's Pac-Man. It's a Pac-Man game with a Pac-Man.
Great scouts. You can smell them from 50 yards away. So here we are. And just think, the captain wanted me to stay and set up camp. I didn't join the Freeborn Blades to stack pots and regular trains.
Does every game need to be this big AAA blockbuster? Does every game need to be Uncharted or God of War or whatever big thing is huge at the time? You know, does every RPG need to be Skyrim? I remember back in the days of, say, the PS2 or the N64, where you would get these lower budget games by companies like Midway, THQ, Acclaim, like companies that would bring you games that weren't the big players. You know, games by Midway were not the big players on the PS2. Sure, the Mortal Kombat games were big, but I mean, there's games like The Suffering that were really different, and really, they didn't have the biggest budgets, but they tried different things. I feel like in this environment is gone. It's either you're making a digital indie game, or you're making a big AAA blockbuster that has to sell millions of copies to be successful. And it's a really sad time to play games because that middle ground is gone for the most part.
Thou hast fled.
What the?
Thou didst hold the power to face the necromancers, yet thou didst flee.
I had no choice.
No choice? Hast thou even thought of choosing? Thou art fled like a thief, and thou hast left me, the shadow of myself, trapped here in this prison.
Bound by Flame is what I consider to be part of that middle ground, and you don't see a lot of games like this nowadays, but the PS4 does have a little crop here and there. This game is brought to us from Focus Home Interactive, who do release these types of games, and the game is by a studio named Spiders. And Spiders makes a bunch of other games you might have played. I think their most recent game was the Technomancer. But Bound by Flame is an action RPG, and like more akin to something like Dragon Age. Now, looking at this game from a visual level, you can clearly tell that it did not have the biggest budget. But does that make a bad game? I don't think so. Yes, you know, the graphics aren't the best on the PS4. You know, yeah, it's the locations and environments aren't the greatest things in the world, but everything else in the game is really cool. The story presented is really cool. You play as a hero named Vulcan, who he's a mercenary working for these people called the Red Scribes, and through this course of events, he ends up getting this demon trapped inside of him. And as you play the game, your choices decide whether you're going to give in to the demon and become a little more evil, or if you're going to resist the demon and become good. It kind of reminds me of like the original Fable in a way, and as you play, your choices will, affect your character and the story on both a narrative and visual level. It's really, really cool. I've played a lot of games that claim they changed, like the whole game changes by your choices, but this game, as you're playing, you can clearly tell that it really does. while the voice acting isn't that great, the actual narrative of the game is pretty fun, and I do like some of the characters. The main character, Vulcan, is voiced by Robert Atkin Downes, who voices characters like No More Heroes, Travis Touchdown, and the game has some really interesting side quests and plot development as you play along.
Now I've seen everything. The Deadwalkers kicking each other's asses.
I beg your pardon?
What? This one talks. What the hell are you, a lich? A zombie scribe?
We've only known one another a few seconds, and already you insult me. Charming, I must say.
You're in my way.
I'm only showing up to like 6 hours in here because I really don't want to spoil the ending half of the game. I think playing a big, like part of the hook of playing a big RPG like this is to really experience it for yourself. And the game's only about 12, 13 hours long. So I'm only showing the first few areas of the actual game. One of the other really cool aspects of this game is its RPG elements. This game is really customizable. I mean, the character himself isn't really that customizable. You know, like you can pick the faces and the hair, but everything else is. You can there's all kinds of different trees you could choose. You know, you could use the warrior class. We use big weapons. You can use stealth class and use the smaller daggers. You can focus your power on like your fire necromancer. Pyromancer fire powers, you know, that you get from your demon. You can really customize all that, along with buying new armor and equipment, and really customizing what your character's perks are. If they're good at crafting, if they're good at fighting, if they're good at sneaking, you can really customize your character to your playstyle, and it makes leveling up and doing all that really, really intriguing.
I wouldn't expect him to admit to keeping a woman captive in the swamps for his own evil purposes.
Nonsense. And so you just trotted out here with no escort. What, were you afraid we'd charge you extra?
I came here as quickly as possible, yes, to stop you committing a grievous error. I was hoping that you would escort us back to the village afterwards. Without a supplement, yes. Seems to me that you are quite well paid.
And the combat system itself is pretty enjoyable. I'll admit, at first, it took me a little while to get used to it, but the whole system, which I played as the warrior class mostly with the big weapons, because I like using big weapons in games like these. So parrying and knowing when to strike is really key in the combat system, and you can't really you can't just mash buttons and hack away. You really got to know how to time and how to get in there. It's pretty tactical, and after you get used to it, it's really, really fun. The game's also got a really nice soundtrack, and Bound by Flame, I think, is just a really underrated game. I think most of the reviewers that played this game didn't play past the first hour, to be honest. I mean, most of the reviews I've seen only use footage from like the first 2 hours of the game, and there's a lot more game than that. I think people that reviewed the game, even people that I like Derek from Classic Gamer, they just played the opening act, saw that it was pretty low budget, saw that it wasn't as visually stimulating or as big and grand as, say, Skyrim or Dragon Age, and decided to say it was bad. And I don't think that's fair, because why the hell would you compare a game like this with a really low budget to something like Skyrim, which had an incredibly high budget? Why the fuck would you do that? It's really stupid. Bound by Flame is really good. Bound by Flame is a really underrated game. It's rough around the edges, but what is there is done really, really well, and you can tell that Spiders put a lot of time and effort into making this game as good as they possibly could at the time. And I'm really excited to play their other games, like Technomancer. I mean, it's just, I think this type of game is kind of gone. There's a few games like this, like Focus also published The Surge, which is a really middle ground type game like this. And these games need to exist, because back in the day, before a game became really popular, it was this type of middle ground game. Not all games start out as huge, multi-million-dollar, high-budget AAA action fest. Back in the day, most games started out in the middle and had to earn their way to the top. It's just how things worked.
You live. Your mother and I are so relieved to know you live. Mother? But how can I release you from this curse? My son, if you only knew how sorry we are. You cannot save us. We are condemned to this abomination. You must slay us. The others, the Queen, the Count, all of these people. I feel their suffering.
So, if you see Bound by Flame, this game doesn't cost a whole lot. I think when I bought it back in 2016 or so, it was like $13. So it might be even cheaper now. It's really cheap. If you want a good, fun RPG to play on the PS4, it's also on like the Xbox 360 and PS3. Bound by Flame.
Black Frost made a serious mistake, and his trap will be the end of him.
There are 6 ritual spears planted in my flesh. Black Frost is but one of them. How much longer must I endure this charade? Hasten you to rejoin with me.
I will return to the World Heart when I'm ready. This necromancer is an obstacle that cannot be ignored.
No, I have had enough of this prison, of this sacrilege, of this servitude. How dare thee leave me thus? Thou art no better than they.
Wake up, Vulcan. This is not the moment.
Your aquatic racing vehicles, geeks and gamers, it's time for my review of Riptide GP Renegade. Riptide GP Renegade is an entry in the Riptide GP series created by Vector Unit. Vector Unit is very notable because they're made up of developers of the original Bloodwake on the Xbox. And Bloodwake was a decent game. It was a boat combat game. The same developers would later on go to make Hydro Thunder Hurricane on the Xbox 360. And then they would develop the Riptide series that started out on mobile devices and would later come to consoles. I have both Riptide GP Renegade and Riptide GP2 on PS4, and I love these games. I love these kind of games. Like these kind of like aquatic racing, like futuristic racing games, where you take a futuristic boat and you race. It's really fun. This game reminds me a lot of, say, Hydro Thunder or Splashdown, Rides Gone Wild, sorry, on the PS2, mixed with like Wipeout. It's very strange, and I don't know how many people out there have played Splashdown, Rides Gone Wild. That was a strange reference. Let me know if you ever played that game, but. This feels like a mixture between like a game like that and a game like Wipeout, which is with this really high concept, futuristic setting that really breathes life to the game. This game right now, is on sale on the PlayStation Store. I can't fucking talk today, guys. This review is just it's a train wreck. It's on sale on the PlayStation 4 fucking store for like $1.99, and I'll go ahead and tell you this is well worth it. In fact, while you're on there, just get the Vector Unit triple pack. I think it's like $5 or so, but it comes with Riptide GP2, Riptide GP Renegade, and Beach Buggy Racing, I think it's called, and they're all three really fun racing games by Vector Unit. This game looks fantastic. I mean, the water looks great. The backgrounds are just the really high concept. I love all the different locations that you race through. Some of them are really like pretty, like the gardens, and then some of the areas are like there's like a war going on, like a futuristic war, and some are like destroyed cities. It's really cool. And this game, for being $1.99, it is actually better than most of the fucking high budget racing games I've played on PS4. I would say the only game on PS4, like racing wise, that I enjoy more than this is like maybe Trackmania Turbo. I fucking love that game. But this game is up there. I mean, this game has a great campaign where you play through single player races, single player events like the trick events or the gate events. There's like a quick race mode. There's a split screen multiplayer, online multiplayer. This game is the full package. And if you don't buy it while it's on sale, it'll go back up to $10. And honestly, $10 still isn't bad for all the content you get in this package. Once again, I think this is better than most high budget racing games that come out nowadays. Especially where we've gotten so far into fucking microtransactions. I mean, I really want to play like Gran Turismo Sport and stuff, but like I don't want to buy everything. Like I just want to buy the game once and play it, please. And this is it. This really feels like the kind of game I would play on like the PlayStation 2 or something. These old school racing games, like futuristic racing games. I love this genre, and I really wish they had more of these. Vector Unit doing a fantastic job. I think you guys are a fantastic studio. What you've put out on the PS4, all the games you put out on PS4 have been great so far. Sure, they feel a little light because some of them are kind of mobile ports. I don't believe this one's a mobile port. I believe this one was built for the ground up for the current consoles. But GP2 and Beach Buggy Racing are mobile ports, and it's kind of hard to tell at points. But I don't know. I just think this is really fun. It's a really fun arcade-style, futuristic, aquatic racing game that chronicles how I get to the Turbo Zone every day. I take one of these fucking hydro whatever vehicles to Turbo Zone every single day. This is how I got here today. I am sopping wet because I fell off 8 times. It was a terrible time getting here. Hey Geeks and Gamers, I'm going to cut to the chase. There's been one game I have been very, very excited for a while now. One game coming to PS4 that I was more excited for than most games that were coming out this year or late last year. And that game is Monster Hunter World. And Monster Hunter World is now here. I'm going to bring you my thoughts in this video review. I'm going to tell you why it's possibly one of the best games on PS4, why it ranks up there with the Crash Insane Trilogy, with Nier Automata, with Earth Defense Force 4.1. I'm going to tell you why Monster Hunter World is well worth your money.
How about a toast?
To the A-list! And the commission!
Cheers!
I'm a huge fan of Monster Hunter. The last console Monster Hunter we had here in the States, that is, it was Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate on the Wii U. That was also on 3DS. And that was just an update of Monster Hunter Tri for the Wii. So we hadn't had a full new Monster Hunter game on console in a very long time. The first game was on PS2, then they migrated over to PSP, then they were on Wii for one, and then they migrated over to 3DS, and now we're back on console. It's strange how that happened. But for the last almost 7 years or so, I have been playing Monster Hunter on the go. I've been playing Monster Hunter on the 3DS, and I mean, while Monster Hunter on 3DS was very enjoyable, I'm not a handheld type of person. And like, in fact, Monster Hunter is the only reason I even turn on my 3DS for the most part. I mean, Monster Hunter and like Animal Crossing, really. I mean, I'm just not a handheld gamer. I do enjoy my 3DS quite a bit. I can't put hours upon hours into playing a handheld on a, I don't know. Games for me are supposed to be on a TV with a console with a controller. I know that's blasphemy for people that love handhelds and for people that love PC. But I'm a console gamer. So World came out on PS4, and holy Jesus, I've only put about 11 hours into this game. Only 11 hours, but I am loving every second, and I feel like I've only scratched the surface. Hey, you don't know what Monster Hunter is? It's pretty self-explanatory. You play as a monster hunter, you hunt monsters. You kill monsters, you gather stuff, you make new armor and equipment to go out and kill even bigger monsters. Repeat, repeat, repeat. And while that sounds like it could get very repetitive and old after a while, it really doesn't. Because each monster you fight is vastly different, and each uses a different strategy, and you're always going to be working towards something, be it killing a new monster or making new armor. Now, Monster Hunter isn't really known for its story. This game does present some of a story. You play as a hunter. You have arrived at a new colony called the New World, a new area, new place. That's all you really need to know. You just kind of like do quests for people. You do quests for people that need you to research stuff or hunt certain monsters. And there's story events here and there. But once again, you don't really play Monster Hunter for the story. Every game that has come before this has only had a very light story. Monster Hunter itself is mainly an RPG with no story. That sounds very weird to say. But as far as you're concerned, the story is just there to give you a reason to hunt big-ass monsters. Now, while the game is you are very much capable of playing the whole game by yourself in single player. Monster Hunter World in particular has a very, very vast and open multiplayer system. Whenever you start up the game, it automatically drops you into a multiplayer area, and while doing quests, you can go on them by yourself, or you can go on quests with up to 4 other people. This opens the door to very, very fun hunts. One other cool addition to this game is that if you are in the middle of a hunt and you're having a hard time, you can shoot out an SOS flare to have other hunters online come and help you out with your hunt. Doing co-op multiplayer hunts on Monster Hunter is one of the core assets of Monster Hunter. But once again, you can easily play these games by yourself. Past games on the 3DS and stuff, I've played by myself, no issue at all, and had a great time.
Get to your posts now! Use the cannons and ballista.
Presentation-wise, Capcom, they knocked this game right out of the park. This game looked like what it needed to be. It has that Monster Hunter style, while also being presented in a more realistic art style. It looks really clean and really nice, and honestly, one of the best games, one of the best looking games on the PlayStation 4 to date. Now, and in terms of Monster Hunter, I know previous games have been kind of hard to get into for newcomers. This game kind of tries to bridge that gap, and it's really it's a lot more accessible. It really explains more of how the game works. The crafting system's still there, but honestly, you don't really need to use it because when you pick up items, they kind of craft themselves. So if you pick up a herb in older games, you'd have to go into a menu and craft the potion yourself. This game, potions auto craft, and whenever you're hunting monsters, they have like little damage points now, so whenever you hit them with a sword or something, it'll show how much damage you did. You can turn that off for people that don't like that, but it does help newer people to kind of gauge which part of the monster is their weak part. It does help. This game is the most accessible Monster Hunter game to date, which is a good thing, because I want people to like Monster Hunter a lot more. I fucking love Monster Hunter. It's one of my favorite franchises, and I hope Monster Hunter World is doing what it needs to do to make Monster Hunter a mainstay here in the States. Other than a niche market on the 3DS, I hope that this game does what it needs to do to really give Capcom the push to bring out more Monster Hunter games on a console like the PlayStation 4, because this game is so much fun. Like I said, I'm only like 11 hours in, but I have easily sunk those 11 hours in. It doesn't even feel like I've been playing for 11 hours. I have so much more to do. I've only scratched the surface of what this game has to offer. It's just, you can spend 3 hours alone just trying to make certain armor. Like, I'm still trying to get a full set of armor that I'm looking for right now. It's such a good game. I'm not sure how many areas are in the game yet, because I'm not that far. I'm only like 3 areas in. But the 3 areas provided have been very open. They're not open world, they are segmented, but unlike previous games, when you go to an area, that whole area is a vast open area. So like the jungle's a vast open area, the desert's a vast open area. But traveling here and there, you do have to use a map, so it's not exactly an open world game like something like Breath of the Wild.
are still in danger. We will have to take down that barrel. Uh-oh. You've been hit with water light. That's gonna put a damper on your stamina recovery. Ugh. You're stuck in the
Monster Hunter World is definitely one of the best games I've played on the PlayStation 4. It's up there in my top whatever. I'm going to do, you know what, one of these days I'm going to definitely do a top PS4 games because the PS4 has a lot of good games, and this game just ranks right up there. I was so happy to see people excited for this game. I went to the release at my local GameStop. It was like the night release, whatever that they were having for the game, and they were having one for this and one for the new Dragon Ball fighting game, which I do want to play that game. But I was really happy to see a lot of people going to buy the new Monster Hunter game. I hope this franchise, gets off the ground. Monster Hunter World is great. If you're playing 3DS, play some of the games. I recommend Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate, or Monster Hunter Generations is also pretty good. And if you like RPGs, more mainstream RPGs, Monster Hunter Stories is also a fantastic game. But Monster Hunter World, well worth the money. One of the best games I've played on PS4 by far. And I can't wait to put a lot more time into this game. I'll probably do some streams at some point in the future because I know I'm going to be playing this game for a very long time. With that said, go out and buy this. Go fucking support Capcom. They've been doing great things. Fucking Resident Evil 7 was great. I really like Street Fighter 5. Mega Man 11 is coming. They've been doing all kinds of cool re-releases of their old games, like Okami HDs on PS4. That's rad. Monster Hunter World, fantastic game. Please support it. The back of the box for Schoolgirl Zombie Hunter says, "Lose the clothes, save your life." I'm interested. Schoolgirl Zombie Hunter is one of those weird fucking games that I play on the PS4 from time to time, developed by Tamsoft. If you don't know who Tamsoft is, Tamsoft made such series as Hyperdimension Neptunia, Oni Chambara, which this game is actually part of the Oni Chambara series, and Senran Kagura, one of my favorite series, Senran Kagura. So whenever I saw this game on the shelf, I had to pick it up. And let's just say Schoolgirl Zombie Hunter is not exactly what I expected. Schoolgirl Zombie Hunter has a pretty simple premise. You play as 5 schoolgirls stuck in a zombie apocalypse. With that said, you don't really go anywhere else except for inside of the school and some catacombs under the school. So the locations in the game are not varied, but that's not why you're here. You're here to play as a cute-ass schoolgirl and shoot some zombies. And in terms of that, this game succeeds with what it sets out to do. It's just that what it sets out to do isn't the most impressive. Now, I was actually excited when I saw this game. because I play other just strange Japanese games like Senran Kagura or Earth Defense Force, and they're my favorites. In fact, where this was a shooter, I in my head I had it. I was like, oh, this is gonna be like Earth Defense Force, and it's not. It's not as polished. It's not as good, but that's not really a bad thing. Like I said, this is part of the Oni-Chanbara series, and I've played a few Oni-Chanbara games. I had Bikini Samurai Squad on the 360, and I didn't care for that one that much. And I have Z2 Chaos on the PS4. I do actually like that one quite a bit. But overall, I've never really been into the Oni-Chanbara franchise. But it's Tamsoft, and I mean, Senran Kagura is amazing, and Peach Beach Splash was awesome. So I thought for sure this game would be something like that. And it more falls down the trend of the Oni-Chanbara games, just kind of being hit or miss. And this one, I would say for the most part, is miss. But I actually don't hate this game. Skullgirl Zombie Hunter has a lot of problems. The game, like I said, the game's locations are, there really are none. There's two, the school and the catacombs under the school. The girls, there's 5 girls you can play as. They don't really have that much of personality. I mean, the story's okay for the most part. But what I actually find enjoyable is some of the gameplay. Granted, the gameplay is not perfect. In fact, when you start out playing, you're going to want to configure the controls to fit your playstyle. But if you're just looking for a game where you can just shoot zombies as a cute-ass schoolgirl, this game's got you covered. I mean, after you configure the controls, it doesn't feel too bad. There is a little bit of lag. I can definitely tell there's a little bit of lag, especially if you're using like a sniper rifle. If you just push the button, say you push shoot twice by accident, it'll shoot, wait like 2 seconds, and then shoot again. It's really disorientating, but it wasn't anything I couldn't get used to. It's just, this game is, it's surprisingly challenging, honestly. Like, I'm over halfway through the game at this point. The game's not very long, by the way. And the game does pack some challenge. I mean, it's not the hardest thing in the world, but I have had a few missions that I've failed due to just dying or not knowing where to go. But overall, I mean, honestly, this game has a certain charm to it that honestly kind of reminds me of Yakuza Dead Souls. I don't know how people feel about about Yakuza Dead Souls, but I actually like Yakuza Dead Souls quite a bit. And granted, this game's not as good as Yakuza Dead Souls. I would rather play that game. But Skullgirl Zombie Hunter is definitely, it's something. I think just the novelty of this game alone is kind of worth playing. Like, you kind of like, you don't really expect this game to be that amazing. I mean, and honestly, it's not the worst game. I've seen some reviews of this game, and people straight up say that it's I think one review actually said in the title that it's a dumpster fire, and it's not that bad. I mean, the game cost me brand new. I bought it brand new in box, in case, for $20. Like, it's really you're getting what you pay for here. It's not Skyrim. It's not Call of Duty. It's Schoolgirl Zombie Hunter. I think one of my favorite aspects of the game is that one of your tactics while you're out on the field is that you can actually push the touchpad on the PS4 controller and strip your clothes off and use your clothes as a decoy. I think that is one of the best aspects of the game. It always cracks me up whenever I am getting swarmed by zombies to just see my girl just with one hand, with one swoop, take all of her clothes off and just set it up as a trap. I find that to be hilarious. And the game has a good variety of weapons. It has a good variety of outfits you can obtain for your characters. It's got a good variety of customization. And like I said, the game is fun. I do think this game is fun. It's not as good as Senran Kagura. It's not as good as Onichambra Z2 Chaos. It's not as good as Earth Defense Force. But there is a certain charm here, and there is an amount of fun to be had. So, I mean, honestly, if you're into these kind of games, if you like these kind of really niche Japanese, developed games where you play as schoolgirls or whatever, this game really isn't the worst thing in the world. It's cheap, it's fun, and it'll keep you busy for a good I would say a good weekend. You know what, this game is enough. There is a multiplayer aspect. There's like a co-op mode. I didn't really have a chance to try that yet. But, I mean, if you have friends that want to play Schoolgirl Zombie Hunter with you online, that's a thing you can do. The co-op's probably pretty fun. But other than that, you'll mainly be playing the campaign. The campaign's pretty fun. The story's not too amazing, but I did find some of the dialogue to be kind of funny. And some of the situations. And overall, I think this game is decent. I think this game is decent. Not terrible, just decent. Hey Geeks and Gamers, I don't know about you, but something seems a little fishy about this dad. I actually find Octodad to be pretty offensive. I understand you people living back on Earth in the fucking third dimension, you don't quite understand what it's like to actually have an octopus as a father. Here in the Turbo Zone, it's in the 6.5 dimension. We're way beyond that at this point. I mean, my neighbor next door to the Turbo Zone is a Larflack level 9. If you don't know what a Larflack is, it's a lot like an octopus, but instead of legs, he just has chainsaws. He's a really nice guy.
Morning, Daddy.
Is everything okay in there?
Dad, where do rainbows come from?
Oh, you're finally up. Nice to see you, sleepyhead.
Octodad, Dadliest catch, sees you playing as an octopus disguised as a father to a human family. You must go through day-to-day activities with your family while protecting your identity. It's a very interesting game. And the fact that since you're controlling an octopus, it's a little slippery. It's a little slippery game. The game's controls aren't the most well-tuned things in the world on purpose. The game is purposely one of the hardest things to control. So it makes tasks like making coffee, going to the grocery store, taking your family to the aquarium turn into just the biggest struggle.
Oh no! I hope there weren't any eggs in there.
I've got you now! You will be caught!
And that's what this game is. This game is a comedy-branded, like comedy-styled game. The wacky controls, it's supposed to be funny, and that's something that I've seen a lot with games, especially during the PS4 era. With this game, with I Am Bread, Surgeon Simulator, is it Catastrophe? I think it is, or no, Cat Lateral Damage. That's what it is. Cat Lateral Damage. Goat Simulator. I've seen these crazy humorous games with wacky controls that are just meant to make you laugh, and in that sense, Octodad is really funny.
Our deli offers a variety of creatures that can be fried, barbecued, roasted, and toasted. Stop on by. See, when the red light's on, the speaker is off. That means it's safe for me to talk about how we get our meat from... What? What is it?
Part of the humor of this game is the crazy, wacky controls of controlling this octopus. The other part is the game's actual writing. The game's writing is really, really clever. I cracked up quite a few times while playing this game, just based on the character's dialogue.
Without the kids for once. Honey, we should really talk. I thought the aquarium was more educational.
The game is pretty tough. Just moving around is hard to do because you have to move 1 foot at a time, grabbing things, doing things, and as the game progresses, it gets more challenging. With that said, though, the game's a lot of fun because of the challenge. It's not something I can sit down and play for long periods at a time, but it's a really fun, casual type game. It's a fun game to sit down and play with your friends. There is a co-op mode where you each control a limb on Octodad, and you have to help him through his daily life. It's really fun.
This is scarier than an ocean of a billion spiders and Tommy.
Predators seek out the phosphorescent glow of their prey. Do you have what it takes to hunt in the darkness? I bet you don't.
Dad, if you leave me here, some fish will adopt me and make me live in the ocean. I don't want to eat krill!
Even though, once again, the ignorance of the fact that a human can't love an octopus. I mean, who says that a human can't love an octopus? I know many people out here in the Turbo Zone that have octopus-like fathers. There's nothing wrong with having an octopus for a dad. So if you've ever been ashamed for having an octopus for a dad, don't be. This game is not politically correct, and in the Turbo Zone, you can have an octopus as a father. It's totally fine.
Well, are you a girl or a boy?
I hope I don't see any octopuses.
What?
I just
I just hate them so much.
This game is a downloadable game on the PS4. I would highly recommend it if you're looking for a fun time to play with your friends or family. Once again, not something I think you can sink a lot of time into, but definitely something that is worth checking out just due to the comedy alone. The game strives on its humor, and it really succeeds.
He's just running late. He's always late. But what on earth is keeping him?
Mr. Groom, the wedding is starting. Are you ready? You're not even dressed! Make yourself presentable. She's waiting for you.
Hey Geeks and Gamers, I love racing games. More specifically, I love kart racing games. But racing games in general have always been one of my favorite genres. From Mario Kart to Forza, racing games can be a really enjoyable experience. I reviewed Riptide GP Renegade. If you remember that video, I talked about that game was developed by a company called Vector Unit, and I really like the Riptide games. I really like Riptide. So I saw that they also developed a game called Beach Buggy Racing, which not only is a racing game, but it's a kart racing game. It's a racing game in the style of a game almost like Mario Kart. I had to give this game a try. Beach Buggy Racing has a very promising art style, has a very promising design, and the game looks like it can be a lot of fun. And the game can be a lot of fun. Beach Buggy Racing as a kart racing game, I feel falls very short though. I love kart racing games. I've played tons of kart racing games, from Mario Kart to Crash Team Racing to Ben 10 Galactic Racing to My Sims Kart. I've played almost every kart racing game I can get my hands on. Some good, some awful. And so I feel like I have some sort of grasp on what makes a kart racing game good, what kind of design really makes a kart racing game enjoyable. And I don't think Beach Buggy Racing does. And that could also be the fact that this is by Vector Unit, and their main series is Riptide, and Riptide is an aquatic, futuristic racing vehicle game, which they do that series very well. Beach Buggy Racing, though, doesn't feel very fair. Now, the Riptide games are challenging, but while you're playing a Riptide game, you feel like you're in control of the race. You feel like you getting better at the game will ultimately make you better at the races. Will ultimately, will let you win, will let you progress. It's all up to you. Beach Buggy Racing doesn't feel like that. It feels like the racing part of the game feels solid. The vehicles, I like the career mode. There's a career mode where you play through races and challenges. Through that, you could earn money. Through the money, you could upgrade your beach buggies, and through that, you can progress further in the story. There's boss characters that you fight. After you race against the boss characters, you get that character to play as. I really like a lot of the concepts. Where Beach Buggy Racing falls apart is with its items. In a game like Mario Kart, there is a certain logic to the way that the game is played. The items in Mario Kart, yes, sometimes can feel a little unfair, but if you know what you're doing, you can learn how to avoid and how to take on these upcoming items. Beach Buggy Racing doesn't feel like that. Beach Buggy Racing, the items just feel fucking random. There's moments in Beach Buggy Racing where you could be in the lead, and then three computers will throw completely different items at you at the same time, and you're screwed. You're going to be thrown back to the back of the race, and it's really hard to catch back up. Beach Buggy Racing feels like a very unfair game. It feels very unbalanced. I can never tell what items really help me against other items, or if they do at all. The only item that I can really tell that helps is the shield, which blocks oncoming attacks. So whenever I'm in first, I'm always stuck praying that I get a shield, and usually I don't. Now, I really don't want to crap all over this game. I mean, this game is very cheap, and it's a mobile game being ported to a console. I'm playing it on the PS4. You can clearly tell that it's a mobile game being ported to the PS4. And in that sense, the game looks really good. The game plays really good for a mobile game being ported to the PS4. It's just, if you want me to take this seriously, if you want me to compare this to other kart racing games, it's just not as good. It just feels very unbalanced. It feels like winning a race is almost just up to luck rather than skill. It feels like I can't get very good at this game simply because the computers can throw tons at you, and it feels like you can't dish that back at them. It's almost kind of frustrating to experience some of the stuff that I've experienced playing Beach Buggy Racing. But I really want to like this game. I really want to recommend this game. I mean, it has a career mode, it has a tournament mode, has a split screen multiplayer mode. You can customize your buggies, select different buggies, upgrade them, select different racers. Each racer has a special move. There's a lot to like here. Like, this game is very promising. It just feels like they didn't really think out the items. They just kind of saw that Mario Kart has items, and they just kind of copied from that. And, well, not really copied. They try to make their own wacky items, but they didn't really think about balancing. They didn't really think about how that would affect the player while they're racing, and how much fun that would ultimately make the game. I'm okay with a kart racing game having very generic items. One of the coolest kart racing games is F1 Race Stars, a kart racing game by Codemasters. Its items are the most bland things. They're almost ripped completely out of Mario Kart, and that's okay, because Mario Kart really does understand what makes the kart racing game, the item formula, you know, what balance is. While playing a game like Mario Kart 8, I'm very good at Mario Kart 8 simply because I feel like I understand how these items work and which items I would need to block other items. One other problem with Beach Buggy Racing is that while you're racing, if somebody fires an item towards you, it doesn't give you some sort of indicator. You know, like when you're playing a game like Mario Kart, usually there's some kind of little indicator to show you, hey, you're about to get fucking smashed in the face, and usually having this indicator helps because you can try to find a way to avoid it. This game doesn't do that. This game they just hit you. They just hit you out of nowhere, and it's the most frustrating thing in the world to try to win these races, because you're going to need to finish third, second, or first to get stars, and stars unlock more races. It feels like it's just out of luck. There's no balance. There's no fairness with the items in this game, and it really ruins what could have been a really great game. Beach Buggy Racing has a lot of potential, and honestly, I would recommend, if they ever want to do a second one, I don't know if they have on mobile, I don't play mobile games, but if they ever want to bring a second one to PS4, I would highly recommend working on your items. Make the items feel cohesive. Make it feel like the items can balance each other out. You know, using one item can reflect another item. Using this item can reduce the effects of another item. Just something like that, something that makes the game feel a little more fair. Beach Buggy Racing is very cheap. I bought it for $1 on sale. It's also part of the Vector Unit pack, which I would recommend that pack because you get this along with 2 of the Riptide games, and the Riptide games are fantastic. I like Vector Unit. I really want to support Vector Unit. Beach Buggy Racing, though, is not a game that I would recommend for hardcore kart racing fans. SteamWorld Dig is a game that I have owned 4 times. Meaning I own four versions of the same game. And they're all the same game. There's really no difference between the versions except for what console they're on. My first time buying this game was on the Wii U. My second time buying this game was on my 3DS. My third time buying this game was on my PS4 digitally. And then my friend Teddy from Majority sent me a copy physically for the PS4 through the SteamWorld collection. I own SteamWorld Dig 4 times. And yet, this is the first time I'm talking about it. I'm doing a video on it. So if you're coming here wanting to know my thoughts on this game, wanting to know if I even like this game, I own it 4 times. I think that alone should tell you enough. SteamWorld Dig is a really interesting indie game. It is a mixture of a game like Dig Dug, one of my favorite arcade games, and Metroid, one of my all-time favorite games. The game is about a robot named Rusty who has come to this town because his Uncle Joe has left him this mine. Uncle Joe has passed away, and Rusty now has this mine. At first, you're just mining to gain resources to give to the town, to help the town prosper. But as you mine deeper, things get a little strange, and you've become to uncover a little more about your Uncle Joe. It's a really interesting concept, and what sounds like it could be kind of boring, just digging, finding minerals, going back to the surface, trading them in for money, and buying upgrades is actually strangely addictive. And this game is super short. You could beat this game easily in about 4 hours. This run took me 3 hours and 22 minutes. You could beat it in about 4 hours. It's a super short game. It's the perfect kind of pick up and play game, and it's really addictive. Each time you start out at the top of the mine and you mine your way all the way down, meaning that The way that you mine is totally up to you. You can just try to go all the way through, or you can take your time and try to gather as much resources as you can, which I would highly recommend if you want those sweet upgrades. Some of the upgrades you could only find in these like platform challenge areas, which are really fun. This game's controls are really nice and tight and responsive. Rusty is really fun to use. So finding these platform challenges and getting those special upgrades, not only is it fun, but it also helps you in the same way as finding upgrades in Metroid. It'll help you open up paths that you previously couldn't get to, which is really cool design. Speaking of design, I really like the way this game is presented. The Old West style with the robotic characters is strange, but it works really well. I really love Rusty. He's up there with like Commander Video as one of my favorite indie game characters. There's just something about this game. I just really love this game, and I just keep buying it, and I'll probably keep buying it as many times as I need to. I mean, if I ever get a Vita, I'm pretty sure I already have a Vita copy waiting on me from the store for buying it on PS4 because of the cross-buy thing. So, I mean, that's 5 basically right there. I will keep buying this game until I can't buy this game anymore. I'll probably, you know what? I need to buy it on Steam. I need to do that because I want to support them. And I have their other games. Since I have the SteamWorld collection here, I have SteamWorld Heist, and I also recently got SteamWorld Dig 2. I haven't played those two games, but I will be playing them very soon. As I have other games I'm playing right now, like Dragon Ball FighterZ, but I will definitely be playing those games, and I will be doing videos on them as I play them. So you'll get to hear my thoughts. But the original SteamWorld Dig, it can seem a little short, but it's really replayable, it's really addictive, and it is such a good indie game. If you're wanting a good indie platformer, like I said, this is Dig Dug mixed with Metroid, which is a surprisingly fun experience. It can be a little tough, especially towards the end, but there is a lot to enjoy with SteamWorld Dig. It's a game that I would highly recommend to everybody, unless you don't like happiness or joy or fun. I would definitely recommend this game to absolutely everybody. This game is fantastic.
Hey geeks and gamers, where the fuck have I been? I haven't even been around. I've been busy doing work stuff. I haven't even worked on any videos really. It's been crazy. But I'm here to bring you a little video about a game. This video is just about one particular game. One game I've been playing recently. Now Atari is one of my all-time favorite game companies. They've made some really stellar games throughout the years, and give or take, they've been trying to make a comeback in recent years. They got that new console thing they've been working on. They've had collections come out, some of which I've talked about, like the Atari Flashback Volume 1. I did a review of that a long time ago. Well, not long, but it was like early last year with my good friend Teddy from Majority. And the Flashback Volume 3 comes out next Wednesday, I believe, November 14th. That's cool. So with all this Atari stuff flying around, Atari Flashbacks, Atari Portables, Atari this, Atari that, one of the things that came out of that
is a sequel to a beloved arcade game. Tempest is one of my favorite arcade games of all time. Tempest is so much fun. It's just a really great vector graphic style shooter. It's like nothing else you've ever played before. And there have been many sequels of Tempest throughout the years on multiple consoles. Take, for example, Tempest X3 on the PS1. This is a great version of Tempest. But recently, Atari has released this boy. Tempest 4000 on the PS4. This is a physical version, and I believe this came out this year. I had been keeping an eye on it. It came out at $30, and I didn't buy it. I was waiting, and then it dropped down to 20, and I was like, maybe. Like, I want it, but, you know, maybe $20. And then I was at GameStop the other day, and it was $9. It dropped to $9. And for $9, this game is a fucking steal. So if you're even remotely interested, this is a great price for this game. Pick it up. Tempest 4000. And I'm here just to bring you my thoughts on the game. Tempest 4000 is a bona fide sequel to Tempest. You can't really progress Tempest far beyond its original concept. You play on a little vector grid. It's like a 3D perspective, and you shoot downwards towards your enemies. With that said, what Tempest 4000 does is just take the original format, boost it up to 4000, and just add a shit ton of particle effects, a shit ton of style. This game is just, it's really unique looking. It reminds me a lot of Geometry Wars in a way. It just looks really nice, really clean while you're playing it, and even though sometimes it can get kind of messy with the effects, there's a certain rhythm to it and a certain way to go about playing the game that after you get used to it, it really synchronizes with the way you play the game, and it feels really nice. This game's hard. Starting out, you're probably going to die a lot, and you're still going to die a lot. There's like, I believe there's 100 levels total. I have not made it through all 100 levels, but I don't think that matters because, I mean, most of the game is just this. It's just Tempest blasting enemies and having a great time. Between the stages, there's this little flying through rings minigame. It took me a minute to really understand what the game wanted me to do with this. It didn't really explain it that well. But what you actually have to do is tilt your controller so your little thing is flying in the middle of the screen, and then you rack up points. I could do without this part of the game, but it's not something that really matters. You could obviously just ignore it because it's just like a 5-second thing that happens between stage transitions. That's all it is. I did enjoy the fact that a lot of the names for the stages are based on Atari, based on the history of Atari. One of the stages I noticed was Circus Atari, which is an Atari game. There was Video Olympics, which is an Atari game. One level was named Heavy Sixer, which is the name for the original 2600 unit, the Heavy Sixer. And there was even one that makes reference to the upcoming Atari box, or whatever the hell they're calling it now. Atari, I forget what the hell they're calling it now. Some kind of, whatever the new Atari console is, they call it a stage Atari box, which is, I thought was clever. there's all kinds of Atari references all throughout the names in this game, and as I keep going up, I keep finding new ones, and they just make me smile. Like I said, the style is almost hard to talk about. It's hard to comprehend until you play it. It's just because it looks like a lot is happening on screen, and a lot is happening on screen, but the game is still pretty basic. You want to shoot the enemies and collect the power-ups, and for each power-up you collect, you get a new ability. Like you get a jump ability, you get a little AI droid that'll go, go around the stage and shoot the enemies for you. It's just the style of the game is just amped up to almost a ridiculous degree, but it's something that has to be commended. The game just looks really good, and say what you want about Atari's comeback or their collections that games have put out, or the little handhelds or home plug-in consoles or whatever. This is a good game. This is a damn good Tempest sequel. And it's kind of amazing that it even is this good. And I have to say, Atari, if you're going to make sequels to your properties, this is the way you should be doing it. This game is really good. Tempest 4000 is not a game you should skip. It's not a game you should pass up, even remotely. It is so much fun. It's such a good time. I could only hope that they would do sequels for other games like Yar's Revenge, like Centipede, Crystal Castles is one of my favorites. That'd be a great one to bring back. Tempest 4000 in concept sounds crazy. Bringing back Tempest the arcade game in a modern age with revamped visuals, it sounds crazy. It sounds like it would fall flat. But it's fucking great. This game reminds me of the Pac-Man Championship series, which I love. The Pac-Man Championship series. They revamped the original Pac-Man Maze style arcade games with so much new style and flair. That's what this reminds me of. And Atari, I want to see more. This is a phenomenal game. The only thing I wish this game had was multiplayer of some sort, like 2-player or something like that, co-op maybe, or versus player. I don't know. But it doesn't. They have there's leaderboards and stuff. You can rack up your points. That's fun. But I do wish this game had some kind of multiplayer. Tempest 4000 is highly recommended, and once again, this game's super cheap, dirt cheap, and I can only imagine it's going to drop more and more from here. There's a lot of cheap PS4 games you can buy used for under $10 that are really good that I think people overlook because of the stigma of cheap games. People want the new stuff. People want $60 games, the $70 games, games that are going to cost you an arm and a leg. When you can buy this for $9, and it's such an enjoyable experience. It's such a great game. Tempest 4000 is great. And once again, I would love to see some sort of revitalization of the other Atari arcade-style games, just like Tempest 4000. Will that happen? Who knows? Will I see a new Asteroids on the shelf next year? Probably not. I mean, I'll be honest. I don't think that's going to happen, especially where Atari's making their new console. But also where they're making their new console, it could happen on their console. That would be a really neat thing. I know they were doing some other thing. I think it was Theme Park or something. I don't fucking know. I wasn't interested in it. But this I was interested in, and this is really good. So yeah, thanks for hanging in here. I will be back some point in the near future with some more content. Once again, I've been working like crazy, and outside of that, it's hard to find motivation for really making these kind of videos. But you know, it does. I do kind of feel bad because I do kind of feel like I don't want to leave you guys too long without a new video, or I haven't even had time to really socialize with my other YouTube friends, or with Ash from Retro Rewind. I haven't even talked to him that much lately. I've just been working a lot. It's been crazy. It's coming near the holidays. I do manage a store. It's just a lot going on. But I do plan to return soon with some more Atari or Sega or whatever the hell you want me to do content, because I like doing this kind of content. So yeah, I'll see you guys soon. I'll see you guys soon. That's all I got.
Yo, what's up? What's up, Turbo Zone?
What's up, Space?
Broadcasting from broadcasting from space.
This is
space.
Oh my gosh! All right, take 2.
I don't know. This is going pretty good.
Fine. We're broadcasting from space, and we are going to be talking about space. In this title,
Starlink, Battle for Atlas. Not Battle for Space.
Battle for Atlas.
Battle for Atlas.
Like
a game.
The company?
Yes, we're battling for their properties, which are like Persona and stuff, right? That's what they have.
Sadly, we're not.
This is how Joker got into Smash Bros.
As we can thank Ubisoft.
Starlink Battle for Atlas, a game by Ubisoft, which is technically part of the Toys for Life genre.
Right. And we'll get into the toys. I don't want this video to be primarily about the toys, but it is worth talking about. I think when you think Starlink, one of the issues is that the first thing you think is toys and not game.
Yeah, which is not how it should be, because you can play this game without the toys. You could buy it digitally or physically without the toys and play it just fine.
And what was your experience with the game?
Well, I kind of bought the game like out of nowhere. I knew its existence, and I was like at Walmart one day and I saw it and I was like, you know what? I like spaceships. And I bought it. I don't know.
I similarly bought it, but once it got down to the point where the stores were just trying to get rid of it, it went down to like $20.
Yeah, that was my problem. I bought it for like $70 when it was new. But I just thought it was such a neat idea.
I can agree with you there. When I first heard about this game, I believe it was around E3 time last year that they were announcing this game, and then they eventually made a Nintendo announcement with the Star Fox characters. I had seen the whole space adventure action premise and was intrigued.
Yeah, well, because like nobody makes those games anymore. Like nobody makes space adventure piloting games. Like if there's a game in space now, it's going to be like what, like Destiny or Halo or whatever, Like you're just playing as some Marine soldier guy.
True, but it's not about piloting the aircraft.
Yeah, It's always about like on foot killing aliens and stuff, and like nobody really does this,
However, they did come out with No Man's Sky several years ago, and that was supposed to be the huge title of its time. Why do you think you and I are more intrigued in this title than we are in something like No Man's Sky?
Because No Man's Sky was supposed to be like a space exploration game, and this is more like a space battle game. Like this is like more focused on the combat side of things, like more akin to like Star Fox or like the like GameCube era like Star Wars games.
Absolutely, and I think if you look closely at some moments in this game, they are directly influenced from some of the original Star Fox titles.
Which, I mean, let's go ahead and get that out of the way. Star Fox is in the Switch version of the game. So, there's that.
And you can get your own R-Wing to put on display, which is pretty awesome.
We'll talk about that in a little while, but that's a cool thing that's a reason to buy it.
Can you give me a little summary of what this game is all about?
So you're part of a team, I forget, they're called Starlink, right? That's just the team.
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah. So and they're like exploring a new sector or whatever, and their Captain Saint Gran gets captured by this evil alien who wants to use him because he knows how to make this fuel or whatever, and he's like after what is it? He's like after the Wardens.
He's after Nova, which is the fuel, in order to resurrect the Wardens.
Yeah, to resurrect the Wardens. And I mean, it gives you a good reason to go out and explore the planets,
and also to shoot down some baddies.
And to do plenty of shooting. There's plenty of shooting to do.
So, the story is pretty C grade. I mean, this is not anything groundbreaking, and you'll realize that as you play the game. But I do think, especially having played it, there were some moments in this game where I just really got engrossed. Did you feel like that at all?
I did with a lot of the character interactions, like whenever you're just flying around and your teammates will come on and talk about whatever. They'll just talk about what's going on, and they'll talk about certain things that they've been through, whatever. And I thought that was a really nice touch because it really made me feel like I was part of this Starlink team.
Yeah, I can see that, and that's a good point. Even though I found a lot of the dialogue repetitious, you saying that is reminding me of like how during Star Fox playthroughs you'll hear your partners mention dialogue during the game.
Yeah, like it's like throwaway dialogue, but it just helps to immerse you.
I can get back to my studies.
Yeah, like and like I also liked there are points in the game where you pick up like the little like files or whatever, and they tell you about each of the pilots. Like I thought that was a really nice touch because it kind of gives them like a little more depth.
Yeah, that's fair. There's outside of the core story components, I feel a very strong gameplay aspect in terms of the exploration and the flying, especially. How do you feel about the gameplay?
When I first went into it, I hadn't really watched a lot about it, so I wasn't sure where it was really going. So you start out, and I guess we can kind of like run through the first little bit. You start out, and your ship is attacked, and you have to like do some space battles to kind of like learn how to play the game. And then you crash land on this planet, and you're like helping these people out. You're flying around the planet, and I was like, oh, so it's gonna be like this, where I go planet to planet each mission, And then like all of a sudden, you get your ship fixed, and then the game's like, press the R button to fly, and I'm like, okay. And then I press and hold the R button, and I just like immediately shoot off the planet back into space, And then like I could fly around freely, and I was like, oh, this is the game.
That was a huge moment for me as well. When you actually take off of that planet, I don't know what it was called, but the planet was pretty forgettable once you find out that you can actually fly through different atmospheric layers into space and go to different planets.
Yeah, like no load times, like straight up, like fly up and down. Like it's just like there's a second where the game has to like maybe like load, but like it doesn't like stop you. Like you're still in control,
Mm-hmm.
So like and it was really like I was like, whoa, okay, like this game like has something special to offer, and like I'm kind of sad that I don't think they really promoted that all that much, because I didn't know about that till I played, which was like a nice surprise.
What is that? The flight aspects or
the like the seamless flight aspects? Because like I expected to like have to like travel to another planet, the game will load, then I just kind of like that, like that'll be that. I didn't expect to like be able to freely fly wherever I wanted.
After a while, I feel like some of that initial excitement from that sensation starts to taper.
Yeah. Well, it's just it's the same thing with like any other open world game. Like there's some like monotony to having to travel like that.
And that's a good way to characterize a lot of the side actions in this game is monotony.
Okay. So do you want to go through this game's really hard to like talk about the gameplay because there's so many different aspects of the gameplay.
Well, we did get through the flight aspect, but I think one core aspect in terms of the exploration especially is this collectathon nature.
Okay, what do you mean, Daddy?
So what I'm referring to is that there's 7 planets in all, and on each planet there's a percentage of the amount of alliance that you build. It's out of 100. And through systems like trophies, or if you're a completionist, or even a main objective of having to reach certain alliance on X number of planets, you're encouraged to go through the planets and complete all of these side objectives, destroy a warden spike, destroy the prime, help out the observers, build different types of bases on the planets, and the collection aspect, while definitely unique and varied, does start to repeat after a while.
There's just a lot of it. That's the issue. Is that like the planets aren't varied enough. Because it feels like every time you go to a planet, you land, you kind of like put up a few refineries and whatever else you need, and then you do like the same types of missions.
Which, on the one hand, is satisfying because there's something cool about having 100% of the map of a planet unshaded on your atlas, I guess. But on the other, you are doing the same tasks on every planet that you reach.
It's like the core gameplay is very fun, flying to the planets and doing like the shootouts and building your alliance or whatever. It's very fun, but having to do it 7 times, it's without any big changes. This game could have it could have used some more varied mission types, maybe some more vehicles.
Oh gosh, yeah. Don't bring me there. So I don't know if this was different when you got the $60 version, but when I had bought the $20 version, the only pilot available is Mason, and you can't unlock characters unless they do a daily special where you can play as them for 48 hours.
Yeah, well, you can buy them as DLC if you want, or let's bring it up. You could buy the spaceship toys.
Okay,
which I have a couple. I bought because I got the PS4 version first, and then I bought a couple of the ships with it, and then I bought the Switch version after I got my Switch. So I have 4 ships right now, total.
Yeah, and I got 3, but the issue is that, and I mean, yeah, you can buy the DLC, and of course the toys are super cool to put on display. I'd take these over Amiibo any day.
Yeah, no, they're really cool, and you can pull them apart and change the wings out and stuff. Like, it's pretty neat.
But at the end of the day, 4 ships is still not enough to really feel like you have a super huge selection. Now, I do enjoy playing with different ships in the game, but there's a hassle to setting up the controller, especially on the PS4 as opposed to the Nintendo Switch. Yeah. I know that the Joy-Cons will go right into the device that you link the starship through, but you also don't have that much variety between those ships. You also need weapons. You should also change your pilot. It's a little excessive.
Which right now, lately they've been doing they have a digital version bundle. I think I see it on sale all the time for like $30 or $40, and it comes with a lot of the extra stuff. And I kind of feel like maybe that's the way to go if you want to play it.
I mean, even then, there's something to be said about locking the content behind a downloadable paywall.
Yeah, it's a very scummy practice. But I mean, the collection aspect of the toys is at least fun, and there's at least kind of like value to the actual toys.
If they continue to be on store shelves.
Yeah, well, I always see them whenever I go in a GameStop. Nobody buys them.
Well, they are starting to disappear. I've noticed that even online, some of those other pilots that are not included with the core game are getting harder to find.
I don't know. Maybe this will be because I don't know how I don't think this game did very well.
overall. I think it was a financial failure. So I'm not sure how much of that stuff they actually sold. So it could be like a low quantity situation.
At the end of the day, they were promoting a game in full with a toy inside of the packaging for $20. Even the Nintendo Switch with the super cool Star Fox R-Wing version.
Oh, the Switch version's worth it alone just for the R-Wing, because Nintendo won't make one. So
and I gotta admit, I totally suckered in on that, even though I don't have a Switch.
It's such a cool toy.
I was almost willing to spend the full $70 just to get that, even without the Switch. I'm glad I waited.
I'm gonna go ahead and say it. If Nintendo made a Star Fox game like this and had these kind of toys, they'd be making bank, because they make so much money off of the Amiibo toys anyway. They'd be making so much money off the little Star Fox ships.
And I think that's one of the things about this game that maybe its identity problem is that it's I don't want to say it's trying to be Star Fox, but at the end of the day, you're going to think toys and you're going to think Star Fox before you think Starlink when you're playing this.
Oh yeah, no, I've had people that I'm like, I was talking about, I'd be at work or whatever, I'd be like, yeah, right now I'm playing Starlink. They'd be like, wait, isn't that the Star Fox game? And I'm like, no, it has Star Fox in it, but it's not a Star Fox game. And they're so confused over what the game actually is.
And that is a shame, because it isn't necessarily Star Fox. I don't think that there are any Star Foxes that are necessarily that offer this same degree of exploration and adventure and collection.
Yeah, the only samey elements are that you play as a person in a ship and you shoot things.
And there is a super cool sequence when you take down a dreadnought.
Oh yeah.
That makes you go through the tunnels, and that's super reminiscent of the original Star Fox.
Yeah, but everything else is completely different, and I actually kind of prefer the Starlink gameplay loop, I guess, to Star Fox in a way, because it gives the world a little more room to breathe. Star Fox, I enjoy Star Fox quite a bit, but I don't think I've played a traditional Star Fox game more than a few times each.
How do you feel about all range mode in space in Starlink versus in Star Fox?
It feels better in Starlink. I hate all range mode in Star Fox.
But Starlink pretty much adopts that premise as well, especially when you're taking down outlaw hideouts or a dreadnought unit.
Yeah, maybe some on-road sections could have been cool in Starlink, because they are fun. But I think for a $60 AAA game, Starlink really understands how to do a space game.
Yeah, I could see that, because I feel like the weapons are outfitted to be able to home on the units in a way that's not too automated, but it still requires your skill, but it's also not unfair because you are shooting in space.
Yeah, and there are tons of different weapon types you can buy. Whereas the weapon packs, I think, are I don't know, they're cheap. They're $3, $5, something like that.
You can also, even if you don't want to buy the weapon packs, use several other skills that are built into the ships, including a reflect and the pilot special attack.
Yes, and if you have the Star Fox toy, and if you don't put any weapons on there, you just use the Star Fox lasers.
Ooh, that's cool. I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's a really cool addition. So it kind of makes it pointless to play with the weapons if you're playing the Switch version.
One thing you had said to me before we even started this video was that you were glad that you played the PlayStation version before you played the Switch version. Can you touch on that?
Yeah. So I first picked up the PS4 version, and I was happy with it. That's the footage we're using during this video. Is my first go through with the PS4 version. And I was happy with it. I had a lot of fun. I knew that there was a Star Fox character and stuff in the Switch version, but I didn't know what all it was. I just thought it was just you could be Fox McCloud and stuff. And I was like, oh, that's cool. So then I got my Switch. I got the Switch version on Amazon for like $25, or something crazy like that. It was like crazy cheap. And I started playing it, and you have additional missions in the Switch version that that connect to Star Fox. And it kind of makes the PS4 version not the version to get because of the additional story elements and characters. Like, the whole Star Fox gang's there, you know, like they're in the cutscenes with the other characters. It kind of makes it feel like maybe that's the version of the game that was meant to be, and the PS4 and Xbox versions were just kind of like made to make money.
That's true. I feel like because I played the PlayStation version from start to end, and I didn't have the Switch to play the Switch version on. The core characters and cutscenes and story feel like a Pixar movie, not only because of how they look, but because of how generic it is and how unmemorable several of these characters are. They are staples that are overutilized. You have your typical surfer California dude. You have some guy who looks like he's trying to pass as native.
Yeah, you have the edgy space alien character.
Yeah, this robot space character. And at the end of the day, they all feel kind of bland and defined just by the concept of their character and not by the content that they actually bring to the table. And I feel like the other versions are missing that, which, truth be told, I prefer to play this game for the flight simulation as opposed to the story elements anyway, but it would be nice to have that extra edge of personality.
Oh yeah, well, like, it was just fun because, like, you know, like, you be hear them talking about their mission, and then, like, you know, Slippy just be like, I'm hungry. you know, and there's just something charming about the Star Fox crew. Like, that's what Nintendo gets, is that, like, Star Fox games, like, even when they're bad, they're still super charming because of the cast.
So, any other thoughts or last words on Starlink Battle for Atlas?
I feel like there's room for this game to improve. They recently had an update that added like a racing mode and another planet and stuff, and I feel like that's a really cool addition. It shows that they are trying to do something with the franchise still. Like, I thought maybe like where it didn't do as well, they would just give up on it, you know? So I think moving forward, I hope there is a follow-up to this game, and maybe they can fix a lot of the repetition, because that's my main problem with the game, is how repetitious it is, of, like, you know, going to each planet and doing what is basically the same thing with a different coat of paint.
And I'd have to echo that sentiment and say that I still appreciate the game. I like that it's offered me something that a lot of games haven't. We do have a lot of open world titles, but we don't have a lot of open space titles. And, you know, I do need to play No Man's Sky and experience for myself before I can draw any conclusions on that. But I think this one has a nice balance of action and adventure that does give it its own identity. And, you know, I wouldn't pick up this game to play Star Fox. I would pick it up to play Starlink because, quite frankly, the Starlink experience is solid.
Yeah, well, like, I feel like maybe this video, we've been talking kind of like negatively towards the game, for, you know, like most of the elements, but like I think it's only because like we see potential, because like there's a lot to like here. There's a lot to like. I did enjoy in Starlink, and I would go back and play this again. It's just like I want it to be better.
And the thing is, you can experience it in several ways. You can experience it with a new ship if you want to buy a new ship. You can experience it on several platforms. You can even play this over co-op.
Yeah, co-op's really fun. I haven't played it an awful lot, but I played like the first planet in co-op, and I had a lot of fun doing it, because I mean it's like it's a co-op space game, you know, like what, like flying around with your friends and shooting down baddies. Like, what else do you want, man?
Yeah, I mean, you could really take over a ship super fast if you do that. I know that you do have to. I'm sorry, a planet is what I meant.
Yeah.
I mean, I know you have to like stay within proximity of the other ship.
Yeah, you're tethered together.
But there's still room to complete this game, and with a game that offers you so much to complete, it could be kind of fun.
Yeah. What other open world game has co-op? Exactly.
Elder Scrolls. Like I don't know.
Like like there's like games that go online with it, but like like this is like a story-based open world game with co-op. Like that's really unique.
Right. We should try that sometime.
Yeah. That'd be really fun. Is there anything else you want to touch upon?
I mean, I'd just say, like, I'd encourage the listeners, like, if this is a game that you've been interested in playing, but you feel like it's divisive, so you don't want to play it, maybe just, check out the footage. Ask yourself if the genre is right for you, because the genre is not one that is really fully explored, I feel.
I think for the price tag right now, it's worth it.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if you're unsure, 70 is not right, but like it's 20 now. So
yeah, it's like it's super cheap now. Like, you just buy it, just have fun with it. Like, it's like why like, it's just so good, especially if you have a Switch. Like, just buy it for the Star Fox toy alone. Like, buy it for the R-Wing.
Even if you're playing it on the PlayStation 4, I only bought one other ship that's usable in the game. Obviously, I can't put the R-Wing on there, and you don't need to buy any toys to fully experience this game.
Yeah, you don't need any other ships to really to beat the game. And I
you
think
won't be able to experience it fully, which I think sucks, and that the developers should have found some other way to incorporate DLC than locking a whole roster of weapons behind. But
I think like that's the biggest question with this game. I think is like, which I don't want to go on a whole subject here, but like, why is it toys to life to begin with? That genre died with like Skylanders and stuff. Like no one's doing it. So why'd they do it?
Yeah, it's not like these are toys that are iconic from some movie or
yeah, exactly.
TV series
Like
or
it's
something.
just that's the biggest question is why did they make a Toys to Life game this late to the scene?
And I don't like disrespect that because I love having these ships on display, but
no,
I agree with you,
dude. I have a container in my closet just full of Skylanders because I will buy that stuff. But I understand like it kind of like bogs down the game and makes people not want to try it. It's like Skylanders. I think Skylanders is a fun series, but people won't try it because you got to buy the toys. And it's a really messy situation.
Yeah, and I think that is the sad truth about this game is as we had alluded to earlier on, that the toys kind of occlude the potential that we saw in this game.
Yeah, if it did have the toys and it came out as some new space adventure game, I feel like maybe it really would have just stood a chance. And maybe that's what they should do going forward is drop the toys. Or keep them compatible, but don't make them necessary, maybe.
And maybe even just like take the concept and instead of sticking with the Starlink characters, try and give it more personality. But then again, what do I know?
Yeah, what do we know? We don't work at Ubisoft. We don't make Assassin's Creed 15 or whatever they're working on now.
But if you are a gamer who's interested in playing some games that are fun, this is one of them.
Space is fun, man. It's just like this is your only option if you want a good space game right now. Good ship combat game like this.
Anyways, with that, this has been Turbo Zone.
Thanks for joining us for this video where we talk about Starlink and how much we like it, but how much we don't like it. I hope you had fun listening.
Yep, same here.
All right. Goodbye, everybody.
Great. We're gonna need all the help we can get.
That mean you guys have a way to reach Grax?
Yes. As Mason said, we need to extend Starlink's range. The issue is having enough power to do it. So, we've been in the lab designing a structure that can both store Nova and teleport it directly to the Equinox. Sort of like a mini Starlink. Even better, it won't just be us powering Starlink, but our allies as well.
Good lord. Oh, hey everybody. God, I forgot how fucking crazy Earth was. If you don't know, I actually filmed this show in the Turbo Zone. Existence, beyond existence, the 6.5 dimension, ruled over by the arcade overlords. So I don't really get out much, but you know, if you haven't noticed, I've been missing recently. I actually went on a vacation to Earth. God, you guys are infested with bugs. It's fucking crazy. I don't know what year you're watching this in, but oh my god, like, you guys need to do something about those bugs. I took some bug stop with me. I'm empty now. I didn't even kill like half of them. Talk about a rough 8 months. That's why I've been missing, guys. I've been fucking fighting out your giant bug issues on the planet Earth. I do wish to return to Earth on vacation at some point, hopefully soon, whenever the bugs are gone. In the meantime, though, I guess I could just go to Earth in a video game, I guess. And since I don't have a physical copy of this game because it's digital only here in North America, let's just pretend I'm holding up Earth Defense Force 5 for the PS4. A game that I hope is really good and I hope will actually give me the Earth experience. You gotta be fucking kidding me! More bugs?
Oh, we are the valiant infantry. We are the alpha team with passion and camaraderie. Hear us as we shout at the top of our lungs. Be calm, be bold, and raise your guns. High up in the air, our comrades fight, dashing through the sky now like a million bolts of light. We shall spread our wings wide and fly high, soaring, gliding through the endless sky. It's only with our sacrifice that mankind can still exist down here in paradise. To defend our dearest Mother Earth, we're ready to give up our lives.
Earth Defense Force 5 is a game that I have been greatly anticipating. Now, I am a little late doing this video on it. I know that it's been out for, it came out last December, so roughly a year, give or take a few months. I am a little late talking about it, but I can assure you, since it came out to this very day, I have not stopped playing this game. I have been so excited. I'm a huge Earth Defense Force fan, and I'm hoping to show you what the Earth Defense Force series is all about. By the end of this video, hopefully you will know if you really want to try Earth Defense Force, if you should, if it's for you. So let's get started.
Monsters! They can shoot threads! Try to take out the monsters and protect the citizens!
If you don't know what Earth Defense Force is, it's a series of shooters. Now, not like shooters like you probably know them, like Call of Duty, Gears of War, Halo, Overwatch, nothing like that. Earth Defense Force is very different and very much stands on its own as its own original thing. You defend the Earth from giant bugs, aliens, kaiju monsters, robots, whatever the heck decides to invade that week, that's what you gotta fight. And looking in, it's a very simple idea. Just big things to fight, big things to blow up. lots of guns, lots of explosions, and a shit ton of fun. And that's what gives the series its charm. Earth Defense Force has been around for a little while. It started on the PlayStation 2. Those games did not come to North America. I think the second one might have gotten a PS Vita release later on, but the original releases did not come here. We didn't get introduced to the series until the Xbox 360 release of Earth Defense Force 2017. A game that really launched Earth Defense Force's cult following here in the US. And I was very aware of that game when it came out. And the series has only grown a bigger fan base over time. It's had many sequels, many spin-offs, and it's up to its 5th installment here with Earth Defense Force 5. Earth Defense Force is interesting because it is similar to games like, say, Monster Hunter or Dynasty Warriors, where the sequels don't really change too much. A lot of the games just sort of use the same framework, but add more enemies, more weapons, more this, more that. It's very much a very samey franchise, and that sounds bad. Because a lot of franchises do that, but I don't think Earth Defense Force really milks that. They don't really make a new Earth Defense Force game every single year, or else it would get tired. But every time they do bring it around, it does feel familiar while also introducing a lot of stuff that just makes the game a lot better.
They're coming! We'll be killed if we don't fight back! Fire! Fire! The alien is a soldier! The alien infantry is here!
I feel like the series is going to be really divisive. If you're not into games where you really need to grind, I don't think this is for you. I would compare it to something like Dynasty Warriors, where if you really want to complete the game and get far and have fun, you're going to want to grind. And I know that's something that not a lot of people really want to do or are looking for. Earth Defense Force has never really prioritized the best graphics. It's never prioritized the best story. Hell, it's barely even got a story. There's no cutscenes. It's just kind of, there's radio chatter while you fight. What its priority is to have these giant scale battles. And that's what's very interesting about the series. That's what draws me and a lot of people to this series, is that it's just big open battles, hundreds of enemies, big spaceships, big monsters, lots of explosions, and a shit ton of fun. It's very interesting. The voice acting is very cheesy. The graphics aren't the best in the world, and Earth Defense Force doesn't seem to care about those. It doesn't seem to care about all that. What it cares about is having fun gameplay. And that's what it does. Granted, I do wish this game did kind of improve some aspects that the series has been needing for a long time. That's kind of a letdown. But it does add new guns, new vehicles, new monsters to fight, new bad guys, just all around. There's a lot of new stuff here. I just have two very minor complaints. The first one is that I wish that they would finally add some sort of upgrade mechanic. In Earth Defense Force, as you fight, the enemies, after they die, they drop armor and weapon pickups. So whenever you collect the armor, it upgrades your health. Whenever you collect the weapons, it gives you a random weapon. And the issue with that is that, say I'm playing the game and I'm only playing as one class. Whenever I collect the armor, it's fine. I get my health upgrade. That's cool. But whenever I collect the weapon pickups, I'm not promised something for my character. I'm not even promised a new weapon. This game does, if you do collect new weapons, like the same weapon over and over again, it will upgrade that weapon. That's a cool feature, yes. But I don't play as a lot of the other classes, so while I'm playing and I'm getting all these weapons for those characters, I don't really care. I wish there was a way to either sell those weapons that I don't want for currency and kind of like buy some different stuff in a shop or something, or just give us money instead of weapon drops. Give us some sort of gold or cash or something for beating each mission, and then let me shop and pick out what I want. Make the really powerful weapons and vehicles and stuff, make it really expensive for those, so you still have to work for them, yes. But give me a choice. That's one big problem I have with the game. The other one is that I wish they would have added a new class. You have your 4 basic classes. The Ranger, which is the on-foot soldier. I played as the Ranger for the entirety of this game. The WingDiver, which is like a jetpack person. I played as the WingDiver in the last game, actually, 4.1, and it was pretty fun, but I wanted to switch it up this time. The Fencer is a guy in a big mech suit. They can do really cool maneuvers. They have really powerful weapons. They're kind of slow if you don't know how to use them. And I'm bad with the, with the Fencer, but I can see why they'd be fun. And the Aerator is more of a support character. You don't really want to play as the Aerator if you're playing alone. You want to use the Aerator if you're playing with friends, playing online, playing co-op together on the couch, because you can call in mechs, call in vehicles, call in airstrikes, and it's really helpful. That's another class that I don't really play as, really, but it's definitely a cool class. But I wish we could have gotten a new, 5th class. I don't know what they would have done with it. I don't know if they knew what they could do with it, but I think it could be done, and it'd be something to really help freshen up some of the gameplay.
This is back up again.
It's still alive! It survived the airstrike!
Survived? We didn't even make a scratch! It wasn't immobilized either! It was just taking a goddamn nap!
With that said, though, the gameplay is tried and true EDF fun. It's just blowing up enemies, having a fun time. I do think that this game is for people that are more into grindy arcade-style games. If you're looking for something with a good story, this isn't it. If you're looking for something with the best graphics, this isn't it. If you're looking for something with competitive online 16-player competitive play, this isn't it. This is purely a arcade-style shooter game with just ridiculous amounts of enemies and ridiculous amounts of explosion, destructible environments, large maps. It's so unique and different. Earth Defense Force is amazing, and I truly do love this series. I hope they do make improvements, but even if they don't, I'd still continue to play the games because I know that they slowly do improve on certain aspects over time. So, even if, there are issues that I do wish would get fixed with later releases, I can still really enjoy the Earth Defense Force experience. I haven't played 5 as much as I did 4.1, just because 4.1 was out a lot earlier than this game. So I've sunk a ton of time into 4.1, but I can see myself playing this game and it kind of replacing 4.1 for me. I mean, it has, and it's a game that I will be playing probably until they release a new numbered sequel, at least, which hopefully this game kind of helps pick up the popularity of the franchise in the West, so that we can get more physical releases. I'm really sad this game was digital only here, but if I have to go digital for this game, if it means that I can still play it, that's fine, I guess. I just like the fact that I can still play Earth Defense Force 5, and it's not an exclusive game. If you like shooting bugs, if you like robots and aliens and explosions and kaiju monsters and rocket launchers and mechs and tanks and all that shit, Earth Defense Force is something you should check out. Maybe it's something you haven't really tried, you haven't really played this type of game before. This is definitely something that you should try. Granted, I maybe play 4.1 because it is cheaper to buy that one. Where this one's digital, it stays at the same price point unless they have it on sale. So if you're interested, definitely buy 4.1 if you're not sure. But if this game looks rad, Earth Defense Force 5 is highly recommended by me. This is tried and true Turbo Zone game of the year for last year. This game is amazing.
Aliens around the world have launched large-scale invasion operations. We managed to make it through, but still, many regions fell into enemy hands. And the remaining force is reaching their limits.
Yes, sir. A war of attrition against the aliens. We cannot go back. We can only put in more men, fight to the end.
Shoot them dead once they're
Well, Geeks and Gamers, that was Earth Defense Force 5. A fantastic bug-shooting, space alien defending... Well, you don't defend the space aliens, but you defend the Earth from the space aliens. A game that I think really represents what Earth is like when I went to visit last. They really got the realism down there. So, at least, this game took me a while to play. It's a huge game. And I'm just glad that there isn't any more. Lord, I really hope it takes them a while to make a sequel.
Incoming transmission.
Yeah, what?
TurboBot 90013 here. Hey Alex, they released a new game called Iron
They
Link.
released another Earth Defense Force game right after this one?
Yes, 3 months after 5 came out on the PS4.
Oh, God. Oh. Well, maybe I'll cover that one soon. In the meantime, guys, it's good to be back. I'm glad to be back here on Turbo Zone, where I am not infested with bugs. You guys need to clean up your fucking act.
Taito. They made some of my favorite games growing up. Games like Rainbow Island, Space Invaders, Jungle Hunt, and Bobble. Well, Bobble was popular enough to get its own spin-off puzzle game, Puzzle Bobble. And that's what I'll be looking at today. Puzzle Bobble, available here. This is the Neo Geo version, available on the PlayStation 4 and Nintendo Switch. Brought to you by the Hamster Corporation. I wonder if actual hamsters run that corporation. This is the puzzle game, Puzzle Bobble. Puzzle Bobble is notable for being one of the first, I think, puzzle games I ever experienced. You probably know it more as Bust a Move. There's 2 separate names for the same game, basically. Bust a Move is what it's marketed as here in North America. Puzzle Bobble is a simple puzzle game where you shoot bubbles of certain colors up on a screen full of bubbles and try to match 3 colors before the screen falls down on you. If any of the bubbles cross your line at the bottom, you lose. It sounds pretty easy, but actually aiming the bubbles is pretty difficult. I tend to have some trouble actually aiming in this game. My name is Franklin Eugene Kessenberg. So, Puzzle Bobble. Like I said, I did originally play this as one of my first puzzle games I had on my Sega Game Gear, and the Sega Game Gear was my first console that I ever owned. I have very fond memories of playing this game on the Game Gear. Again, wasn't very good at it, but I did enjoy it, and it left a lasting impression. Not only because of just how fun the gameplay is, but I'm a big fan of the original Bubble Bobble. I have played that game more than a lot of other arcade games, mainly because my mom's such a big fan of that game. So growing up, anytime we played games, there was a good chance we were going to play the arcade version of Bubble Bobble or the NES version of Bubble Bobble. So just seeing the Bubble Bobble characters in a puzzle game is fitting. They're very cute little dinosaur characters. I just wish I wasn't absolute shit at this game. My name is Philip Oscar Orion Tonberg. It's one of those games that's like, it looks very simple on the surface. Again, you match the 3 colors, you stop the screen from crunching down on you. But what actually makes this game so hard is the aiming system. Now, what's helpful is that if you get a game over and start over, whatever level you're on, they'll actually give you a aiming reticule that will show you where your bubble's going to land. That's very helpful. And without that thing, I am worthless. I've played other Puzzle Bobble games or Bust-A-Move games. Like I have Bust-A-Move 4 on the PS1, and I've played the one, I think it was Bust-A-Move Universe, I want to say, the one on 3DS. Maybe that was the Wii one. I don't know. I played the one on Wii and the one on 3DS. And I think those are a little more lenient with the aiming. I think they actually do help you out. But this one, man, this one's brutal. My name is Adam Stevenson Smith. And like I really like puzzle games. So I find this game to be a lot of fun. It's just the aiming itself can be a little hard to do. Like I said, this is the Neo Geo version. I've looked up and I see that there's been 2 releases of this at the time, one by Taito themselves and then one on the Neo Geo. And from what I could find, the only difference is that like one has like stereo audio and one doesn't. So I guess they're basically the same version. It's hard to say. Unless I get a chance to experience both versions. But I think this version is very playable. I was actually kind of surprised to see a Taito game listed under the Neo Geo stuff. Because whenever you think of Neo Geo, you usually think of like Metal Slug, King of Fighters, Fatal Fury, those types of games. They're really like the Samurai Showdown. They're like the Neo Geo staples. And Taito games usually aren't the first thing to come to mind for me. I couldn't imagine being a kid in 1994, being well off enough or lucky enough to have a Neo Geo console at home, and my dad goes, "Hey, I got you a new Neo Geo game." You're like, "Sick! Is it King of Fighters '94? Is it Art of Fighting? Oh my god, I can't wait to see what this is." And then you unwrap it or something, and it's Puzzle Bobble, and you're like, "Oh well, I guess I'm stuck with this for the rest of my life." My name is David Isaac King. This game does have a 2-player mode. Other than that, there's a 1-player mode, 2-player mode, and that's about it because it is a very basic arcade game. There's nothing wrong with that. I think this is very fun, especially for the price point. All these Neo Geo games that the hamster sells are like $7. So honestly, like, this is a good game to get if you're just looking for something to play, you're looking for something puzzly, It's cheaper than a lot of other games you're gonna find, and it is damn fun if you can get used to the aiming. I've had a few rounds where I've done okay without the aiming reticule, but I can't judge it for some fucking reason, and I don't know how else to improve it except for like just to keep playing and you know, get used to the aiming itself. But it is so difficult without that reticule. My name is Gary Allen Yokovich. So, if you are a fan of Taito, if you're a fan of puzzle games, if you're a fan of Neo Geo, I think this is an interesting one to look at. I would say, though, that they also have Puzzle Bobble 2 on the same service, and I also have Puzzle Bobble 2 on my Switch. I have this one on my PS4. So, honestly, if you're going to buy either one of these, probably go for the second one. I don't see a reason to own both, you know, like, it's a sequel to a puzzle game, so the improvements made there are worth checking out over this game. But again, I don't know. I don't hear people talk about this series much, the Puzzle Bobble / Bust a Move series, and Taito's not really a thing anymore. I think Taito got absolved into I think Square Enix, if I recall. So they don't really do much with their properties anymore. I would love to see them bring this series back for modern consoles. I think the Switch would be perfect for this type of game. And I just love seeing the Bubble Bobble characters put to use. Because they don't... You know what? Oh my god, they did do a Bubble Bobble game on Switch recently. They did Bubble Bobble for Friends. So there's a good chance they could do a Bust a Move or Puzzle Bobble game at some point. I forgot about that until I was just like talking about Bubble Bobble characters being used, and I was like, oh my god, I forgot they actually did do a new Bubble Bobble game on the Switch. I don't have that yet. I need to get my hands on that. I like blowing bubbles.
taking on this urgent request, Pale Team. We need your help more than ever.
But, Commander, Pale Team's equipment is still in the testing stages.
Earth Defense Force 4.1 WingDiver The Shooter, a game that I didn't even know existed. This is a Earth Defense Force shoot 'em up, a shmup, a bullet hell game set in the Earth Defense Force franchise, a franchise that I'm a huge fan of. I love Earth Defense Force. I've played nearly every game at this point. I can't wait for the games that are coming out, like the 6th entry and World Brothers, which looks like a Boxel style game. And in my time playing all the EDF games, I stumbled across Earth Defense Force 4.1 WingDiver The Shooter.
Clear! The bugs have been wiped out! Hold on! It's an ambush!
it completely ruined our battle plan. Damn it. I thought I was lucky getting put on standby, but no. This isn't lucky at all.
Now, I've never heard anybody talk about this game, like, at all. I didn't even know it existed. I was on the PlayStation store one day, looking up things for Earth Defense Force. I think I was just seeing, like, at this point, I think I was seeing, like, when the 5th game was going to release or something, because I knew it was going to be digital only, you know, at least here in the States. And I remember coming across WingDiver the Shooter, and just asking myself, what is this? Like, is it a DLC for 4.1? I thought I had all the DLC. But then I kind of looked at, like, into it, and no. It's its own game. It's a vertical shoot-'em-up game where you play as the WingDiver class during the events of Earth Defense Force 4.1. This sounds like it should be the greatest marriage ever. I mean, you know, Earth Defense Force is already this crazy, hectic, you know, time with shooting aliens and bugs with a ton of weapons. So making it into a shmup should be the next logical step. It sounds like a great idea. And this game is fun. I think there's some missed potential here, though.
We don't yet know what kinds of monsters dwell down here.
You could say that this is the enemy's home ground. Keep your eyes open. They seem to be able to see us perfectly, even in this darkness.
Whoa! There are tons of those web slingers down here. At least they can't fly.
It's too cramped in here for us to get away!
The game was developed by Clouds Inc., and it was released in November 22nd, 2017. Oddly enough, I'm looking on the EDF fan page, and it says it was only released in Japan, but I definitely bought it. So that's bizarre. It also came to Steam, so people that play on Steam, you can also give this game a try. This game carries a lot of the same things over from Earth Defense Force, like you can upgrade your weapons through the weapon pickups, get new weapons. You can upgrade your armor through armor pickups. There's different weapons. You get 2 weapons to carry. The WingDiver class still even has a power meter, which in this game, you know, instead of obviously, using that meter to fly, you use it to get a little dodge, to dodge enemy fire. The issue I have with this game isn't really the gameplay. The gameplay's fun, and isn't really anything to do with any of the game's mechanics. It's just the fact that I think this game is too short. You play through 6 levels, and then you're done. 6 levels, even for a regular shoot-'em-up, is still a little short. Most shoot-'em-ups, you know, at least have like 7 or 8 stages, you know, arcade-style games. But with an Earth Defense Force title, I expect to spend a little more time, you know, going through. And you can still sort of do that, you know, they still has some of that, like, grindy elements. You know, you can still kind of grind up for better weapons, grind up for better armor, you know, play through on the different difficulties. So it's still there. I just don't think there's enough, like, there's a reason to do that. When I'm playing Earth Defense Force 4.1 normally, you know, I've sunk, you know, almost 70 hours into that game at this point, and I've beat the main campaign. I've beat the first DLC. I'm still working on the second DLC. Extreme Battles is kicking my ass, but I'm still playing it because I still feel like there's a reason to. Going through each difficulty, you know, getting all the weapons, getting better armor, and, you know, eventually I'm going to beat the second DLC. But I still feel like there's a reason for me to do all that. I don't really feel that with this game. I don't feel anything, you know, I don't really feel a significant reason to play through and get better weapons or beat the higher difficulties, other than, like, bragging, you know, like, oh, I did it. You know, it's just, I don't know, I feel like there's some lost potential there. It doesn't have that replay value that Earth Defense Force games normally have.
This thing is just too big!
We can hit it from the skies, but we can't tell if our attacks are having any effect.
Damn it! Where does it think it's going?
Pale team, you must give chase.
But I don't want to say this is a bad game. The game costs like $15. And there's over like 60 weapons you can get. They all do different things. And I'm going to be honest, like if I was in an arcade and I saw this game, fuck yeah, I'd be playing it. You know, I would definitely sink some time into this in an arcade. I would love to have like an arcade cabinet of this game. But just as a standalone experience that I paid $15 for, like at this point, you could probably buy the normal 4.1 game for around $15. So I don't know if it's really worth the value anymore.
The enemy fleet has entered the atmosphere. It will be appearing above the city in 3, 2, 1.
Everyone, you've done well to make it this far. Just up ahead is the EDF's main mission zone. Our job is to intercept the enemy here. Do not let even a single ship reach our main forces. This is the Ravager's big push to destroy humanity. We cannot lose here.
But if you're a huge EDF fan, you know, this is a must-have because very rarely do they stray away from the regular Earth Defense Force formula. Most Earth Defense Force games, you know, are the standard third-person shooter. They may try something different, like with Insect Armageddon, where they try to make it a little more grittier, or with Iron Rain, where they try some different mechanics and stuff. But overall, they still stick to the same formula, you know? This is cool. I wish, I wish and I hope that they do more games like this. I would love to see more Earth Defense Force games in different genres. I know that they're doing that World Brothers, which is cool, but it looks kind of like just a voxel graphic style like version of Earth Defense Force. It looks like Earth Defense Force if it was played in like the Minecraft engine or something. But it still looks like the same game though, you know, it's still the third-person shooter. I would love to see like a tactics game with Earth Defense Force. That would be really cool. You know, just other styles of games. So this is promising, and I think that if they would have maybe poured a little more time into this game could have been something really special. But as it stands, I think it's just okay. I think it's still a fun time, but it's just okay.
Please go ahead and confirm the situation. Pale Team, you are to head there at once too.
Roger that! There's so many of these flying bugs! Where did they build such a giant nest? This is Bit.Trip. We've infiltrated the nest. There are thousands of these egg-like things.
But if you like shoot 'em ups and you like shooting bugs and you like Earth Defense Force, you can't go wrong with giving this game a try. Like I said, it is fun. So if this looks like it's your thing, it probably is. I just think maybe, you know, don't go into it expecting something more. I didn't have any, you know, I didn't see any videos on this. I didn't know what this was. So whenever the 6th level was done, and I was like, cool, let's keep going. And then it was like the credits rolled. I was a little thrown off. But the game packs a challenge if you're playing on higher difficulties. I know I got my ass kicked a few times. The game's got some variety, and the game is overall just a fun time. Earth Defense Force 4.1 WingDiver the Shooter. Man, that name just rolls right off the tongue, doesn't it?
We have no prior data on this enemy. It may be a mutant.
Welcome to the Turbo Zone channel, place. Hey, Teddy, what's up?
Hey, Alex, what's poppin'?
What's poppin'?
Yeah, what's poppin'?
what's packing? This review that we're doing today.
Good one.
Today we are here to review the Namco Museum Archives, Volume 1.
Archive?
There's two of them.
RPG Archive?
Spencer's not here.
We're going to review RPG Archive?
Spencer's not in the archive.
Not this one.
Not this one. So, Teddy, what's your deal with Namco?
Namcot.
Namcot, as it says in all these games, because these are the Famicom versions.
Yeah. I
well, it's Pac-Man. I love the classic arcade Pac-Mans. I've played them throughout my life. I've seen arcade cabinets. Anytime you give me a Pac-Man machine, even just walking through the Best Buy aisle and they got like the new age Pac-Man arcade cabinet set up, I'm gonna give it a run. I remember going to like the arcades in San Francisco and giving Pac-Man a run and setting a high score for the day. And I just loved like that classic Miss Pac-Man, the Championship Edition. I played a little bit of that on PS4. When you say Namco, I think Pac-Man. That's my big thing.
Yeah, I'm also a big Pac-Man fan, as you should know. But I'm also really like, I think people like to see me as like the Sega guy, But I honestly, when it comes to arcade games, I'm definitely more of a Namco fan than a Sega fan because I think they made some of the best like 80s and early 90s arcade games. Huge fan of Galaga, obviously. I own a Galaga cabinet. I love playing Galaga. But I have a rich history of playing a ton of Namco games. I like to find the most obscure Namco games. There's arcade games that like you can't even find anywhere. They're fucking. You didn't know about fucking Hopping Mappy? Do you know Hopping Mappy? It's a Mappy game. It's a Mappy game on pogo sticks.
Oh wow!
It's never been released on a console. It's just like I love their history, and seeing more of the Namco museums be released always makes me happy.
Yeah. You were telling me about this game. It's on Switch. Oh, you got to get it, Teddy. It's $5 right now. And so I was like, all right, I guess. And so, I bought it on PS4. And I've gone through all of the games, all 10 of them. I've played and gotten my little history lesson. And I'm excited to talk about them today.
And I kind of alluded to it. These are the Famicom versions of Namco games, which is also kind of refreshing because they port the arcade versions a lot. So it is cool to see like the console, like the home console versions of like some of these games. So we're just going to go down the line and talk about each one of the games, give them a little review, and bop, diddly bop. First up, we have the ever so exciting Galaxian.
Oh, yeah. Why don't you kick things off?
Galaxian is the first in the, I guess, I don't know what you call it. I guess the Galaxian series, the Galaga series. It was more of a contemporary to Space Invaders, and you can really feel that. It's a pretty early game, so it is slow as fuck. Like I said, I'm a huge Galaga fan, and I have a deep love for Galaga, so going back and playing Galaxian is a little rough.
I think Taito took the W on this one.
Yeah.
I played this on the collection, and I was half expecting, the Galaxian ships, like the blue one at the end, to come down and use the ray so he picks you up, and then you can shoot him off and get the second ship. And it didn't happen.
That's a boss Galaga, yeah.
And I was like, oh shit, and like you were saying, I was just moving too slow, and you got these even like the second layer of ships, they do all kinds of swiggly paths, and eventually they just flood the screen, and I couldn't make it past like level 2 or 3 in playing this.
It's a game that I don't like to return too much. I even, like I said, I have that Galaga cabinet, and the other game on that cabinet is Galaxian. I never play that because Galaga is just, it's faster. It's so much, it's just more fun. Overall, it's got like little intricacies. What am I trying to say? Intricacies. There we go.
Yes, there you go.
Thank you. There we go. I worked it out. That this game doesn't have. And so going back and playing this is a little rough. If I had to put it up against Space Invaders, I don't know if I would. Which one I would pick? Maybe Galaxian. It is a little faster than I think Space Invaders.
I'd argue with you there, but okay.
I don't know. I had to put them side by side to really tell, but anyway, this is the only game on the collection that I can firmly say I am not that big a fan of.
With you there. This is like D tier.
Yeah, this is here because it has to be.
Yeah,
it's like it's like one of the classics. But ready to move on?
Yes.
All right. Up next we have the boy himself. Oh well, he's a man. He's a Pac-Man. Oh man. So the original Pac-Man, which is the Famicom version, which is interesting because Pac-Man is like kind of big in this version. Like he's a big boy. Like, did you notice that? His sprite just looks so much bigger in this version compared to the arcade version.
Yeah. Honestly, I thought it was still played pretty well, all things considered. I know home conversions of Pac-Man tend to kind of fall short, compared, especially standing next to the
Atari
ones. Yeah. Oh God. Let's save that for another day. This one I found was playable, but obviously it's not the star Pac-Man on this compilation, which we'll get to. And you know what? If we're talking like playing classic Pac-Man, I'm going Miss Pac-Man.
Yeah, but this has to be here. I mean, it is the Namco game. It is on everything Namco, merchandise, whatever it is. Pac-Man is the star because this game really was like different for the time. I mean, the fact that like and this version keeps it intact too. The fact that the four ghosts, their AI have different like patterns, like different things they'll do. Like I believe Blinky he follows directly behind you. Pinky tries to get in front of you. Inky, the blue one, tries he'll always go down and I think to the right or left, like one of the two directions. And Clyde, the orange one, is just fucking random. So they're they have patterns that you can actually kind of work out and like decipher and get good at the game that way. It is a deeper game that I think you can really it looks on like the surface level.
Yeah, like I was saying, it's competent. It's not like a kind of a broken model of Pac-Man. To me, it's like you boot this collection up and okay, it's going to be one of the first games that you play honorarily because it's the Pac-Man collection and it's a Pac-Man title. It's not one that I necessarily will pick over other games in this collection, but I agree with you that it should be there. I go C tier.
Yeah, I love Pac-Man. I'll give it a B.
Fair enough. C or B.
Next up, it's dangerous. It's devious. It's Xevious.
Hey, that was beautiful. Put that on the box.
I'm pretty sure that was on a box.
Oh, wow.
I'm not sure. I know that from somewhere. That could have been like a classic gamer thing. I don't know.
Someone confirm.
But, dude, Xevious. This is like a really early vertical shoot-'em-up game.
I respect this game a lot.
I love Xevious.
Yeah.
I mean, I actually own the Famicom cartridge of this version.
Yeah.
Xevious.
It's damn hard, though.
Yeah, it is. But it's so rewarding because like you can shoot above or you can shoot the like bomb the ground for enemies.
Yeah.
And it's very and it gets pretty fast paced after a while, and you're having to like bomb the ground and then shoot the enemy in the air, then swerve around these tiles flying at you and stuff.
Right. Yeah, I think they call it like anti-air attacks is the land attacks.
Yeah.
Or they call it just land attacks. I'm not really sure, but you have to distinguish between those two. You have rapid fire. I always appreciate rapid fire in a spaceship shooter. If you have to just constantly hammer X, that kind of bothers me a bit. Especially if you had to do that while distinguishing between which shot you should use. There are no like power-ups or anything. You have the standard shot, and then like enemies will come like swerving in, or there'll be like the ground units that are like these little I guess they're supposed to be tanks and they can shoot up. And also like I was getting like early Star Fox vibes here, like Super Nintendo stuff. Like you could see some inspiration for Star Fox in Xevious.
Which is funny because I believe in Assault you can unlock Xevious.
That's right. Yeah, that I remember that.
Yeah, it is just like an early example of like a vertical scrolling shooter, a genre that would go on to, I guess, become, evolve into like the bullet hell, I guess you'd call it, after a while.
Well, not all spaceship shooters employ this system of like distinguishing between aerial units and land units.
Yeah, that's very unique. Yeah,
we do see it in like I think Ray Crisis or something. It's obviously a vertical shooter thing. You don't see that in horizontal shooters. And I think generally we see more horizontal shooters than vertical. I know of more. So, I don't know. Maybe that's unfounded. But I still think that the game plays really well and it's enjoyable. I can't get past that first boss, though. That's hard.
Can you recreate the music?
No, I was listening to podcasts when I was playing. So.
Shit, it goes over and over again. I feel like this is what they play in like high security prisons to like break a person.
Oh my gosh!
Turn it off.
Clockwork Orange. Imagine you like superimpose Xevious on the movie for Clockwork Orange.
No! Where Malcolm McDowell has his eyelids open.
Please, I beg you! It's a sin! It's a sin! It's a sin!
Turn it off, please! I beg you. The music's super repetitive, but other than that, the game is. I mean, it's fantastic. I love ZDS. So.
I agree with you. I'd say this is probably A tier.
Yeah, I give it an A. Speaking of A's, we have Map A.
Map A. It's Reg.
Mappy. The classic Mappy. This is interesting because I love Mappy. And you were telling me the first time you played this, you didn't like it, right?
I was like, what the hell am I doing? Like, there's trampolines. You play as a mouse. If you try and go forward, the first thing you do is run into a cat. And so I didn't look at the controls going in. I thought, I could just pick up and play this. It's called Mappy. This is not going to be complicated. And then all of my dreams and aspirations were crushed when I game overed in 10 seconds. I did read a little more into it, and I got the hang of it a little better. It's still tough as nails, man. You got like cats chasing you up and down these floors. Go ahead.
Yeah, there's some tricks you can use. You can, of course, they have like the glowing doors where you can kind of open them and wipe the cats away behind you. Then there's also the regular doors. You can also, if you time it right, you can open those on the cats and it'll stun them. So you can kind of make your way through the areas.
It uses like the Galago ray beam or something to push back at these guys. It's cool. I really did like the first level. I was able to get a lot of collectibles and clear it and go to the second one, but I was getting stuck at the point where they start putting trampolines above you, so you start going boing, 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 and then the trampoline just drops. So I would need to play it a little more to get skilled at it, but it's got a groove to it, and I was enjoying it.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty complex game. The footage I'm showing here is probably, I think when I cut the footage for this, it got to like round 11 or so. It is a tough game, but it's a game. I first played this game on like one of those little like plug and play Pac-Man arcade things. You buy at Walmart for like $20.
Yeah.
And I taught myself how to play as a kid, so I've always really liked this game. I think it's one of Namco's least talked about games. Mappy looks like he'd be like a fun little mascot character, but I don't think they really utilize him.
Yeah. It's too bad we can't map it out.
Hey!
Ha!
Just like the Button Mappers, our podcast.
A channel that you listeners at home should go and subscribe to. Because we're almost at 100 subscribers, and when we do get there, we'll do a Clue Land column 24-hour live stream for you.
No!
For you. We're going to split up the 24 hours. I'll take 8, Alex will take 8, and Spencer will take 8.
Back to Mappy. I do like this game. It is more complicated than it looks. It's got a lot of stuff going on, and it's a lot of fun. I give it an A. I like this game a lot.
Okay, I go B just because I need more time with it, and it was cool. But comparing it to Xevious is kind of a tough match for me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Next up, we have Dig Dug.
Ooh,
Dig Dug.
Dig Dug eluded me for so many years.
Did it? Why?
I never had a game to play it on. But I was aware of it, and so I always thought, like, oh, this is so cute. Like, you get, like, the little goggle guys, and I guess I had played Pac-Man World, so...
No, it's Puka. The red dudes are Pukas, and the dragons are Rygars.
I wouldn't know that, yeah. So, I do know from Pac-Man World, Puka is there, and so, like, I had seen... And even, like, Smash Bros. Melee, I think you get a Puka trophy, and they show up in, like, Brawl as, like, units you can destroy. So they're everywhere. These things.
This is one of the few series that's still going on technically because Mr. Driller is the son of Dig Dug. Yeah.
Okay.
So it's kind of like the spiritual sequel series to Dig Dug. So in a way, Dig Dug's still like around in some sense.
Yes.
So that's cool. What do you think of the gameplay of this game?
It's charming. I do love, and I said I was playing with music off, but I heard it, and I love how like as you're drilling through the ground, it goes, and then you stop, and you keep going, it like continues the theme song, so that's cute. I can never get the boulders right. I always want the boulders to drop on top of enemies, and I end up getting crushed because I screwed it up.
Yeah, it's tough. You really gotta set it up. I used to be really good. I mean, granted, I think in this footage I also get to like round 10 or something, but I used to be really good at this game when I was younger. One cool little trick is that if you want to pump the enemies faster, mash your pump button and mash whatever direction you're walking in, and he will pump it faster. You can kind of dispatch the enemies really fast that way.
Pump the jam. Pump it
up.
Now your feet are stomping.
Pump the Rygar. Blow the, dude, isn't that like a brutal death? Like death by bike pump?
Sounds, pretty high on the list of fatalities.
Yeah,
Mortal Kombat has a
I would
a
love
feat to
that
recommend.
I would love that in a Mortal Kombat game. Someone gets on a bike pump, like just blows
and then
everybody
Dig
up.
Dug just comes running across the screen.
Dig Dug the classic. I would also have to give this one an A.
Yeah, that makes sense. I would go A. I'm not good at it. You know what the thing is? I think I just need to do more pumping. Then it's good.
Yeah. Okay, game number 6. This one I'm curious to see what you think about this one because it is Tower of Jiraga. What did you think of Tower of Jiraga?
At first, I thought it was laughable they were calling this an RPG. Upon playing it a little more, I just dropped the RPG moniker and just tried to enjoy it. It's cool. Like, I mean, it's more of a jousting game. Drop your sword and then go, like, kind of get the key, go to the next level. This one probably was the most intriguing to me that I wanted to know more about. I wanted to get the princess, and I wanted to get past a couple of these stages. Every level that you go through gets sequentially harder. The second level, well, this is the first game, can I say, that a slime has killed me.
Hey.
I have never died by slime until I played Tower of Jiraga. It was the black slime. These things are invulnerable, and if they trap you in, you can kind of get screwed.
Dude, the fucking wizards always get me because they pop up and they're like, ha! And you have to like turn quick enough to like deflect their things.
Dude, I was I was playing a little bit today, and I got to level 5. I think it was the furthest I've gotten, and the key is right there. It's right up there. I'm like, and then the door's right here, like right to the right. I'm like, oh, I'm just gonna go get the key. And so I start making my way up to the key, and fucking wizard, bastard. And that was my last life, and I was like, I'm dropping this for now. But I enjoyed it.
This game, I played as a kid on like one of the PS1 collections because as a kid, I believe we had like all 5 of the volumes of that, and I've always really appreciated this game. They don't port it too often. They have a couple times recently. Like I think the Namco Museum on Switch also has the arcade version, but this is a really like underappreciated Namco game that I'm glad is getting a little more attention now. I was really happy. I had that like Pac-Man 99 game on Switch, and I have all the skins for it. And I was really happy there was a Tower of Jiraga skin, and I was like, "Holy shit, that's awesome!" So it's a hard game to get into. You have to kind of learn the different facets of the gameplay and like what the items do and all the other stuff. It can be kind of tough at first. It can be kind of like, this is what is this, a maze game? Like this is
yeah.
But,
and because it's like you normally have a sword slashing game and you slash, but you just need to drop the sword and
you hold it down.
Yeah,
that got me for when I was younger. That killed me for the longest time because I thought I just had to slash the sword.
Yeah.
And then after a while, I realized I could just hold it out and it would kill the enemy. And I was like, oh.
Yeah, it's very different.
Tower of Jiraga. I like this game a lot, but I understand it's not perfect. I give it a B.
Okay. I respect it. I mean, to be honest, this is probably one of the ones I'm most interested in retrying, so I would go A.
Okay. All right, next up, number 7, we have Teddy's favorite game, Sky Kid.
That is not my favorite game. I will clarify that for you.
Have you ever played Sky Kid before?
No.
Okay,
and I don't regret it.
Oh, you didn't like this one?
No, I thought it sucked.
Yeah, this one's I think it's okay. I mean, it's like a little horizontal like plane shooter game where you have to bomb a thing at the end of the stage and land the plane and everything. I think it's cute. It's definitely not one of my favorite games. I don't ever like. They put this on a few collections, and it's not like the first game I ever pick, or like even like the 5th game I pick. This is like what I play after I'm like, okay, what haven't I played? Oh, Sky Kid. Okay, I play Sky Kid.
So you have to like cruise through the level and like make sure you don't hit trees, and you like the 2 buttons are, one is like shoot and the other is like drop bomb and somersault. It's the same thing. So every time you want to drop bombs, you better be ready to do a somersault.
I don't know if I don't know if the arcade version is that way. I haven't played. It's also on the Switch collection. I haven't played the arcade version in a minute because once again, it's not like I think on the Switch collection, that's probably the game I've played least. Is Sky Kid because it's like, yeah, whatever.
You have to like pick up the bomb like 2/3 of the way through the course and then drop it on like a headquarters or something. There's like a little turret before it. It's a little wonky because if you want to aim down to attack the enemy units, you're pretty much skydiving or like nose diving, I think they would say.
Yeah.
So it's kind of an exercise in frustration more than it is in fun.
It'd be easier if they had like a almost like a, I guess maybe like a Gradius style upgrade system where you can drop bombs on enemies and stuff. Yeah, Sky Kid, I give it a C.
Yeah, D all the way for me.
D. Okay. Ooh, this is one that I hadn't played until this collection. I had knew about it, but they didn't bring it to anything here in North America till I think now. It's Dragon Buster. Fuck this game, man.
Thank you so much for saying that. I hoped you were gonna say like this is some gem of a game or something.
No, I had never played this until this collection, and the second one is on the second volume too. What the hell am I doing? I can't figure out what I'm doing. It's
it's hot trash.
It's like a platform. It looks like a platforming RPG. I can't do any. I can't kill anything. I die all the fucking time.
It's terrible, terrible. You know what this reminds me of? When we did the Taito Legends 2 review, there was like a Rostin game that was like not like the original.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking. Where like he squatted and looked like he was gonna like poop on the ground
every time. Yeah. this is like his son or like his kid or his grandpa. Because first off, it's an antiquated game, right?
The way the sword works in this game kind of reminds me of Legend of Kage, which is a better game. But you know how like has a like the weird flippy sword mechanic.
It's like a scythe or something.
Yeah, that's kind of like how this game sword works.
Yeah,
and I don't like it.
I played this once and I said never again. It was bad. First off, the thing is too, normally any game you ever play, whatever it is, you're centered in the middle of the screen. Here you're in the far right of the screen, so you're walking right into enemies.
Yeah.
And then, like, if an enemy hits you, they're gonna bounce you all the way to the edge of the screen. You go in like these little enemy corridors or whatever. It's weird. It's like a Super Mario Bros. 3 layout or something where you pick the world and then you beat the world, you get to the next one, you get a little health. To be honest, that was fine, but just the combat alone was horrendous. Awful.
I've returned to it a few times because I want to understand it. Because again, like it got a sequel. It's on the other volume, so like somebody had to have liked this. So like I want to know, like
why?
Am I just playing? Yeah, like am I playing it wrong? Like, is there something I'm missing here? I like having the experience of being able to play it though, because again, it was a game that was only in Japan for a very long time. So it's here. I give it a D though.
F tier for me, baby. This thing sucked. Screw it.
Speaking of suck, this game doesn't. It's Dragon Spirit: The New Legend.
Probably a highlight for the damn collection.
Oh my god. Have you ever played the original Dragon Spirit?
No.
Fantastic game.
Arcade port? Or
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's an arcade game, and the NES version is like a sequel to it.
Okay.
The arcade game is very similar, and this plays the same way. It's very similar to Xevious, where you can ground like bomb the ground, shoot the air, and then, but it's a little more fast paced. It's a little more like I guess hold it up to like a modern vertical shooter in a way. And this game also follows that same formula. So.
Yeah, dude, this one, I mean, as a person who enjoys spaceship shooters and vertical spaceship shooters, this is like right up my alley. I do think it's very, like, it's complex in that regard, and it's already difficult. And so I had not managed to get past level 2, like the actual level 2, not like, you do like the little prelude and then level 1 and level 2. I did find it interesting in doing a replay that you can actually change which version of level 2 you play based on, I think it's how well you do in level 1.
Mm-hmm.
Once I had played, originally I was like playing this little kind of bramble section where you had to shoot the bramble, and then in my recent playthrough I was like in a volcano level. I was like, this is so cool. Plus the fact that you're a dragon and you get power-ups that make you like, they increase your span of your shot. This has Truxton feels to it.
if you ever get the chance to play the arcade game, I would recommend it. I don't know what I think it was. The only collection I can think of that has it is the Namco 50th anniversary one on PS2.
Okay.
But other than that, I don't know which other ones have the arcade version. I've played the actual cabinet of that. That's one of my favorite Namco games, and I actually own a cartridge of the New Legend. And man, this is a series I would love to see them return to and try something new with, because it's such a unique idea. Like, how many spaceship shooters do you play where you play as a dragon?
Panzer Dragon.
I mean, you can get like you can get multiple heads and stuff like that. You know?
Yeah.
It kind of reminds me, it gives me Truxton feels, but it also gives me, in a good way, it kind of gives me feels of the Twin B series.
Yeah. The only thing that sucks about this is when you respawn, if you have no upgrades, you're basically screwed.
That's true.
That's how it reminds me of Truxton. Otherwise, I love so many things, but like I love the style, I love the concept. I don't like the narrative or whatever. It doesn't matter to me. You're like a boy turned dragon to save a prince. I didn't follow it at all, but it's there. They have like kind of like a text scroll, Star Wars style. Very cool game that I wanted to be better at.
Yeah, it's a great game. I love Dragon Spirit.
I go B tier. I wish it was better. I wish it was better, but I like, or not better. I wish I was better at it and it was less complicated. But I still respect the hell out of it.
I give it an A, but I do, because I do like the arcade version a lot more. But this is still a good sequel.
Sure.
So
yeah.
Next up, we have what is the actual name of this one? It's like a
Splatterhouse.
Is it just called Splatterhouse?
Yeah.
Because
there might be a subtitle to it.
Because this isn't the actual Splatterhouse. This is like
can you hold the Switch up to the screen and I'll try and read it for you?
Yeah, hold on. Let me pull the game up. Oh, never mind. It's there we go. It's Splatterhouse. What does that say? Waka something.
Wanpaku Graffiti.
I don't know what that means.
I don't know.
It's a kiddie version of Splatterhouse.
Yeah. Which I like, actually.
It's a lot of fun.
Very playable. Probably like, and this feels arcade style. Is this an arcade game?
No, this is a Famicom original, I believe.
Oh wow!
Because the actual Splatterhouse arcade games, I don't know if you ever played one of them before, but they're very like brutal, mature-looking games, and this is almost like a kiddie version of that.
That's perfect for me, man. I'm not big into horror stuff, so like I kind of like this Chibi Freddy thing, and like one of the first bosses, quote unquote, that you're facing, I guess, or like mini bosses, is like this little Dracula guy comes out of like a stage shaft, and then he starts dancing with the zombies. You can't attack anybody. It's like, what the hell's going on? Very cute platforming, adventuring aspects. The axe, you have rapid attack, but also sometimes it's better to just time a high jump and a single attack, because the buttons are closer to each other. I didn't get too far in this game, but I did like the password system. Honestly, I think this is probably, just objectively speaking, one of the most playable classic games on here.
Oh yeah, absolutely, and like it is cool to have this, because it is. I don't know how many times this game has been released to an American audience. So having it here is really cool. I do like the Splatterhouse games quite a bit, but this is a fun little, like almost like a little comedic take on the Splatterhouse series. I like seeing that. It kind of reminds me of Kid Dracula for for Castlevania, how they had like a little Kid Dracula game.
That'd be a good compilation for us to tackle.
Yeah. Great little game. I like having it here. Tons of fun. I give it an A.
Okay. I'm tempted to give it S. But I need to go further. But if there's a game that I think I can go further and I want to go further in, is this one. So I'll probably go S tier. Worth buying the collection for.
Last game of Volume 1.
Whoop, whoop.
Pac-Man Championship Edition. This is actually an original version. They took the original Championship Edition and they demade it for the Famicom.
The D-Master.
Yeah, and somehow I like it more.
Yeah.
It's more fun. I don't know.
It's simpler, which is kind of in the vein of Pac-Man and arcade games in general.
Yeah, it's like, I strictly mean more than the first Championship. I don't know if I second up Championship 2. I don't know. I do like Championship 2 quite a bit.
Okay.
But this is a great version. When I saw they were doing this, I was like, that's a weird game to demaster. Like, how are they going to do that? But it works. The game, it looks great. The speed is good. I mean, the game plays really well. It looks like classic Pac-Man.
Right. And for those who haven't played Championship Edition, essentially the concept is you have a bunch of micro challenges where you have to clear the pellets and get the fruit, and once you do, more of the map, of the Pac-Man map, opens up. And the time also decreases from which you can eat the ghosts when you eat the power pellet. And so it adds like that kind of level of intensity, and you go faster as you keep going. I think you do. Maybe I'm not remembering that right. But in like there's two modes here. There's the normal mode and there's the extra mode. I know in the normal mode you get like 5 minutes, and you get a bunch of lives too as you reach the high scores, which you will, because you're going to get an astronomical score, something in the hundreds of thousands in 5 minutes. And it's really a fun game. When I first played this on the collection, I think I played like Pac-Man and then this, then Pac-Man, then came back to this. I played for an hour, just keep trying to go for my high scores. Like, oh, I could do this. I can hit 300K, and I would keep going. And I was like sending Alex pictures, like, hey, here you go, bud. Like, I know you're gonna beat me because you're a Pac-Man guy, but I enjoyed the thrill of it.
Well, and what's interesting is that Championship, which I've played every version of Championship, the regular DX 2 and like the 3DS port and stuff. Championship was interesting because it was like it was like mind blowing at the time, because it's like they took an old idea of Pac-Man and somehow refreshed the idea, made a new concept with the idea, which hadn't been done in years. So it was like, that's super cool, and I love seeing it demade like this, because this is like, okay, now what if they had that idea in the 80s, which is really cool, because I know if I was growing up and I had access to this, I would have played it constantly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but nowadays we do have access to this, and we do play it constantly.
It's just cool.
It is. The extra mode, I don't remember it too well because I was only playing normal this morning. But I think it's like kind of a bridge challenges, and it's only 3 minutes. And it might be faster too. But both of them are really fun. It's just very cool ways to enjoy this game. It's a beautiful game. It's like, even for looking as kind of retro as it is, the colors are constantly changing, the sound effects. It's really just, if you haven't played the Pac-Man Championship games, it's kind of just a sensational experience and kind of a delight to behold.
The big difference I would say is that this game only has one map.
Yeah.
Because I guess they were trying to stick to the restrictions of a Famicom game.
Yeah.
Whereas the other Championship games have multiple maps and multiple challenges and multiple different settings and stuff you can play with.
Right.
So
I respect this more though, because how many games do you see are really trying to tap into their arcade identity? So many of them go with let's just make a bunch of maps and you can play on the different maps and it becomes like a whole open world. Sometimes I don't want that. Sometimes I just want that boot it up and play in arcade simplicity, and this one hits that sweet spot.
Yeah, they didn't have to throw this in. I mean, this is a totally original thing, and but they did, and I really appreciate it.
Right, and I think it's going to make that second compilation a bit harder to gauge overall.
Oof, I don't know.
We'll find out.
Well, the second one also has a demake.
Oh, does it? Oh, maybe I'm
They
totally wrong.
They demade Gapless, which is the third Galaga game. So
we'll see.
That's pretty fucking cool.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. Sounds like a bunch of hullabaloo to me, but this game is clearly an S tier.
Yeah, I give it an S. Overall, I think this is a great little collection. I mean, you have some of the staples. You got Pac-Man, Dig Dug. And then you have some of the more obscure stuff like Dragon Spirit and the Splatterhouse game and stuff. Like, it's really unique to have access to these Famicom versions of different Namco games that some of them previously have never been released.
Yeah. This isn't a best of collection. This is, I think, kind of like an interesting history lesson. And also, while still throwing some flair in there.
I think it's really for the fans.
Yeah.
I think if they wanted to do a best of, they would, put, pole position and, whatever else on here too, and kind of had like a, which they've done that 1,000 times. I like seeing them do stuff like this because it feels like they're really trying to appeal to the fans of their games by, being like, oh, here's, Dragon Buster, try to learn that, here's, these other different games you probably haven't played before. Try to learn these,
Overall, I'd say this is probably a solid A collection.
Yeah, I give it an A. I'd be interested in see what you think about Volume 2. Volume 2, it has some
some staples. You know, it has Galaga and a few other games like that. But a lot of Volume 2 is like obscure stuff, like Pac-Land and stuff.
I was hard pressed to buy it because I was like, am I really going to enjoy these? I don't know. I'm going to wait for it to go back on sale. But
I'd be interested in coming back and doing Volume 2 at some point. Also, if you have the Switch console and you have a Japanese account, you can download the Namcot collection, which is basically, instead of getting 2 volumes like we did, they got a service, and you actually get a free Famicom game. I forgot what it's called. He plays a little dinosaur. It's cute for like downloading it. But you actually go on and you download whatever games you want to play, and they have unique games that we didn't get in these 2 volumes.
Oh wow!
So you guys should go on there and buy some of the more obscure Japanese Namco games you probably haven't played before.
Color a Dinosaur.
Color a Dinosaur. That's not one of them. That's not one of them.
If you want to play that, check out the NES console. Famicom computer.
But Teddy, thanks for joining me.
Yeah, it was fun. I enjoyed it.
We packed up all the reviews.
We invoked the spirit of Blue Dragon.
It's dangerous. No, not Blue Dragon. It's dangerous. It's devious. It's Xevious.
We mappied it out. It was really mappy today. A forecast of mappy.
I don't know. I'm all out of puns.
What games are left? Buster Douglas.
Buster Douglas
busted out with Dragon Buster.
Buster Douglas Jr. in Dragon Buster. Dude, that'd be a better game if you just if Buster Douglas just punched a dragon in the fucking face.
Yeah, dude, a boxing match with Buster Douglas and dragons.
Dragon, yeah. That's the real.
We're story crafting here.
That's the real quest.
Well, if you want to story craft, listener at home, join us on the Turbo Zone. Subscribe for more Buster Douglas worthy content.
And also subscribe to the Button Mappers, where you can hear us ramble on like idiots for, like 2 hours usually.
Yeah, absolutely. Every week. Every Monday.
Every Monday. All right, man.
Cool.
Bye.
Bye.
Oh, wow. We just got this brand new virtual reality technology. You can basically do whatever you want with it. We can make games where you fly through space. We can make games where you drive cars really fast. Maybe you can adventure with dinosaurs. You're in a Western shootout. We could do whatever we want with this VR technology. So what kind of game should we make? You remember that the game you played in your iPod in 2011 with the birds? Oh, Angry Birds? Yeah. What? Yeah, that one. Angry Birds VR Isle of Pigs is a really perplexing game. Obviously, it uses the VR technology of either the PlayStation VR or the Oculus to do some really cool puzzly stuff. But it's just a really perplexing premise because it's fucking Angry Birds. No doubt you've heard of, seen, played Angry Birds sometime in your life because back whenever smartphones were still in their infancy, Angry Birds was fairly popular. It was a pretty easy premise for a game. You played as some rather irate birds. Their eggs have been stolen by these green pigs, so they retaliate by blowing up their structures, launching themselves at the pig structures to kill them. So each stage of the mobile game Angry Birds, you have a limited amount of birds of different variety. You launch the birds at the structures to knock them over, and that's like the fun of the game. It was a pretty simple game, but like what's weird here is that I don't remember. Like, I liked Angry Birds back in the day. I actually had some of like the Angry Birds plushies and T-shirts and stuff when I was a teenager because I don't know, it was fun, you know. But I think like people stopped caring about Angry Birds shortly after that. Like, it had to be like 2013, 2014. I think Angry Birds was just kind of done. But it's still around somehow. I know they've had like kids movies. But here's Angry Birds VR, released in 2019. What? What? Okay. Now, on a serious note, Angry Birds Isle of Pigs is actually a pretty interesting concept. Like I said, the mobile game's a pretty simple puzzler. So translating that into virtual reality really isn't that big a stretch. I've seen some VR games try to do stuff that's a little too ambitious, especially for the technology right now. But this game's easy. I mean, you basically just have to knock over a structure using a slingshot. Sounds kind of simple. The game can be tricky. I mean, like I said, you have different colored birds that do different things. Like, you know, some of them explode, some of them go really fast, some of them split into multiple birds. The structures have different weak points, have explosive points. There are certain elements in the stages that really affect how you play. Very interesting. And like I said, the goal is to kill the pigs on the stage. If you launch all your birds without killing all the pigs, that's it. You're done. You don't win. And I like the fact that what the virtual reality really brings to the table is being able to see different sides of the structure in this game. It really adds to the puzzle element, something you didn't get in the old mobile version of Angry Birds way back when. Is that it really adds this three-dimensional idea to the gameplay, where you can weaken one side, then move and hit another side, and it'll affect the structure in a whole different way. It gives you many different ways to tackle each level, and there are a decent amount of levels in this game. I think it is a little lacking. I think there are 4 different stages, and you know there's a set amount of levels in each stage. Honestly, I think that could have been upped to like 6. I do think this game is a little short. So I would like to see them revisit this concept with a more like a deeper experience. But I mean, I think this game's like $15, and you download it for the PlayStation VR. Like that's nothing. With that said, I don't think there's really a downside. I had no issue controlling the game. The game looks pretty good. I like being able to turn around my slingshot and see the bird in my slingshot ready to give his life to kill these pigs. It's actually kind of dark. I mean, overall, it's exactly what it tells you it is. It's Angry Birds in VR. It's just the concept of that to me is so inherently strange. Like, who cares about Angry Birds anymore? Like I said, I think there's been like a couple kids movies, but like everything becomes a kids movie at some point, you know, like you can't escape that. But like, Jesus Christ, like, could you imagine if they were like, coming up next, we have the VR version of Line Rider. Yes, that old Flash game, Line Rider. It's like, what? It's like, who in 2019 was like, dear God, please, I really want Angry Birds VR. I don't think anybody was. I don't know anybody that's a hardcore Angry Birds fan anymore. Very strange, very strange. But it works. It's fun. I really do recommend this game. I think this game is a lot of fun. The game has a lot of great elements. I mean, the game's a good puzzle game. And I've seen some other games now tackle this idea. I think the most recent one that I saw was they did a version of Puzzle Bobble or Bust a Move, whatever you want to call it, that is in VR that has the same kind of concept where you launch things at a structure and it's to clear the bubbles, of course. But I see this idea going a long way, because on VR I see a lot of like shooting galleries, I see a lot of like flight games, I see a lot of like those type of stuff. So a VR puzzle game could be potentially fun. There's different ways you can go about that. Angry Birds VR, Isle of Pigs. Are you a Angry Bird? I am.
Hi, I'm Majority, and I'm here on Turbo Zone to review Song of the Deep. Ask me to describe this game in 2 words or less. It's deep. It's pretty catchy, right? Throw that on the box. How deep is Song of the Deep? Well, let's get into it. First off, I want to talk a little bit about the premise for the game. And I'll start by just kind of talking about what is the concept here. Well, you play as Marin, a girl whose father has disappeared at sea. And Marin has a dream about him one day late at night. And so she's been worried and she's been missing him. She's 12 years old, and so she decides that she's going to build a submarine and search for her father in the big blue sea.
Marin knew the stories weren't real, but she loved to listen to them. She drifted off to sleep, imagining the wonders of the world below. And her life continued that way, simply and happily. Until one night, her father didn't return.
And it's really, kind of a lovely tale. I mean, a bit on the unrealistic side for sure, but I think it blends this kind of concept of like human-driven emotion well with this kind of like children's storytelling. And I think that works really nicely with some of the game's visual style and some of the narrative overhaul. You'll actually notice some of the mythology present is Gaelic and Irish. It's, that's kind of cool. Writer Brian Hastings actually mentions in an interview with GameSpot that when asked, I'm assuming someone on staff has a passion for Gaelic myth and Irish myths. Hastings says, I kind of do, yeah. We visited Ireland a few years ago, my family. It was just a beautiful, magical place. It's the greenest place I've ever seen in my life. There's this natural quality. You go and look at the lore, and we were going up and down that county. That's where Marin lives. She's on the northern cliffs of County Clare, above the cliffs and water. Partly it's that I just think there's a magic quality to Gaelic myths and Irish mythology that feels familiar, yet many people aren't very familiar with it, so when we hear it, it resonates. And a lot of that's present in the things that you see in the game, but also in just the narrator's voice. The narrator's undefined. It's not like a specific character in the game. Presumably, it's just omniscient. But it's really kind of done with a beautiful voice. The voice actress is actually Siobhan Hewlett, an Irish film, television, radio, and theater actress. And so, they really went all out on creating this kind of like heartfelt tale. Now, who is they? That's the interesting bit here. This is done by Insomniac Games. If that name sounds familiar, that's because they've done a lot of famous games over the year. They have been responsible for developing such titles as Spyro the Dragon, Ratchet and Clank, and many more. And to see them create Song of the Deep is kind of a really interesting thing because, I think we look at Spyro and Ratchet and we think like these are big, money-driven games. Sunset Overdrive, Spider-Man, they did Spider-Man. And so you see Song of the Deep and you're like, what is this, an indie game? Well, it's interesting because I've actually read that Insomniac is independent to some extent. This game is available on PS4, Xbox, and PC via Steam. But this is described by the creator of the game as a sort of passion project. When asked what was the impetus behind it, it was largely that the team of 15 people working on it were fans of Metroid games. The writer, Brian Hastings, says his favorite game at the time was Super Metroid. And so you'd see that leak very nicely into the formula for the game, which is self-described as Metroidvania. They use that as a marketing term, and I think it's one that is kind of generally accepted in the industry. But this is textbook definition Metroidvania. It has the adventure elements through these deep, environs in the ocean. If you scroll out on the map, it's huge, man. There's just so much to explore. But it doesn't feel too overwhelming. You can teleport at any time between locations. Areas are marked on your map where you need to go. There's a robust and unique item upgrade sequence. So, in the submarine as you're piloting, you get like a booster, you get a claw as your attack. It's something you can use to like grab onto things. Think like Hookshot from Zelda or something. And there's other unique sequences that will be very important to acquire and learn and understand in order to progress further through the game. It is described as non-linear, but there is a very set path for where you are supposed to go and how the story progresses. So it's not exactly as open as it's made out to be. As far as the upgrade elements, there is a cool lobster dude who you can trade a lot of your currency with in the game in order to get cool little upgrades. They're not like game breaking or anything, but it is helpful to continually do that throughout the game. Is it fun? That's kind of what I want to close on here. It depends on what your tastes are. If you're into a 2D action adventure game that's kind of cinematic and artistic and beautiful, this is it. Like, I do think that it does hinge sometimes on maybe not like the most mature game or the most developed storyline, but I think it's charming. The creator of the game did a little interview where him and his daughter were talking about their inspiration for the characters and also the game itself. It's really worth a watch. So I'll have that linked in the video here.
I did that when I was writing some books, and then I kind of thought of Marin and thinking of the story of it.
It's fun. It's definitely because, Fiona is inspirational, and as I'm writing scenes and I'm thinking about, okay, what would Fiona do here? I'll bring up chapters of like, this is what happens in the story, and Fiona will tell me what she thinks. In fact, one of the ideas earlier on, we didn't have a mermaid in the story. She was like really insistent and fun. So the Merrows are mythological mermaid creatures from Ireland, and so it's a Merrow in the game as opposed to a mermaid. And so I had to do a lot of research into Irish myths and like Irish writing and what would fit there.
But beyond that, I think it's just really interesting how the developer made a setting that is usually so forbidden in video games, ocean and swimming and etc. It's typically perceived as not fun into something that really works very well. I think it's a very thoughtful game, and the experience is robust, and it's short and it's enjoyable. And I think there is a lot to explore in the deep of the Song of the Deep.
All right, look, if you're coming here because you just got a PSVR and you want to know if you should buy Beat Saber full price PSVR, the answer is yes. That's the review. Yes, absolutely. This is probably the best game you can get on the PSVR or any VR, to be perfectly honest. Fantastic fucking game. Buy it. Just fucking buy it. For the rest of you who are going to stick around for the rest of the review, ready to listen to some copyrighted music? Beat Saber is, like I said, quite possibly the best VR game around. It's nuts. I've played a bunch of fun VR games, and I play on the PSVR regularly, of course. I also have access to the Oculus Quest, and I play that too. And even then, even on the Oculus Quest, which, might I add, the Oculus Quest is much nicer than the PSVR. It's newer too. I think it's the Quest 2 that I've been playing. My mom has it, and when I go over there, I play her Quest a lot. So I've had experience with Oculus Quest and PSVR. Beat Saber, still top dog. This game is simple. It's easy to pick up and play, and it's ridiculously fun to try to master. It's a rhythm game. Much like a game like, I guess, Guitar Hero, Rock Band, or something along those lines. But instead of playing with a big, dumb plastic instrument, you take your two motion controllers, you wield two lightsabers, and you cut the notes coming your way. It's so fucking fun. The genius of the game is that there's no delay. The movement of your arms makes hits the beats and stuff, and at times it can feel like you're drumming, and at other times you feel like a Jedi badass. This game is so fun whenever you get on the higher levels of play to master certain songs and try to get through it without missing notes. And it's just a really fucking fun time because of that. It's super addictive. This is the game that I could easily play, like see myself playing at like a Dave & Buster's if they had like a Beat Saber arcade game set up. A game that I would want to go back to and spend all my time with, because it has like that arcade nature. Even though it is a single player game, this is a great party game. Because you want to try to outshine your friends, you want to try to get higher scores, and it's fun to see how you progress. When I first bought this game, I was very bad at it. It took me a while to get into it. I was still having fun, nonetheless, but I had to play on lower difficulties. Now, I can play most songs on the Expert difficulty. They do have Expert Plus. Expert Plus is for the criminally insane. So Expert is about where I cap off. I've done a few songs on Expert Plus, but it's so fun to master these songs, get good at them. I've easily put over 100 hours in this game for that reason. great workout too. This is something that I've used during the pandemic to keep myself active, especially whenever the pandemic first started and, you know, shit was really hitting the fan there. This was a game that I bought that I played a ton because I was able to, you know, play an hour or two at a time and stay pretty active. I've streamed it before, so that was fun. The music selection on the PS4 version, the PSVR version, let's talk about that for a second. So if playing this on a computer using the Oculus, not the Quest, but just the Oculus or whatever VR setup you have, you can actually customize your own music. Playing this on the PSVR or the Quest, honestly, you have a limited amount of music. The game comes with its own original soundtrack of stuff, which isn't terrible, and they do give you some bonus tracks as well. But where the game really shines is the DLC, and it ranges from a whole different variety of music. So even if there's only one DLC pack you end up liking, there's going to be something here for you, because it's got stuff it ranges from Linkin Park to Green Day to Billie Eilish to Skrillex to Imagine Dragons, to Monster Cat, to music from Rocket League, like Timbaland, BTS. It's got a lot of different styles, and I find myself, even if it's not particularly my style of music, I still find myself having fun playing the different songs and the packs that come out. This is one of those games that whenever a new DLC pack comes out, I usually pick it up close to day one, because I just want more songs to play, and at this point they have a large variety. So if you just got a VR, like I said at the beginning, this should be a day one purchase. I'm kind of sad I waited. I got the VR. I didn't buy this game maybe until 5 months or so after I got the VR, and I'm kind of sad that I didn't buy it immediately. That price tag, that initial price tag is like $50. Seems a little steep for a rhythm game. Trust me, totally worth it. This is a fantastic game. This is the game that whenever your friends come over and ask you how the VR works and what it's like, this is the game to bust out, because this is a game that I think everybody and anybody can have fun with. It's got support for different settings. So somebody like me, I have arthritis in my knees, so it's hard for me to bend down. So I actually turn off the obstacles that make me bend down for that reason, because it's very uncomfortable for me to play that way. And there's different ways you can play. You can turn no fail on if you want to practice. You can even turn things invisible. You can make things harder for yourself. There's a lot of different ways you can customize and play the game, which means it's accessible to basically anybody, from the least experienced to the most experienced. Keeps this game fun and fresh. Beat Saber gets a big old fucking thumbs up from me. I love this game.
On this scale like a scholar. Hot sound feel pretty, you can ask for the power. Well, I'm for the spender and them up for the lender. Bad mind judge full of them up for your hater. So when you see the boogie, you can make a finger. And them off for the whole of the crowd can no claim. I got twins and Skrillex. Don't drop the wrong name. Business will get fixed. Yo, what we tell them? Got the wrong name. When
first day on a job can be pretty stressful. I mean, you have to meet new boss, new employees, learn the ins and outs of the company. Just everyday procedures like, I don't know, say you work in a grocery store, you gotta learn how to stock shelves, scan items, kill incoming killer fruit that's heading your way, mop the floors. This is Shooty Fruity.
Displayed on the Gunzo-matic console. The fruit is revolting. Get ready for a big invasion. Please conserve ammunition by actually hitting the fruit.
Shooty Fruity is a VR game that's pretty fun. The concept alone is strange. You play as a grocery cashier scanning groceries, and as you scan groceries, evil fruit come barreling at you. So take the guns given to you and shoot the fruit. I mean, what else? This is a regular day at a grocery store.
Shooting.
What I like about this game is actually how arcadey it feels. It feels like this is the type of VR game that you can sit down and give somebody, and they can, just really easily pick up on it. It's a good beginner's VR game in a way, because it is such a simple premise of just scanning the groceries and shooting the enemies coming your way. They do change up the goal sometimes. Sometimes they'll have you sorting things on like a tray, and instead of just scanning. But you're always doing two things at once: shooting and doing another task with your other hand. It makes it very hectic. There's stages where the fruit can overwhelm you, and it's a ton of fun.
That's a lot of food. Good shooting, check out 6. You got one. This is an employee announcement. Only half the day is remaining. Management will be inspecting at 1600 hours. Please do not damage the door. That is...
I actually think like a lot of the best VR games work in this sort of stationary fashion. I've played other VR games like Skyrim VR and stuff that really like give you full control and want you to move around and stuff. I don't think VR is quite there yet, to where moving around in an open environment feels great. Sometimes it can make you feel a little sick, honestly. I have a few games that I've played that try this. But Shooty Fruity is a very stationary game, very arcadey in nature, and that's what makes it so fun. The fact that it's in VR, I think, adds to that, because you still get the field of view on your left and right, but you don't have to worry about motion, moving around the stage, which is great for this kind of game. And I've played other games that have done this style of gameplay, but Shooty Fruity is wacky. It's something that the whole family can play, friends, family, and it's just damn fun.
Get ready for a big invasion. That was a close call. It almost got you. You completed a challenge and earned a star. Awesome shoot.
As you play, you can buy new weapons, and you get different stages, and that's basically the game. This is not a game that you can play very long. It's one of those VR games that I pop into and I play a few stages here or there just for the fun. But It's definitely not like a long, engaging, experience that you're gonna sink a ton of time into. This is more just a fun arcade game to pop in and play, shoot some fruit, have some fun, scan some groceries. Shooty Fruity, if you're looking for a fun arcade style VR game, definitely worth the money. I think it's like $20. It's a pretty cheap game. $15-20 maybe. Definitely worth it if you have a VR headset. Shooty Fruity, shoot some fruit.
Management will be inspecting at 1600 hours. Please do not damage the store. Please confirm by actually hitting the fruit. Fruit down. You just powered up. Eye test required at checkout. You got your second challenge on this job. Great work. Congratulations, you earned another challenge.
Okay, I'm going to have to practice kindness. This is Gun Ducky Industries Plus Plus on PS4, a game that I downloaded for 19 cents. I'm getting massive reverb when this guy talks, so I'm just going to turn the volume down for this part. He's basically talking about how we have been tasked with taking down the industry where they are mass producing duckies or something like that. I don't know. This game looks like it was probably invented by a teenager or a group of teenagers. Honestly, I mean, scaling wise and concept wise, this is a 3D rail shooter or whatever, but it's weird. But can we just appreciate this bop for a sec? Okay, I hope you got your appreciation in, because that's the only song you're going to be hearing for the entirety of this game that you play. This is essentially a 3D rail shooter, but it's weird because, like, you see how the ship kind of looks like it's controlling funny? When I push right on, like, the right analog stick or left, it actually moves the ship right or left, but it doesn't change the angle. Left changes the angle, but it's always flying forward, so it kind of makes for some awkward piloting. I just don't understand what the hell's like going on here. Like I'm in this kind of like river trench. I guess I'm going down like the Hudson River or something. I don't know. I'm getting the hang of it though, as I'm playing it. There's only like one button for shoot, I mean, that's fine, that's normal. You have a health bar, but if you crash or collide into anything, the ship automatically dies. There is a number in the top right corner, but there's not like a life counter or anything. I guess this is the number of enemies that are pink on the screen. You actually can see one in the distance right now. It's not exactly clear about the objective, and I tried this for like 20 minutes, and I took down maybe like half of them before I progressed to the next stage. The next stage was almost no different. I guess in this game, it's a game against bathtub toys or something. I don't know. Don't come to me for a narrative analysis of this game. I played it for as long as the amount of pennies that I spent on it. But at the same time, I'm trying to be nice. I mean, I like rail shooters. It's just that this is a weird one. I just shot a goddamn goldfish like jumping out of the river, and then like they just start coming out of nowhere. It kind of just feels like coding. I don't know. It's weird. It's weird. Somebody learning coding. Additionally, there was a download for this game. It's like a DLC or something, plus. It has never stopped downloading. It has just continued to download. It's very strange, but it's not affecting the PS4 at all. unless it's like some conspiracy to shut down my PS4 or something. You buy the 19-cent game and it comes with like a broken patch, but that's not happening. I guess these are bees with helicopter heads. I don't know. I don't know. What am I doing with my life? Why am I playing this? I don't know what to say. I really don't. Like, there's just not enough substance here. There's not enough like impetus or whatever, and you know, like the thing at the beginning, like you know, you're taking down the gun ducky industry. It's very like I just forgot about it completely. Like I didn't even remember. I listened to the guy say it twice, and I still don't remember. This goes on forever. It's just like a loop, you know. I do like how it ends up being like a ton of enemies on screen, like a ton of duckies or whatever, or a ton of bees. It does get harder as the stage progresses, for sure. But it's, you know, still very like passively involved. A spaceship shooter typically, like, you know, to be qualified as engaging, will keep you on your toes throughout. But this one, I just feel like I'm being kept on like balancing the control sticks at any given time and always just pressing the fire button. I don't remember if it's auto attack or not, or if I have to individually press it. I think it's auto attack though. You can just hold it because I probably would have dropped the game by now if it wasn't. I guess we could story craft here. So let's just say like, you know, an industry has released oversized bathtub toys with the mind control mechanism, and they are here to prevent your takeover. And so people have been spotting wild rubber duckies and pilot bees in their local water supply, and it's a conspiracy to take over the world, and it's up to you to stop it. Even that doesn't help. I'd still feel so bored just kind of watching this. My ship has taken damage, apparently. I guess I got hit by something. I'm not really sure what. The bee turns kind of are scaring me a little bit. There are checkpoint features. I've taken down 9 of these purple things. I've missed a bunch. It's really impossible to hit everything on screen. I don't know. I don't know what to say anymore. I'm just at a loss. I'm speechless. I'm going to try and just watch and, you know, offer something with the remainder of the time in this video. You know, for 19 cents, I mean, I don't even know if you could do better even in like the food game. You could get like you could get a thing of bubble yum, you know, like one of those like round bubble gum things. You could save a quarter for the laundry machine, or you could get Gun Ducky Industries for 19 cents on sale. I think it has a normal price, though. I don't know what that is. Why am I here? What am I doing? What is my life? I'm on Turbo Zone. All right. So Alex, I know, you know, this is for you, bud. So I'm going to stay positive. Stay positive. There are worse things I could be doing in life than piloting a spaceship, firing evil rubber duckies. I mean, if anything, the scenery is nice. It's kind of pleasant, you know. Takes you back in the day. Like, I mean, it'd be pretty cool. Like, you're traveling one day, and it's like, you know, you see across your shoulder, like as you're doing some tour of the Americas, and you know, and you just look over a river, you just see these massive rubber duckies. But then they start firing at you, and then that would be scary. And then as for like these larva bees with helicopter things, these are the things of nightmares, man. Like, you just, I don't know. You got to watch out if you see bees with helicopter heads. Yeah, I think once you see that, the world is coming to an end. The oversized goldfish are making me hungry. I could go for a snack. Although the bioluminescent ones that are shining purple make me scared about like some kind of toxic waste in, you know, the environment. What if this is commentary? What if like this is like sci-fi, right? It's like 1 out of every 10 rubber duckies or helicopter bee heads is actually carcinogenic. Okay, that's where that ends. I think there's like 2 more minutes of gameplay. Come on, Ted. You could do it. You could do it. There's only this many rubber duckies left. I believe in you. I believe in you. That rubber ducky has helicopter head now. They're starting to change. It's starting to become different. They are firing cannons. Okay, so it's nice seeing a new enemy unit. But yeah, I guess it just feels like I'm beta testing somebody's game or something. It's weird. It's very weird. But the scaling in difficulty is still cool. It's kind of interesting. I mean, clearly the person put a decent bit of time into this, and considering like what would come up next, like the wave of goldfish that you just saw, like, I don't want to sound like, I hate on the effort, because I don't. I think that's impressive. I can't make a video game, and so even this is like kind of just intriguing to me. But yeah, I don't know. I hope the next project is a little more engaging, so to speak. The music is definitely a bop, though. Can we just go out on the music? I never want to play this game. No.
Today's thrilling episode is brought to you in part by Pears. I'm Charles Martinet, and now it's time for Runner 3!
Just like Charles Martinet just said, this is Runner 3. What's up, geeks and gamers? Welcome back to Review Month, where today I am going to review a game on Thanksgiving called Runner 3. Happy Thanksgiving! If you've been around this channel for a little while, you may know that I'm a big fan of the Bit.Trip series. It's an indie series that's been going on since the WiiWare days. Remember the WiiWare? Remember the Wii? What a weird time. The Bit.Trip games started out as very simple, artistic, almost like they're like less than 8-bit games originally. They had classic takes on things like Pong and rail shooters and things like that. One of the games in the original Bit.Trip saga, which was 6 games, if you didn't know what a saga was Bit.Trip Runner. The take on a platformer, it was basically a platformer. You played as the titular character Commander Video, and you were auto-running, and you would just jump and slide and duck and dodge and kick to the music. Basically, it was sort of they were all sort of like their own takes on rhythm-ish games, like music games in a sense. And when I say rhythm games, I don't mean like Guitar Hero. Very creative in the way they did it. Runner was, out of the original saga, was the most tangible in terms of like becoming its own series, and the developers saw potential in that game, so they would follow it up with Runner 2. It was Bit.Trip presents Runner 2 Future Legend of Rhythm Alien, a game that I also reviewed. A fantastic game. I loved Runner 2. So, whenever the Switch was first shown off, They showed Runner 3 as a titular console exclusive. It is out on everything else now. I'm playing it on PS4 here. I do have it on my Switch. I'm pretty sure it's on Steam. But at the time, I was jealous because, like, you know, everybody wanted to play Breath of the Wild and Xenoblade 2 and whatever, ARMS or something. I wanted to play Runner 3. Now, if you played the past Runner and Runner 2 Future Legend of Rhythm Alien games, you pretty much know what you're getting into with Runner 3. It doesn't do too much to shake up the formula too much. It's still an auto runner. You still play as commanded video, and you're still going to be jumping, kicking, sliding, dodging, whatever, through the levels to the music. What makes this game so good is just the amount of polish and creativity that went into it. The games were already, with the second Runner game, they were already getting really creative with its art design. And this game takes it one step further. On top of that, they find little ways throughout the levels to change things up. They'll throw the camera back behind commander video to give you like a 3D perspective for a little bit. They'll give you different things to ride on, like mine carts or soda cans that are flying through the air. They even have like different like boss fights and things like that. There are like retro inspired levels that are fully that aren't even auto runner. They're just fully controlled levels. The game does. I think honestly this is where the formula might meet its end. I don't know how much further they could really push the runner formula, but that just means this game's all the better for it because they've to me this feels like they've maxed out the potential for the Bit.Trip runner games. And I'm not saying I don't want to see any more games, because I certainly do. But the thing is that it's such a simple premise that it's hard for me to imagine where they would go from here if it's not just the same thing again for the fourth time. And I haven't heard any rumblings of Runner 4 happening. Might I say, I am sad they dropped the subtitles. This isn't Bit.Trip Runner 3, or it isn't even like Bit.Trip Runner 3, the alien invasion from Planet Taco or something. This is just Runner 3. And with an amazing name like Bit.Trip Presents Runner 2 Future Legend of Rhythm Alien, the fact that it's just Runner 3 makes me a little sad. This game's fantastic. If you are a fan of platformers and rhythm games, this is definitely going to be up your alley. I love the quirky art style and the creative environments. I love everything about this game and this series. It's easy to get swept up in the notion of like indie games being lesser than like AAA games. Especially in, with, I don't know. It's easy to get stuck in that headspace, it's like you pay $60 for Call of Duty Vanguard. You pay, $10 $10 for a Bit.Trip game or something, SteamWorld Dig or something, and your mindset automatically thinks that the indie game is lesser. A lot of times the indie games like this one, I think, really have more heart and soul poured into them. And I would definitely, I've bought this game twice. I've bought it on my Switch and on my PS4. This is a game that I would definitely recommend. It's definitely got more heart and soul than any fucking game that you've played on the AAA games. What are you playing? Assassin's Creed Valhalla? Fuck that shit. Play this. I do miss the original Bit.Trip saga. I don't think anything has topped the original Bit.Trip saga for me. Runner 2 and Runner 3 have been... Sorry, Bit.Trip presents Runner 2, Future Legend of Rhythm Alien, and Runner 3 have been great games, great platformer games, but they dropped some of the more artistic narrative elements of the original Bit.Trip saga. And that bums me out a little bit. Just a little bit. But honestly, when the games are just this damn fun, it's alright. The original saga told its story and did what it needed to do and was a great, case for art, gaming as art. It's something that I did a whole video on. It's something that also last December Teddy talked about over on the Button Mappers, my podcast with Teddy and Spencer. He talked about it because he did the Bit.Trip saga for 3DS that month for Game Talk. It's all right. It's all right that they dropped it because the games are still just super fun games. You can unlock characters. You can, there's tons of collectibles, tons of replayability. Sadly, I've played this more on the Switch, so I didn't have any cool stuff to show you on the PS4 version for the footage here. But you can unlock cool characters like Eddie from Brutal Legend. Remember Brutal Legend? What a weird inclusion for that character to be in this game. Runner 3 is fantastic. I absolutely love this game. I love this franchise. And I love you guys. Thank you for being here for Review Month. I hope you guys are liking Review Month. It's almost over. We're at the 25th. This is Thanksgiving. And we're almost through the end of Review Month. It's flown by super quick. This has been a project I've loved doing. So get ready for the last little bit of Review Month, guys. Happy Thanksgiving. Get stuffed with some stuffing or whatever. Eat some turkey. Terry, drink some tea or something. Yeah. Don't forget to run all those calories off in Runner 3 because it's a lot of food.
The Sausage Center.
Sorted. You cannot defeat the Sorted Center. Sorted. I will relish your demise. Sorted.
Welcome back, geeks and gamers. And as Review Month wraps up, I can't let Review Month go by without doing at least something about one of my favorite game series of all time, Earth Defense Force. EDF!
This is Gale 3. We've reached the mission area. Roger. Last team, boot up your PA gear and begin descent.
Roger. Cut the radio. Last team, begin descent. Let's go.
It's time to do business.
Today I'm here to talk about Earth Defense Force Iron Rain. Now, I've had this game for a while, but I haven't played it as much as the other Earth Defense Force titles. Now, I'm going to be completely honest. Whenever this game came out, it came out in like April 2019, and a few months later, the same year, Earth Defense Force 5 also came out. I think EDF 5 came out like November. So I played a lot of EDF 5. Earth Defense Force Iron Rain. My phone. Somebody just. Oh, I got a spam text. That's nice. I should have turned my volume off before I started recording this. Let me just do that now. Earth Defense Force Iron Rain is sort of a spin-off of the series. I don't really want to say spin-off because it has a lot of the same identity as the main EDF games, but it is in its own way sort of like its own take. It's developed by Yuke's. Yes, Yuke's. They make them wrestling video games you kids love. And it's more of a serious take on EDF. I say serious with air quotes, serious, because it is a little more like gritty and realistic than the main EDF, which EDF is more like playing out the plot of a B movie.
What the? Hey, look! The giant creatures! They aren't attacking. Are they controlling them?
And raising giant creatures?
Raising aggressors? Not on my watch, they ain't. Mike, wait! Whoa! What's the EDF doing here?
Not the kind with Jerry Seinfeld, but like a cheesy science fiction movie. Earth Defense Force Iron Rain takes itself a little more seriously, but I would still argue against that because there's still some like stuff in the game. There's even a line. I'll play it in a minute. There's a line of dialogue that even references wrestling video games. Like I see you, Ukes. You're still playing around.
Sir, your ancient Japanese sayings are really confusing. Essentially, it's a bonus character.
Bonus character?
Remember? They had them in video games? Oh, right! Video games! I remember those. When I was a kid, I used to borrow my brother's wrestling game.
Essentially, you're still going to be playing EDF Iron Rain the same way you play the main series EDF titles. You're going to be dropped into a location and you're tasked with an objective or taking out the enemy. And that's it. There are different classes. In this game, the different classes are sort of interesting because in the main titles, different classes get different equipment. In this game, the different classes can all still use the same guns and equipment. So that kind of frees things to be a little more customizable, I feel. You have the main trooper, who's like the main soldier. The jet lifter, who is like the air raider. Those two are, I think, are the most similar to the main series. The heavy striker uses this big mech armor suit to bring up a shield around himself to shield himself from attacks, but he's very slow. And the newest one, the most different of the classes, is the Prowl Rider, which allows you to ride on giant insects and monsters, and use them as weapons. So that's the biggest difference, is the Prowl Rider, which is a ton of fun to use. now EDF Iron Rain has 52 missions in total, which other EDF games have way more. Not counting DLC, of course. I think EDF 4 had like 80 something missions. So, in that sense, this is a little short. It is shorter than the other main title games. I mean, 52 missions. I mean, that's nothing to scoff at, but still, compared to the main titles, less to do on that front. It is still co-op. That's fantastic. The game looks great. I absolutely love the visuals in this title. Something I can't really get over, though, is maybe the gameplay. The game plays a bit... I don't know. It's not as fluent as the main series EDF games to me. And that's something that's I've found hard to get over. Every time I go into this game to play it, I always feel like I have to adjust. For the first 30 minutes I'm playing, I'm just like, I can't. The camera feels weird. The movement feels weird. It's not as good as the main series titles, but I do get used to it, and it's not awful. It's just different than what I'm used to. So, take that for what it's worth. I don't really know too much about Ukes or what else they've developed besides wrestling. Let me look at their Wikipedia page here. See if there's anything else they've really made that really stands out to me. A lot of wrestling games. Jesus, guys, a lot of wrestling games. Pets, cats games, pets, dogs. Wow. What a weird team to really put on EDF. They also made EDF World Brothers, which, at the time of recording, I have not played yet. I will do that eventually. See, the issue with EDF is that it takes so much time to play an EDF game. And I've devoted so much time to playing the main series titles. I bought Iron Rain to support the franchise, but I did not really play it much until now. So I really don't have as much experience with this game as I do the main series titles. But I do want to get more into this game. I do want to spend more time with it. It is something that is on my list. There are some improvements here over the main series that I would like to see put into the main series. For one, the level of movement with your character is better. They kind of fixed that a little bit in EDF 5, but it could still be better. Also, there's an actual shop system in this game. You earn gold through missions, and you actually use that to buy better equipment, better guns, whatever it is. That is something I would like to see put into the main series EDF games instead of doing the random drops. I don't have an issue with the random drops per se. I think it still gives you fun rewards, but I do wish there was some sort of a shop in the main series EDF games, so you could still pick which weapons you want to buy. Because sometimes, I don't give a shit about one certain type of weapon, and I want to buy all the shotguns, or all this. And they add things in this game as well, like they have swords, which are really fun to use. They have dual pistols, which are cool. They have their own special types of weapons and mechs and gadgets. You can equip, I think, 4 different items at once and switch between them, so you can have grenades and healing items and a thing to call down a mech and dummies to distract the enemies and stuff, which really adds to strategy for each mission as well. That's something that's really cool. It's just, I think myself and other EDF fans sort of have this weird stigma against the non-main series games, the games that aren't developed by Sandlot, because they're never as good. I don't think EDF Iron Rain is as good. I would still recommend playing Earth Defense Force 4 or 5 over this one. it's a really competent game. It's a lot of fun, but I don't know. It still lacks something, some part of the spirit of the main series titles. And that's something that has been an issue for the EDF games for a while now. Like I said, haven't played World Brothers yet. Can't speak on that one. That one looks like it's going for its own different style of game anyway, with the weird like voxel look. But I have played EDF Insect Armageddon. I have that one on PS3, and that game is totally its own thing and does not feel like the main series and is not as good. Is that really a bad thing? Do the EDF spin-offs, since they're spin-offs, I feel like they're allowed to sort of do their own thing and be their own thing? That's fine. It's just, as a main series fan, I feel a little jaded towards the main series. So, EDF Iron Rain. There's some really good stuff in here. Really good ideas. Really fun gameplay. It's still, if this is what you want to play, if this is what you see and you're like, that looks cool, it's still a good game. It's still something that's going to get you into the EDF atmosphere. I just think that if you really want to dive in, pick up EDF 5, pick up EDF 4.1. This game is something that maybe you should try later on, but I can't stop you. If you want to play it first, play it first. It's still a damn fun game. That was my review of EDF Iron Rain. I like shooting bugs.
Beacon confirmed. Gale 3 picking up. Gale 3 is in the area. This is horrible.
Connecting operation system to Puyo.
Hey geeks and gamers, welcome to Review Month, where it's almost over. Today is the second to last day. Tomorrow's the last day of Review Month. Kind of sad. It's been a hell of a ride. Today, we are looking at a game called Loco Roco Remastered. I'm actually very familiar with this game because Loco Roco is one of my favorite PSP titles. One of the first things I did whenever I acquired a PSP, which was well after the PSP was relevant, was I bought the Loco Roco and Patapon double pack. Now, Loco Roco itself is a very simple game. It's a very artistic game, very cute game. you just use the top two shoulder buttons of the PSP, or in this case, the PS4 controller, because this is the remastered version on PS4. And it's a platformer of sorts, but instead of moving the character, you tilt the world back and forth, and you either tilt left or right with the left or right shoulder buttons, or you push them at once to make the world jolt and bounce your little Locoroco character up. Each stage, you're just trying to collect enough fruit to grow enough Locoroco. Your goal's 20. Good luck getting a full 20, though. There's secrets to find in each stage. You have to avoid enemies and traps. And it's just a very cute, amusing game. This is a game that anybody can really pick up and play. On the surface, there's not really a lot to Locoroco, but what this game has is just a ton of charm. Now, I'm going to be talking about a topic that I don't necessarily talk about too often, and that is just the idea of being a fan of one brand. I'm not a fan of just one gaming brand, as you know, or console per se. You know, I've never been that way. Sure, you know, I get pegged as like the Sega guy because I have a deep interest in Sega. I also have a deep interest in Atari. But in terms of like what I play, I'll play anything. You know, I've always been that way. I've played Nintendo consoles, I've played Xbox consoles, and I've played PlayStation consoles. And I'm drawn to each one for different reasons. And I think part of what draws me to PlayStation is the more creative titles like this. PlayStation has always, to me, felt like just a home for games. Just games in general. Doesn't matter what kind. You know, RPGs, more artistic games, you know, shooters, racing games. The PlayStation always felt like it's just kind of a smorgasbord of like whatever ideas. And that's why I love games like this, like Locoroco. Because if you had a PSP, Locoroco could, you know, I had this game, and I also had, you know, God of War, Chains of Olympus or whatever, Daxter, and the Siphon Filter games on PSP. You know, it's like there's no limit to what. Oh, and all those were first-party Sony games. There's really no limit to what Sony would put out or do put out. You know, that's kind of why I've always enjoyed that brand. You know, of course, you know, Xbox I've enjoyed because of, you know, certain reasons that aren't that. Nintendo, the same thing. You know, they all have their reasons too. But I've always enjoyed Sony because they've always kind of put out these creative titles here and there, like this game Locoroco, like Patapon, like Ape Escape, like Parappa the Rappa, like Little Big Planet, like Dreams, like Tearaway. There's always these games that they come out with that are, I don't know, very creative, very out there. You can tell Locoroco isn't going to sell the best. It isn't going to be a must-have. Whenever people talk about the PSP, you know, they're going to talk about, you know, Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker or Final Fantasy VII, Crisis Core or whatever. They're probably not going to bring up Locoroco, but there are still people that really enjoy this game, and that's the kind of stuff that I like to see coming from Sony. This game is really, there's really not much to it. That's my only downside with Loco Roco, is that the depth of the gameplay is just rolling back and forth between these colorful worlds. The first time I ever saw Loco Roco was through the PlayStation All-Stars Battle Royale game, where there's a stage based on Loco Roco, but in the background, Metal Gear Solid mechs will break through. So it's kind of a fun contrast. It's a colorful world, and then there was like Metal Gear Rex in the background, like roaring at you and stuff. Pretty funny. And I was always intrigued by the art style with that, and playing the art style, it's really cool. It's really abstract. That's sort of a topic I wanted to bring up during this review, is that I don't see Sony doing a lot of this anymore. I think they did like a Sackboy game recently I haven't played. But other than that, like, that's sort of part of my turnoff right now for Sony and for the PS5, is the fact that I've kind of picked up that in recent years, Sony has gone from being a company that will just throw anything at the wall to being the Last of Us people. A lot of their games recently, for me, have just felt like they've just been banking on The Last of Us again and again. God of War, I didn't want to play that because it looked like The Last of Us. That Days Gone game, I didn't play because it looked like The Last of Us. I just feel like, I don't know, they've lost a lot of their variety and just become like the AAA storytelling people, and I don't know if that's what I want. I will pick up the PS5 eventually. I still want to play like Ratchet and Clank, and Demon Souls, and Gran Turismo 7, but I don't know. I just feel like PlayStation for right now has lost a lot of their creative spark. I honestly think Loco Roco would fit in so well on the PS5, and again, not going to be the most crazy when it comes to the graphics. You're not going to be like, oh, check out the ray tracing on Loco Roco. But if they did a new Loco Roco game, I think not only could it be fun, creative, fun little download game, but also they could really take advantage of the PS5 controller and its haptic feedback and stuff, with certain elements they could introduce in a new Loco Roco title. But again, I don't know how much Sony cares about that stuff right now, and that's sort of disappointing to me. So that's a thing. Loco Roco Remastered. It's on the PS4. You can also play the original Loco Roco on the PSP. It also has a sequel and stuff on the PSP. Very fun game, very creative. I would highly recommend it. If you're looking for something else similar, there's, indie games kind of carry on this creative vibe that I love. And the game Piku Niku has a very striking resemblance to Loco Roco with its art style. It's also a really good game. It's by Devolver Digital, published by Devolver Digital. So if you want something more modern, more indie, check out Piku Niku. But Loco Roco, it's a cute-ass game, and I highly recommend it. This is my last normal review for Review Month. Tomorrow is the last video for Review Month, and I will be doing something very different. So join me in the Review Month finale. the Fourth be with you, and welcome to my review of Star Wars Pinball VR.
Come on, you got this.
Star Wars Pinball VR being played here on the PlayStation VR. It's also available on the Oculus Quest, I know. Is a pinball game by Zen Studios. Zen Pinball is a franchise that I really enjoy. I usually play these games on my Switch. I have Zen Pinball FX3 and the Star Wars Pinball Collection on Switch. But when I saw that they had a VR version of Star Wars Pinball, I was very curious, because pinball is something that you kind of like need the depth for, and like the field of play needs to feel like it has some depth in order for it to work properly. And I love pinball, and I was hoping that this would give me kind of like the sensation of playing pinball in real life, you know, standing in front of the table. Star Wars Pinball VR is very, very interesting. For one, I kind of expected it to be close to the collection that I have on Switch, but just in VR. And it's not. It's kind of different. The table lineup itself it's like half and half. There's some tables that are included in the other collection that I have. Mainly tables based off of the Star Wars original trilogy. I think one based off of Star Wars Rebels. But this one also has 3 tables that aren't on that collection. It has a table based on The Mandalorian, which made me very happy because I'm a huge fan of The Mandalorian. It had a table based on Rogue One, so somebody out there is happy that there's something based on Rogue One. You're welcome, Rogue One. The one Rogue One fan out there. And there's a table based on the original 70s Star Wars collectible toys, which is very neat. But it's also lacking some of the tables that are in the other collection. Like the tables based off of the sequel trilogy, or the Clone Wars table, and I think there's like a Boba Fett table that's missing. So it is missing a few of the tables from the other collection. But what is here is pretty cool. I think the thing with Zen Pinball is that they know they really understand pinball physics, and they do a really good job with the way they get that the physics in these games feel. Now, while you're actually playing pinball, there are 2 different camera options for you. There's the one that I'm primarily showing, where you are, standing in front of the table like you would an actual pinball table. Or there's this really strange one where it like shrinks you down and you're standing between the flippers inside of the pinball machine, and it's very hard to play. You can't really get a good feel for the game that way. I couldn't do it. I show it off a couple times. I'll try to make sure I include that footage throughout this review where I tried that, but it's very strange. The only reason why I would even do that, like I did on the droids table, which I'll show off here in a little bit, the only reason why I even did it was because I wanted to see the models of the characters in the table up close. It's not a preferred way to play. You want to play with the first camera angle where you're like standing over top of the pinball table, and doing that, it feels really cool. Like it does kind of like give you a sense of realism, like you are actually playing an actual pinball table, which is nice. It's nice to have that feeling of being in front of the table itself, instead of playing it off a screen, which makes it feel kind of flat.
Are you with me?
I do think the tables on offer, while there aren't as many as the other collection I have on Switch, it's pretty good. Along with the 3 new tables, like I said, there are returning tables based off the original trilogy, and they're all really, really fun tables. I've had a lot of fun playing this game and some of these tables off of my Switch on that collection, and also here in VR. I think this is a great little collection for pinball fans and Star Wars fans.
Language. Well, that wasn't even close.
Hariba! Hariba!
Collect the extra ball at the synchro bottom. Well saved, my shiny metal friend.
I don't remember the movie where the droids were in a sandcrawler with a bunch of Jawas, and you find out that the inside of a sandcrawler looks like a pinball table. I don't remember that movie, but if Disney could please make that movie happen, I would forever be in your debt. You could call it Droids, a Pinball Story.
How interesting. Do stop worrying, R2. I'm sure he is completely safe. Now, where are you taking me? This is such a drag. That didn't go quite as planned, R2.
One of the coolest features of this game is it does have a campaign mode called Operations, where you just play tables and earn certain scores and stuff, and you unlock different collectibles for that. And what's neat is that you kind of have like a man cave, like a Star Wars man cave area around your table, which you can go and decorate. You can put up posters, you can put up little figurines and statues and helmets and stuff, and you can listen to music that you unlock in a Star Wars jukebox. So it does kind of like have this cool feeling of like having your own little Star Wars den or Star Wars game room or something. Like, it's, I mean, I'm a giant Star Wars fan. I would die to have something like this. So it's cool to have this like simulated space. Star Wars Pinball VR is a very fun game. It is on sale right now for May the 4th. I would recommend it. I think it's like $12. I would recommend it if you are a fan of Star Wars and pinball. It would be a great game for parties. I think you could pass this around. People could have a lot of fun playing this. Very simple. Not a game you're going to get motion sick or anything from, because there's not really a lot of movement. You're stationary playing a game of pinball. It's just not the most exciting VR game out there because it is just a game of pinball. But what it sets out to do, I think it does very, very well, and I would highly recommend Star Wars Pinball VR. Pinball, you must play.
That was good.
I teach you this! Stand down!
After it took several hits, it wanted to self-destruct.
Do not self-destruct! Cover me! Well, now we just need to get the door open.
Hey geeks and gamers, and welcome back to Turbo Zone. Today on the docket, I have a very special game and a very special series. This is Bit.Trip Fate. Now, if you haven't been around this channel since the inception, I am a huge Bit.Trip fan, and I've done Bit.Trip videos throughout the years. One of my earliest videos back when I started the channel, not at the very beginning, but it was like a year in, I did a video talking about the Bit.Trip saga, the original Bit.Trip saga of games, which I talked about video games as art. And then I reviewed Bit.Trip Runner 2 Future Legend of Rhythm Alien in 2017. And then last year, during the review month, I reviewed Runner 3. So, you know, I thought maybe I should review some of the original Bit.Trip games. And the one that I wanted to start with was Bit.Trip Fate. This game is kind of special within the Bit.Trip series because there's not a lot of games in the Bit.Trip family quite like Bit.Trip Fate. Bit.Trip Fate, in a sense, is one of the more easy to identify games, you know, along with Runner, I guess. Runner is probably the easiest to identify because it's a platformer. This game is a shooter, which is kind of funny because the last two reviews I've done, Missile Command and Yar's Recharge, are also technically shooters. I guess I'm becoming the shooter guy, you know?
Oh, hey, you're playing and reviewing spaceship shooters. You're the guy. That's you, Alex. You're playing the shooters, not me. I don't have these for any particular reason. You know, just fun. I like making folders on my PS4. And, you know, Darius, I thought that was like a cool name, you know? Just, nothing to do with spaceship shooters. Nope. Not at all. That's your thing. I hope you like Gunducky Industries. Moving on.
Sorry about that. I don't know how he got access to my review. So yeah, this is a shooter. Something unique for the Bit.Trip series. Up to this point, they've all been like Pong-style games or really abstract games or platformers, Bit.Trip Fate is a on-rails shooter. And when I say on-rails shooter, I mean that literally. You play as Commander Video. With the help of his friends in the form of power-ups, including Super Meat Boy. I just want to put that out there. Meat Boy is in this game. That's pretty cool. You have to defeat the evil Timbletot. You are on a rail. Quite literally, it's an on-rail shooter. You're stuck to a rail, moving back and forth, and shooting the enemies in all directions. You defeat the enemies. You know, pick up the collectibles to, just like in all the other Bit.Trip games, to level up your meter. So you can go from ultra to extra to whatever the highest ranking is. And you also collect power-ups, which give you special beams and lasers and stuff you can use. And there's end bosses for each stage. Pretty simple setup. What's unique for this game and what's unique for the entire Bit.Trip saga is the element of music. This game's music is very ethereal. It's very, I don't know. It puts you in a trance, and they somehow make the way you defeat enemies match up to the music. It's very cool the way they do it. It's kind of similar to a game like Rez, if you've ever played Rez before, or like Tetris Effect. While you're playing this game, it really puts you in this trance that's kind of hard to it's kind of hard to explain and kind of hard to see. You really have to play for yourself to understand. I'm playing this on the PlayStation 4 version, which is the Bit.Trip, Bit.Trip something. I forget what it's called. The Bit.Trip, I think, on the PS4. It's also available on Switch by itself. You can buy Bit.Trip Fate and all the Bit.Trip games by themselves. It's also available on the Wii. These were originally WiiWare games, which I never had the WiiWare version. So I think I played like a demo of the first game through WiiWare, but I had the Bit.Trip Complete package on Wii, the physical version, which comes with the soundtrack. I have since sold that because that collection was worth a crazy amount of money, and I sold it because I didn't need it anymore. And on the Wii version, you use the IR pointer for this game, but I honestly don't mind just using the stick to point. And it's also available on the 3DS through the Bit.Trip Saga, I think is what's called on there. So there's many different ways you can get your hands on Bit.Trip Fate and the Bit.Trip Saga in general. The way I recommend, probably PS4, because some of the games still keep the motion stuff intact, and some of the games have better controls. This is one of them. The story is not something I can really talk about because the Bit.Trip saga as a whole kind of tells one cohesive, abstract tale of Commander Video. So it's not like I can just tell you the story other than he's trying to defeat the evil Timbletot. It's not really a story of detail, it's a story of emotion. And the emotions kind of felt in this game are very anger-driven. It's a very angry game in the Bit.Trip series, and there's a point to that for the game that follows next. Absolutely great time with this game. If you have a chance to play it, I highly recommend it. I love the Bit.Trip games. It's not as wacky as the later games like Runner 2, Future Legend of Rhythm Alien, or Runner 3, but it is a fantastic time and a very unique game. I kind of hope they pick this style back up like they did with Runner and make sequels. I would love to play Bit.Trip Fate 2. So if you're listening, guys, Gaijin, I think, is the company that that makes these. Please, I would play Fate 2. That's an idea. Put Commander Video back on a rail. It could be a lot of fun. I will see you guys in my next review. I also have some other videos coming up that aren't review related, but I also have a few more reviews that I have been recording. And yeah, let's I don't know. Let's grind the rail. It's 90s. I'm like a 90s skateboarder. Okay, this game is fucking awesome. This is Wreckfest, a game by Bugbear Entertainment. I think it's the company's name. And, yep, they also made the Flat Out series. And this is a game that came out in 2018/19, depending on what platform you're playing it on. And this game is fucking awesome. I did not know about... Well, I kind of I've seen this game in this the digital storefronts, but I had no clue how fucking good this game was until I got myself a copy. I have fond memories of whenever I was a kid going to the fair, the county fair here where I live. Every summer we would have the county fair. And I would go, my parents would usually take me. When I got a teenager, I would go by myself with friends. But whenever I was a kid, I would go with my parents. And, of course, I have a lot of fond memories of riding fair rides with my mom. Playing the games and stuff, winning, trying to win the prizes, eating the delicious fair food and, whatever other little attractions they had. But one of the staples every year we went was me and my dad would watch the Demolition Derby. It was fucking awesome. It was one of the best things there. I absolutely love that. I also love the fact that our neighbor across the street, he was a participant. So every year, throughout the year, I would watch him work on this Demolition Derby car. All year long, he would work on this car. And then one night, during the fair, I got to see him smash the fuck out of that car. Why did he do it? Probably the same reason why I fucking love this game. It's just the primal nature of smashing fucking cars together is awesome. Wreckfest is a destruction derby game, which is not too common nowadays. There are not that many modes I found in this game, but it's just such a breath of fresh air for the racing genre. You know, I do enjoy racing games quite a bit, but mainly I play games like Gran Turismo and especially Forza. I'm a big Forza fan. But those are more like car simulations. And then on the other spectrum, you have like Mario Kart, Crash Team Racing, which are just kart racers. There's not a lot of middle ground. And this game, I think, breaches that middle ground of being a fun, arcadey racing game that also has some deeper car elements. And it's fucking great. There's mainly races and the Demolition Derby modes to play around with. You know, the Demolition Derby, you're going to take all the cars and smash them together. The last car standing wins. And then the banger races are just regular races, but you can also try to smash the other cars off the track. But, of course, your main goal is to stay in front and not get hit. So, you know, you get rewarded for not demolishing. So, obviously, I kind of enjoy the derby stuff more. But the races are still a lot of fun because the cars still handle super well. There's also a lot of car buying, car customization, car upgrades you can do. You can buy a bunch of different styles of cars you want. You can change the paint jobs, change the colors. You can upgrade the different aspects of the vehicle, handling and whatnot, tune it up to your liking, add new upgrades, add new parts. There's a lot there, and you earn money during the campaign mode to buy and customize new vehicles. The only issue I have with that is that I wish the paint option was a little more thorough. They have kind of presets for what you can choose for the paint options, and then you can kind of go in through there and customize it yourself. But I wish it was more like a Forza Horizon where I can go in and just kind of make my own custom paint job or download other players' custom paint jobs. But, you know, their first game and what I hope is a series, I'll let it slide. Wreckfest also has one other glaring issue for me, and that would be the fact that it doesn't have local multiplayer, which seems like a sin. If you're making a racing game or just a game like this in general, it seems almost criminal to leave out a local multiplayer mode. Now, notice I'm saying local. There is an online feature to this game, which I did not play. I bought this game on the PlayStation 4 physically, and I have no interest in buying getting onto the PlayStation Plus subscription model. So sadly, I did not get to try the online portion of this game. So I have no thoughts on that. It could be fun. I'm sure it is fun, but in terms of just multiplayer, I really wish there was like a split screen option, because this is like one of the classic style games that would be great to play with friends or family. Just so much fun, and I wish I could share it with somebody else. every year on the Button Mappers, we do a Game of the Year awards, and each participant picks their Game of the Year. It's just a game they played. Doesn't have to be a new game, just a game they played. And this game could be on my Game of the Year. I'm not entirely sure. We'll have to see. But this game is really fucking fun. And I was so surprised by how much fun I had. Whenever I saw this game in the digital storefronts all the time, it was always marked down quite a bit. And I always thought it was THQ Nordic publishing it, and it was a game I never heard of. I kind of thought it was like a throwaway, like, I don't know, mid-tier game that was not worth my time. But it's actually quite the opposite. This game has a lot of love and care put into it. It's a fantastic fucking game. It's so fun to play. The game looks great. It's visually striking. It handles well. And it's super fun. If they do a sequel, I just hope they add local multiplayer and more customizable options for the cars. But, you know what? Any game that lets me smash a bunch of lawnmowers together gets my approval. This game is fantastic. I'm back, bitches, and welcome to my review of Atari 50. When I say games preservation, if you're part of the gaming scene, there's probably a lot of things you think of. A lot of controversy with bigger known companies taking down storefronts, a lot of controversy with games not being properly preserved. A lot of controversy with lazy game collections coming out nowadays. This is something that has been a hot topic lately. Games preservation. What does it mean? What is it? I think Atari 50 is a genuine answer to what games preservation is and can be moving forward. Atari 50 is a celebration of 50 years of Atari. I just want to make it clear that I am reviewing or showing the footage of this game from the PlayStation 4. This actually is not my copy, though. I only borrowed this PS4 copy from somebody to get the footage. The actual version of this game that I play is the version on my Atari VCS console. So, I may talk about some differences in that respect, but just so you know, this is like a clean, fresh file going into the PS4 version. Atari 50 is a celebration of Atari. And we've had Atari collections before. Even on the PS4, I have the Atari Flashback Volumes 1, 2, and 3 by Code Mystics. And those collections get the job done if you're just looking to play some 2600 games, sure. But Atari 50 goes above and beyond being that. First, we'll talk about the game side of things. You get a ton of games with this collection. You get 103 games, to be clear. And those games span across arcade games, Atari 2600 games, Atari 5200 games, Atari 7800 games, Atari computer games like the Atari 800, the Atari Lynx, the Atari Jaguar, and you also get 7 brand new games exclusive to this collection, made for this collection. So that's already a deal and a half. 103 games, with 7 of them being brand new games brought over to this collection. Already a bang for your buck. Plus, a lot of these games, the 2600 games you see re-released a lot, even some of the arcade games. But a lot of the games for like the Atari Jaguar, the Atari Lynx,
the 5200, 7800, and Atari home computers, a lot of those games you don't really see re-released that often. So that in itself is a pretty nice rarity. And as many games as there are to play, there's an equal amount of stuff to enjoy within the game's museum. So when you first start up the game, it actually doesn't go to the game menu. That might sound strange at first, but I think it's intentional to show what this really is. This is a history lesson. It goes straight to the museum. And the museum starts from the start of Atari, the very beginning of gaming, basically, all the way to now. They talk about everything. They show everything. They have interviews with leading members of Atari, games they developed, even people outside of Atari from other gaming studios that were influenced by Atari. They have commercials they show design documents, behind the scenes stuff, failed projects. It's so cool how much they were willing to include in this collection.
Solid blue, metal flake blue, and metal flake red. And he goes a whole bunch of other games too. Okay, great. Want to come up and see them. These were in a Quonset hut on a sunflower seed farm off of Highway 80 in Dixon, California, halfway between, the Bay Area and Sacramento. And these things hadn't been moved in, probably since 1975. And so I got in touch with Nolan and showed him the pictures and scratched his head, and then like a light bulb went off in his head. He goes, these were Ted Dabney's. These were Ted Dabney's units. This was his route. When he left, he took a route that we had, and he goes, this yellow one's the first one. He goes, I know it. That yellow one is the very first one. I kept the first one, which is a beautiful yellow computer space, and I kept Pong number 46, and we got the rest of them running and working as good as we could. We got it all for $5,000. I don't regret the purchase one bit. Not for a minute.
The only stuff they can't really show, and just to be clear, the Atari of today isn't really the Atari of the 70s, which you should probably know that by now, but that Atari is dead and gone. But it's clear that this new team has a love and respect for, what they've adopted. And part of what happened there was that Atari was sold through some different companies. The name was sold around. I think Hasbro had it at one point. Infogrames had it. Now it's back to being its own thing. But they can't really show much from that period for legal reasons, I guess. But they're not afraid of showing shit from the start of Atari up through the Jaguar, up through the Game Crash, up through what's going on now with the VCS, the homebrew scene. They're not afraid to talk about that stuff. And I found it to be really, really refreshing, because I couldn't imagine Nintendo or Capcom or even my beloved Sega highlighting some of their company's biggest mistakes. They would have too much pride. And again, part of this is probably because the Atari of today isn't the same Atari as old, but it's still refreshing to be able to look at what happened to the company, them talk about the struggles behind the scene, to really go in depth with all of this stuff is super cool.
Beautiful. Watch it disintegrate. Now let's go into deeper space. Galactic map. Sector 11. Hyperspace. Sights in. Cylon warships, attack. Steady, stand by, photons. Star Raiders. That's it, Star Raiders. That'll keep them on their toes. Let's see what we can come up with next.
We're Atari. We have the vision, and we invented the technology to bring the excitement home to you.
The games on offer here are awesome. I just want to say that if you're thinking about picking this up for the games, there's like a handful that are worth it alone. One of those being Tempest 2000 for the Atari Jaguar. Jeff Minter, love him, makes some great games. I've actually been playing the new version of Aka R that also came out on the VCS, and it's on other consoles as well. Also by Jeff Minter. Love the dude, love Tempest, love his style of games, and Tempest 2000 is it's fantastic. Eventually, I do want to actually go in and review some of these games separately. Like, I'm not going through all the games in this video, so be on the lookout for that. Maybe I'll do a whole series of reviews. Some of them I've covered. Some of the like 2600 games and stuff I've covered before. But maybe I'll do like a whole series of reviews to cover everything that's in Atari 50 over time. So that's something to think about. But I'm just gonna kind of like show you some of the different games playing on the collection throughout this review. Something weird I noticed, and it's my fault, was that to get the footage, I simply opened the case, popped it into my PS4, and started playing for the first time. I didn't download the like day one patch or like any other updates that they've done since, and I noticed a few of the games emulation having some sound issues. And I haven't heard anybody else talk about that, so I take it that's just because I didn't update or patch the game at all. Again, I played this on the VCS. I've never noticed any sound emulation issues, any sound quality issues with the games. So that's probably just my fault. So don't let that hold you back. Don't strike that against the game. That's my fault for just not wanting to wait for the patch to get some footage for this review. So the sound works fine. Just make sure you update your game, kids. The new games on offer are fucking fantastic, and I'm not going to show them all right now, but I do want to highlight Vector Sector. It's probably my favorite one. It is an homage to vector-style games of the of the arcade of the era. Games like Asteroids, Tempest, Lunar Lander. They kind of took these games and mashed them all up into one game. And it's super addictive. I've played this one a ton on my VCS, and it's also one that I would say is worth it for this collection. There's some other cool ones like Ninja Golf that I think are worth noting. That's kind of one that's been memed to death now, is like Ninja Golf. Even like Aqua Teen Hunger Force, their PS2 game, which I do have that one. Ninja Zombie Pro-Am is like directly inspired from Ninja Golf because it's such a stupid premise. But it's just fun to go in and, you know, check out some of these games that you haven't seen before, you probably haven't played before. Or if you're just wanting to go back and play something like Asteroids, something like Missile Command, you know, something like Yar's Revenge or something, it's definitely there. Neo Breakout is one that I really enjoy, and it's one that I actually do want to highlight for this video because I think that this game alone almost makes the VCS version worth it for me. So on the Atari VCS, for those of you who don't know, which is probably a lot of you, the Atari VCS, Atari's newer home console hybrid mini PC thing that I have, that I'll probably do a video at some point talking about this thing. The new joystick controllers that they created for it actually have paddles built in. You like turn the joystick as a paddle. And for something like Breakout, that's necessary. Well, of course, the VCS version of Neo Breakout has paddle support. So playing it here on the PS4 is very hard for me. I don't like playing Breakout on a normal controller anyway. So this one definitely benefits from being on the VCS and having that paddle support. And I'm sure there's a few other paddle games like Circus Atari and stuff that also benefit, but this is one that I definitely noticed. Atari 50. There's a lot to learn from this collection. I want other companies to really look at what Atari did here, what Digital Eclipse did here, and I want them to take note that this isn't just some lazy cash grab where they threw some ROMs onto a collection. This is really a deep dive into Atari and into just the company, the games, everything. I would recommend this for anybody that has any interest in Atari, which if you watch my channel, you know, obviously I do a lot of Atari reviews, so if you enjoy that kind of stuff, I think you should give Atari 50 a try. I can't imagine, I think this came out like last November, I can't imagine this collection will be like holding its value for very long. Just because that's just the nature of games nowadays. So you could probably get this pretty cheap coming up, you know. I would say sometime this year you could probably get it for $20-30, and that's totally worth it. It's a great celebration of this company, and I think it does games preservation right. Games preservation isn't, to me at least, isn't just having a ROM that you can play. Any company can do that shit. I think games preservation is really preserving the game and its history as a whole. Playing a ROM doesn't really get it across, you know, what the game was at the time, what the game means, what the game is. But really having something like this where you can play a game like Yar's Revenge and then go into its segment on the museum and really dig into what the game was at the time, how important it was, that's cool. That's games preservation to me. And I hope other companies take note. To end off here, I just wanted to show what I thought was one of the coolest interviews, and they're talking about the video game crash that happened, and they have the two of the guys that people point fingers at for years now, and blame, and they don't deny this, it's the guy that I forget the names, but the guy that designed E.T. He also did Yar, and the guy that designed Pac-Man on the Atari. And some of their guests pop in too, and they really talk about just what happened during that time. I want to leave off on that because I think it really gets across what this collection is. Thanks for watching. I will return with more reviews. I'm ready to get going again. And Atari. I had like no sleep last night, so I just had like a stroke. Atari, there we go. Atari reviews are definitely on the table. It's something I want to return to. I love doing reviews on Atari games. Thanks for watching, guys. Enjoy this little interview. Fuck yeah.
When you have a tragedy, and I do believe that the fall of the video game industry in the early 80s was a tragedy. It was a tragedy to many, many people. It changed a lot of lives.
I think it's pretty obvious when it comes to the video game crash that Atari didn't have control over the quality.
I mean, it needed some sort of way to keep just anybody from writing cartridges for it.
And so many people saw this video game gold rush, and they just, started dumping crap. I remember going into KB toy stores and just seeing, really bad box art and just really just terrible looking games. And that's when I started losing interest, and the market became flooded just with garbage. And it ultimately led to, of course, things like E.T. being, actually buried in the desert like garbage.
And what happened was that E.T. became the face of the crash of the video game industry. And I, of course, was the butt behind the face. That's kind of the way it went.
Greed and hubris, that's what undid Atari. If they just had worked more from a place of focusing on making great games and delivering great games to the customer instead of how can we maximize revenue, I feel like they'd still be a huge powerhouse today.
Frankly, Warner did not understand technology. They didn't understand the consumer marketplace, the video game, and Ray Kassar, I think was afraid of releasing new product because it might not be as successful as VCS. So that's a sure way to fail. And
I regret that we didn't have a new console by '84 that would have made it so that Atari continued to be a really viable business.
We never, ever got down to ever having any process by which we could come up with a better system.
Even to say, I think people do believe that if they just released the 5200 earlier, or if they released the 7800, or they had done different things, they would could never have they would have survived the crash a lot better, and they would be a powerhouse today. As a kid, I didn't know much about business, but I just felt like something was wrong.
No one knew anything. Certainly no one knew how to replace an existing console with a new one.
The real one-liner about why the game industry crashed and went away is that it was a first product life cycle and nobody knew what to do.